An Anonymous Girl by Greer Hendricks and Sarah Pekkanen. Read for you by Barry Krynick and Julia Whalen. Part 1. You're invited. Seeking women aged 18 to 32 to participate in a study on ethics and morality conducted by a preeminent NYC psychiatrist. Generous compensation. Anonymity guaranteed. Call for more details. It's easy to judge other people's choices. The mother with a grocery cart full of Fruit Loops and double-stuffed Oreos who yells at her child. The driver of an expensive convertible who cuts off a slower vehicle. The woman in the quiet coffee shop who yaks on her cell phone. The husband who cheats on his wife. But what if you knew the mother had lost her job that day? What if the driver had promised his son he'd make it to his school play, but his boss had insisted he attend a last-minute meeting? What if the woman in the coffee shop had just received a phone call from the love of her life, a man who'd broken her heart? And what if the cheater's wife habitually turned her back on his touch? Perhaps you would also make a snap judgment about a woman who decides to reveal her innermost secrets to a stranger for money. But suspend your assumptions, at least for now. We all have reasons for our actions, even if we hide the reason from those who think they know us best. Even if the reasons are so deeply buried, we can't recognize them ourselves.
Chapter 1. Friday, November 16th. A lot of women want the world to see them a certain way. It's my job to create those transformations, one 45-minute session at a time. My clients seem different when I've finished helping them. They grow more confident, radiant, happier even. But I can only offer a temporary fix. People invariably revert to their former selves. True change requires more than the tools I wield. It's 20 to 6 on a Friday evening, rush hour. It's also when someone often wants to look like the best version of themselves, so I consistently block this time out of my personal schedule. When the subway doors open at Astor Place, I'm the first one out, my right arm aching from the weight of my black makeup case as it always does by the end of a long day. I swing my case directly behind me so it'll fit through the narrow passageway. It's my 5th trip through the turnstiles today alone, and my routine is automatic. Then I hurry up the stairs. When I reach the street, I dig into the pocket of my leather jacket and pull out my phone. I tap it to open my schedule, which is continually updated by Beauty Buzz. I provide the hours I can work, and my appointments are texted to me. My final booking today is near 8th Street and University Place. It's for 2 clients, which means it's a double, 90 minutes. I have the address, names, and a contact phone number, but I have no idea who will be waiting for me when I knock on a door. I don't fear strangers, though. I've learned more harm can come from familiar faces. I memorize the exact location, then stride down the street, skirting the garbage that has spilled from a toppled bin. A shopkeeper pulls a security grate over his storefront, the loud metal rattling into place. A trio of students, backpacks slung over their shoulders, jostle each other playfully as I pass them. I'm 2 blocks from my destination when my phone rings. Caller ID shows it's my mom. I let it ring once as I stare at the little circular photo of my smiling mother. I'll see her in 5 days when I go home for Thanksgiving, I tell myself. But I can't let it go. Guilt is always the heaviest thing I carry. "Hey, Mom, everything okay?" I ask. "Everything's fine, honey, just checking in." I can picture her in the kitchen in the suburban Philadelphia home where I grew up. She's stirring gravy on the stove. They eat early, and Friday's menu is always pot roast and mashed potatoes, then unscrewing the top on a bottle of Zinfandel in preparation for the single glass she indulges in on weekend nights. There are yellow curtains dressing the small window above the sink, and a dish towel looped through the stove handle with the words, "Just roll with it," superimposed over an image of a rolling pin. The flowered wallpaper is peeling at the seams, and a dent marks the bottom of the fridge from where my father kicked it after the Eagles lost in the playoffs. Dinner will be ready when my dad walks through the door from his job as an insurance salesman. My mother will greet him with a quick kiss. They will call my sister Becky to the table and help her cut her meat. "Becky zipped up her jacket this morning," my mother says, "without any help." Becky is 22, 6 years younger than me. "That's fantastic," I say. Sometimes I wish I lived closer so I could help my parents. Other times, I'm ashamed at how grateful I am that I don't. "Hey, can I call you back?" I continue. "I'm just running into work." "Oh, did you get hired for another show?" I hesitate. Mom's voice is more animated now. I can't tell her the truth, so I blurt out the words, "Yeah, it's just a little production. There probably won't even be much press about it, but the makeup is super elaborate, really unconventional." "I'm really proud of you," my mom says. "I can't wait to hear all about it next week." I feel like she wants to add something more, but even though I haven't quite reached my destination, a student housing complex at NYU, I end the call. "Give Becky a kiss. I love you." My rules for any job kick in even before I arrive. I evaluate my clients the moment I see them. I notice eyebrows that would look better darkened, or a nose that needs shading to appear slimmer, but I know my customers are sizing me up too. The first rule, my unofficial uniform. I wear all black, which eliminates the need to coordinate a new outfit every morning. It also sends a message of subtle authority. I choose comfortable, machine-washable layers that will look as fresh at 7 p.m. as they do at 7 a.m. Since personal space vanishes when you're doing someone's makeup, my nails are short and buffed, my breath is minty, and my curls are swept up in a low twist. I never deviate from this standard. I rub Germ-X on my hands and pop an Altoid in my mouth before I ring the buzzer for apartment 6D. I'm 5 minutes early. Another rule. I take the elevator to the 6th floor, then follow the sound of loud music, Katy Perry's Roar, down the hallway, and meet my clients. One is in a bathrobe, and the other wears a t-shirt and boxers. I can smell the evidence of their last beauty treatment. The chemicals used to highlight blonde streaks into the hair of the girl named Mandy, and the nail varnish drying on the hands Taylor is waving through the air. "Where are you going tonight?" I ask. A party will likely have stronger lighting than a club. A dinner date will require a subtle touch. "Lit," Taylor says. At my blank look, she adds, "It's in the meatpacking district. Drake was just there last night." "Cool," I say. I wind through the items scattered across the floor, an umbrella, a crumpled gray sweater, a backpack, then move aside the Skinny Pop popcorn and half-empty cans of Red Bull on the low coffee table so I can set down my case. I unlatch it, and the sides fold out like an accordion to reveal tray upon tray of makeup and brushes. "What kind of look are we going for?" Some makeup artists dive in, trying to cram as many clients as possible into a day. I take the extra time I've built into my schedule to ask a few questions. Just because one woman wants a smoky eye and a naked mouth doesn't mean another isn't envisioning a bold red lip and only a swipe of mascara. Investing in those early minutes saves me time on the back end. But I also trust my instincts and observations. When these girls say they want a sexy, beachy look, I know they really want to resemble Gigi Hadid, who is on the cover of the magazine splayed across the love seat. "So what are you majoring in?" I ask. "Communications. We both want to go into PR." Mandy sounds bored, like I'm an annoying adult asking her what she wants to be when she grows up. "Sounds interesting," I say, as I pull a straight-back chair into the strongest light, directly under the ceiling fixture. I start with Taylor. I have 45 minutes to create the vision she wants to see in the mirror. "You have amazing skin," I say. Another rule, Find a feature to compliment on every client. In Taylor's case, this isn't difficult. Thanks, she says, not lifting her gaze from her phone. She begins a running commentary on her Instagram feed. Does anyone really want to see another picture of cupcakes? Jules and Brian are so in love, it's gross. Inspirational sunset, got it. Glad you're having a rocking Friday night on your balcony. As I work, the girls' chatter fades into background noise, like the drone of a hairdryer or city traffic. I lose myself in the strokes of different foundations I've applied to Taylor's jawline so I can match her skin tone flawlessly, and in the swirl of copper and sandy hues I blend on my hand to bring out the gold flecks in her eyes. I'm brushing bronzer onto her cheeks when her cell phone rings. Taylor stops tapping hearts and holds up her phone. Private number. Should I get it? Yes, Mandy says. It could be Justin. Taylor wrinkles her nose. Who answers their phone on a Friday night, though? He can leave a message. A few moments later, she touches the speakerphone button and a man's voice fills the room. This is Ben Quick, Dr. Shields' assistant. I'm confirming your appointments this weekend for tomorrow and Sunday from 8 to 10 a.m. The location again is Hunter Hall, room 214. I'll meet you in the lobby and take you up. Taylor rolls her eyes, and I pull back my mascara wand. Can you keep your face still, please? I ask. Sorry. Was I out of my mind, Mandy? I'm going to be way too hungover to get up early tomorrow. Just blow it off. Yeah, but it's $500. That's like a couple sweaters from Rag & Bone. These words break my concentration. 500 is what I make for 10 jobs. Ugh, forget it. I'm not going to set an alarm to go to some dumb questionnaire, Taylor says. Must be nice, I think, looking at the sweater crumpled in the corner. Then I can't help myself. A questionnaire? Taylor shrugs. Some psych professor needs students for a survey. I wonder what sort of questions are on the survey. Maybe it's like a Myers-Briggs personality test. I step back and study Taylor's face. She's classically pretty, with an enviable bone structure. She didn't need the full 45-minute treatment. Since you're going to be out late, I'll line your lips before I apply gloss, I say. That way the color will last. I pull out my favorite lip gloss with the Beauty Buzz logo on the tube and smooth it along Taylor's full lips. After I finish, Taylor gets up to go look in the bathroom mirror, trailed by Mandy. Wow, I hear Taylor say. She's really good. Let's take a selfie. I need my makeup first. I begin to put away the cosmetics I used for Taylor and consider what I will need for Mandy when I notice Taylor has left her phone on the chair. My rocking Friday night will consist of walking my little mixed terrier Leo and washing the makeup out of my brushes. After, I take the bus across town to my tiny studio on the Lower East Side. I'm so wiped out that I'll probably be in bed before Taylor and Mandy order their first cocktails at the club. I look down at the phone again. Then I glance at the bathroom door. It's partly closed. I bet Taylor won't even bother to return the call to cancel her appointment. I need to buy the highlighter she used, Taylor is saying. $500 would help a lot with my rent this month. I already know my schedule for tomorrow. My first job doesn't begin until noon. I'm going to have her do my eyes kind of dramatic, Mandy says. I wonder if she has false lashes with her. Hunter Hall, from 8 to 10 a.m. I remember that part. But what was the name of the doctor and his assistant? It's not even like I make a decision to do it. 1 second, I'm staring at the phone, and the next, it's in my hand. Less than a minute has passed. It hasn't locked out yet. Still, I need to look down to navigate to the voicemail screen, but that means taking my eyes off the bathroom door. I jab at the screen to play the most recent message, then press the phone tightly to my ear. The bathroom door moves, and Mandy starts to walk out. I spin around, feeling my heartbeat erupt. I won't be able to replace the phone without her seeing me. Ben Quick. I can pretend it fell off the chair, I think, wildly. I'll tell Taylor I just picked it up. Wait, Mand? Dr. Shields' assistant, 8 to 10 a.m. Should I make her try a darker lip color? Come on, I think, willing the message to play faster. Hunter Hall, room 214. Maybe, Mandy says. I'll meet you in the lob. I hang up and drop the phone back onto the chair just as Taylor takes her first step into the room. Did she leave it face up or face down? But before there's time to try and remember, Taylor is beside me. She stares down at her phone, and my stomach clenches. I've messed up. Now I recall that she left it with the screen facing down on the chair. I put it back the wrong way. I swallow hard, trying to think of an excuse. Hey, she says. I drag my eyes up to meet hers. Love it, but can you try a darker lip gloss? She flops back onto the chair, and I slowly exhale. I redo her lips twice, first making them berry, then reverting to the original shade, all the while steadying my right elbow with my left palm so my shaking fingers don't ruin the lines, and by the time I'm finished, my pulse has returned to normal. When I leave the apartment with a distracted thank you from the girls instead of a tip, my decision is confirmed. I set the alarm on my phone for 7:15 a.m. Saturday, November 17th. The next morning, I review my plan carefully. Sometimes an impulsive decision can change the course of your life. I don't want that to happen again. I wait outside Hunter Hall, peering in the direction of Taylor's apartment. It's cloudy, and the air is thick and gray, so for a moment I mistake another young woman rushing in my direction for her. But it's just someone out for a jog. When it's 5 minutes past 8, and it appears that Taylor is still asleep, I enter the lobby, where a guy in khakis and a blue button-down shirt is checking his watch. Sorry I'm late, I call. Taylor, he says. I'm Ben Quick. I'd correctly gambled on the assumption that Taylor wouldn't phone to cancel. Taylor is sick, so she asked me to come and do the questionnaire instead. I'm Jessica Ferris. Oh. Ben blinks. He looks me up and down, examining me more carefully. I've traded my ankle boots for Converse high tops and slung a black nylon backpack over one shoulder. I figure it won't hurt if I look like a student. Can you hang on a second? He finally says. I need to check with Dr. Shields. Sure. I aim for the slightly bored tone Taylor used last night. The worst thing that'll happen is he'll tell me I can't participate, I remind myself. No big deal. I'll just grab a bagel and take Leo for a long walk. Ben steps aside and pulls out his cell phone. I want to listen to his side of the conversation, but his voice is muted. Then he walks over to me. How old are you? 28. I respond truthfully. I sneak a glance at the entrance to make sure Taylor isn't going to saunter in at the last minute. You currently reside in New York? Ben asks. I nod. Ben has 2 more questions for me. Where else have you lived? Anywhere outside the United States? I shake my head. Just Pennsylvania. That's where I grew up. Okay, Ben says, putting his phone away. Dr. Shields says you can participate in the study. First, I need to get your full name and address. Can I see some ID? I shift my backpack into my hand and dig through it until I find my wallet, then I hand him my driver's license. He snaps a picture, then takes down the rest of my information. I can Venmo you the payment tomorrow at the conclusion of your session, if you have an account. I do, I say. Taylor told me it's $500, right? He nods. I'm going to text all this to Dr. Shields. Then I'll take you upstairs to the room. Could it possibly be this simple?
Chapter 2. Saturday, November 17th. You aren't the subject who was expected to show up this morning. Still, you meet the demographic criteria of the study, and the slot would otherwise be wasted, so my assistant Ben escorts you to room 214. The testing space is large and rectangular, filled with windows along the eastern-facing side. 3 rows of desks and chairs line the shiny linoleum floor. At the front of the room is a smartboard, its screen blank. High on the back wall is an old-fashioned round clock. It could be any classroom, in any college campus, in any city. Except for one thing. You are the only person here. This venue has been selected because there is little to distract you, facilitating your ability to concentrate on the task ahead. Ben explains that your instructions will appear on the computer that is being provided for your use. Then he closes the door. The room is silent. A laptop waits on a desk in the first row. It is already open. Your footsteps echo across the expanse of the floor as you walk toward it. You ease into the seat, pulling it up to the desk. The metal leg of your chair grates against the linoleum. A message is visible on the screen. Subject 52. Thank you for your participation in Dr. Shields' Morality and Ethics Research Project. By entering this study, you agree to be bound by confidentiality. You are expressly prohibited from discussing the study or its contents with anyone. There are no right or wrong answers. It is essential that you are honest and give your first instinctive response. Your explanations should be thorough. You will not be permitted to move on to the next question until the prior one is completed. A 5-minute warning will be issued before the conclusion of your 2 hours. Press the return key when you are ready to begin. Do you have any idea of what to expect? You bring your finger to the return key, but instead of touching it, your hand hovers over the keyboard. You are not alone in your hesitation. Some of the 51 subjects before you exhibited varying degrees of uncertainty, too. It can be frightening to become acquainted with parts of yourself that you don't like to admit exist. Finally, you press the key. You wait, watching the blinking cursor. Your hazel eyes are wide. When the first question blooms on the screen, you flinch. Perhaps it feels strange to have someone probing intimate parts of your psyche in such a sterile setting, without disclosing why the information is so valuable. It is natural to shy away from feelings of vulnerability, but you will need to surrender to this process if it is to be successful. Remember the rules. Be open and truthful, and avoid pivoting away from any embarrassment or pain these questions provoke. If this initial query, which is relatively mild, unsettles you, then you might be one of the women who wash out of the study. Some subjects didn't return. This test isn't for everyone. You continue to stare at the question. Maybe your instincts are telling you to leave without even starting. You wouldn't be the first. But you lift your hands to the keyboard again, and you begin to type.
Chapter 3. Saturday, November 17th. As I stare at the laptop in the unnaturally quiet classroom, I feel kind of anxious. The instructions say there are no wrong answers, but won't my responses to a morality test reveal a lot about my character? The room is cold, and I wonder if that is deliberate, to keep me alert. I can almost hear phantom noises, the rustle of papers, the thud of feet against the hard floors, the jostling and joking of students. I touch the return key with my index finger and wait for the first question. Could you tell a lie without feeling guilt? I jerk back. This wasn't what I expected when Taylor mentioned the study with a dismissive flip of her hand. I guess I didn't anticipate being asked to write about myself. For some reason, I assumed this would be a multiple choice or yes or no survey. To be confronted with a question that feels so personal, as if Dr. Shields already knows too much about me, as if he knows I lied about Taylor, well, it rattles me more than a little. I give myself a mental shake and lift my fingers to the keyboard. There are many types of lies. I could write about lies of omission, or huge, life-changing ones, the kind I know too well, but I choose a safer course. Sure, I type. I'm a makeup artist, but not one of the ones you've read about. I don't work on models or movie stars. I get Upper East Side teenagers ready for prom and their moms ready for fancy benefits. I do weddings and bat mitzvahs, too. So, yeah, I could tell a high-strung mother that she could still be carded or convince an insecure 16-year-old that I didn't even notice her pimple, especially because they're more likely to give me a nice tip if I flatter them. I hit enter, not knowing if this is the kind of response the professor wants, but I guess I'm doing it right because the second question appears quickly. Describe a time in your life when you cheated. Whoa, that feels like a presumption. But maybe everyone has cheated, even if just at a game of Monopoly when they were little. I think about it a bit, then type, in the 4th grade, I cheated on a test. Sally Jenkins was the best speller in the class, and when I looked up and chewed on the pink rubbery eraser of my pencil, trying to remember if tomorrow had 1 R or 2, I caught sight of her paper. Turns out it was 2 R's. I wrote the word and mentally thanked Sally when I got an A. I press enter. Funny how those details came back to me, even though I haven't thought about Sally in years. We graduated from high school together, but I missed our last few reunions, so I have no idea how she turned out. Probably 2 or 3 kids, a part-time job, a house near her parents. That's what happened to most of the girls I grew up with. The next question hasn't materialized yet. I tap the enter key again. Nothing. I wonder if there's a glitch in the program. I'm about to go poke my head out the door to see if Ben is nearby, but then letters begin to appear on my screen, one by one, like someone is typing them in real time. Subject 52, you need to dig deeper. My body gives a sudden start. I can't help looking around. The flimsy plastic blinds on the windows are pulled up, but there isn't anyone outside on this drab, gloomy day. The lawn and sidewalk are deserted. There's another building across the way, but it's impossible to tell if anyone is in it. Logically, I know I'm alone. It just feels like someone close to me is whispering. I look back at the laptop. There's another message. Was that really your first instinctual answer? I almost gasp. How does Dr. Shields know? I abruptly push back my chair and start to stand up. Then I get how he figured it out. It must have been my hesitation before I started typing. Dr. Shields realized I rejected my initial thought and chose a safer response. I pull my chair back toward the computer and exhale slowly. Another instruction creeps across the page. Go beyond the superficial. It was crazy to think Dr. Shields could know what I'm thinking, I tell myself. Being in this room is obviously playing with my mind. It wouldn't feel as weird if other people were around. After a brief pause, the second question reappears on the screen. Describe a time in your life when you cheated. Okay, I think. You want the messy truth about my life? I can dig a little deeper. Is it cheating if you are just an accessory in the act? I write. I wait for a response, but the only movement on my screen is the blinking cursor. I continue typing. Sometimes I hook up with guys I don't know all that well, or maybe it's more like I don't want to know them all that well. Nothing. I keep going. My job has taught me to carefully evaluate people when I first meet them, but in my personal life, especially after a drink or two, I can deliberately dial back the focus. There was a bass player I met a few months ago. I went back to his place. It was obvious a woman lived there, but I didn't ask him about it. I told myself she was just a roommate. Is it wrong that I put on blinders? I press return and wonder how my confession will land. My best friend, Lizzie, knows about some of my one-night stands, but I never told her about seeing the bottles of perfume and the pink razor in the bathroom that night. She also doesn't know about their frequency. I guess I don't want her to judge me. Letter by letter, a single word forms on my computer screen. Better. For a second, I'm glad I'm getting the hang of the test. Then I realize a complete stranger is reading my confessions about my sex life. Ben seemed professional, with his crisp Oxford shirt and horn-rimmed glasses, but what do I really know about this psychiatrist and his study? Maybe it's just being called a morality and ethics survey. It could be anything. How do I know the guy is even a professor at NYU? Taylor doesn't seem like the type to verify details. She's a beautiful young woman, and maybe that's why she was invited to participate. Before I can decide what to do, the next question appears. Would you cancel plans with a friend for a better offer? My shoulders untense. This query seems completely innocuous, like something Lizzie might ask me if she were seeking advice. If Dr. Shields were planning something creepy, he wouldn't have set this whole thing up in a university classroom. Plus, he didn't ask about my sex life, I reminded myself. I'm the one who offered it up. I answer the question. Of course, because my jobs aren't regular. I have weeks when I'm swamped. I sometimes do 7 or 8 clients a day, ricocheting around Manhattan. But then I can go a few days when I only get a couple of call times. Turning away work isn't an option for me. I'm about to hit the return key when I realize Dr. Shields won't be satisfied by what I wrote. I follow his instructions and dig deeper. I got my first job in a sandwich shop when I was 15. I left college after 2 years because I couldn't take it. Even with financial aid, I had to waitress 3 nights a week and get student loans. I hated being in debt. The constant worry about whether my ATM receipt would show a negative balance, the way I'd have to sneak a sandwich to take home when I left work. I'm doing a little better now, but I don't have a cushion like my best friend Lizzie. Her parents send her a check every month. Mine are pretty broke, and my sister has special needs. So sometimes, yeah, I might need to cancel plans with a friend. I have to take care of myself financially, because when it comes down to it, I've only got myself to rely on. I stare at my final line. I wonder if I sound whiny. I hope Dr. Shields gets what I'm trying to say. My life isn't perfect, but whose is? The hand I've been dealt could be worse. I'm not used to expressing myself like this. Writing about hidden thoughts is like washing off makeup and seeing a bare face. I answer a few more, including, would you ever read a spouse's/significant other's text messages? If I thought he was cheating, I would, I type. I've never been married, though, or lived with anyone. I've only had a couple of sort of serious boyfriends, and I never had reason to doubt them. By the time I've finished the 6th question, I feel different than I have in a while. I'm keyed up, like I've had an extra cup of coffee, but I'm not jittery or anxious anymore. I'm super focused. I've completely lost track of time, too. I could have been in this classroom for 45 minutes or for twice that length. I've just finished writing about something I would never be able to tell my parents, how I secretly pay some of Becky's medical bills, when letters begin to surface on my screen again. That must be difficult for you. I read the message a second time, more slowly. I'm surprised by the comfort Dr. Shields' kind words give me. I lean back in my chair, feeling the hard metal press into the space between my shoulder blades, and try to imagine what Dr. Shields looks like. I picture him as a heavy-set man with a gray beard. He's thoughtful and compassionate. He's probably heard it all. He isn't judging me. It is difficult, I think. I blink rapidly a few times. I find myself typing, "Thank you." No one has ever wanted to know so much about me before. Most people are satisfied with the sort of superficial chatter that Dr. Shields doesn't like. Maybe the secrets I've been holding are a bigger deal than I thought, because telling Dr. Shields about them makes me feel lighter. I lean forward slightly and fiddle with the trio of silver rings on my index finger as I wait for the next question. It seems to take a few moments longer than it did for the last ones to appear. Then it does. Have you ever deeply hurt someone you care about? I almost gasp. I read it twice. I can't help glancing at the door, even though I know no one is peering in through the glass pane at the top. $500, I think. It doesn't seem like such easy money anymore. I don't want to hesitate too long. Dr. Shields will know I'm evading something. Unfortunately, yes, I type, trying to buy myself some time. I twist one of my curls around my finger, then type some more. When I first came to New York, there was this guy I liked, and a friend of mine had a crush on him too. He asked me out. I stop. Telling that story isn't a big deal. It isn't what Dr. Shields wants. I slowly backspace over the letters. I've been honest, like I agreed when I accepted the terms at the start of the study, but now I think about making something up. Dr. Shields might know if I didn't tell the truth, and I wonder, what would it feel like if I did? Sometimes I think I've hurt everyone I've ever loved. I want to type the words so badly. I imagine Dr. Shields nodding sympathetically, encouraging me to continue. Maybe if I told him what I did, he'd write something comforting again. My throat tightens. I swipe my hand across my eyes. If I had the courage, I'd start by explaining to Dr. Shields that I'd taken care of Becky all summer while my parents were at work, that I'd been pretty responsible even though I was only 13 at the time. Becky could be annoying. She was always barging into my room when I had friends over, borrowing my stuff and trying to follow me around, but I loved her. Love her, I think. I still love her. It just hurts to be around her. I still haven't written a single word when Ben knocks on the door and tells me I have 5 minutes left. I lift my hands and slowly type, yes, and I'd give anything to undo it. Before I can rethink the words, I hit the enter key. I stare at the computer screen, but Dr. Shields doesn't write anything in return. The cursor seems to throb like a heartbeat. It's mesmerizing. My eyes begin to burn. If Dr. Shields typed something to me right now, if he asked me to continue and said it was okay for me to go over my allotted time, I'd do it. I'd let it all out. I'd tell him everything. My breathing grows shallow. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting for someone to tell me to jump. I keep staring at the screen, knowing I've only got a minute or so left. The screen is still blank, except for the blinking cursor. But words suddenly begin to pulse in my mind, in time with the cursor. Tell me. Tell me. When Ben opens the door, I have trouble dragging my gaze away from the screen to nod at him. I twist around and slowly pull my coat off the back of my chair and pick up my backpack. I look at the computer one last time, but it's still blank. The minute I stand up, a wave of exhaustion envelops me. I'm completely depleted. My limbs feel heavy and fog invades my brain. All I want to do is go home and crawl under the covers with Leo. Ben stands just outside the doorway, looking down at an iPad. I catch a glimpse of Taylor's name at the top, followed by 3 female names below it. Everyone has secrets. I wonder if they'll reveal theirs. "I'll see you tomorrow at 8, Ben says as we begin to descend the stairs to the lobby. It's an effort to keep up with him. "Okay," I say. I grip the rail and focus on the steps so I don't miss one. When we reach the bottom, I pause. I have a question. Exactly what kind of survey is this?" Ben looks a little irritated. He's kind of fussy with his shiny loafers and fancy stylus. "It's a comprehensive study on morality and ethics in the 21st century. Dr. Shields is evaluating hundreds of subjects in preparation for a major academic paper." Then he looks past me toward the next woman waiting in the lobby. "Janine?" I walk outside, zipping my leather jacket. I pause, needing to get my bearings, then I turn and begin to head toward my apartment. All the people around me seem to be engaged in ordinary activities. A few women with brightly colored yoga mats enter the studio on the corner. 2 guys holding hands stroll past me. A kid zipping by on a scooter is chased by his father, who shouts, "Slow down, buddy!" 2 hours ago, I wouldn't have looked twice at any of them. But now it's disorienting to be back in the noisy, bustling world. I head to my apartment, pausing at a stoplight when I reach the corner. It's cold, and I reach into my pockets for my gloves. As I put them on, I notice the clear polish I'd applied to my fingernails only yesterday is chipped and peeling. I must have been scraping at it while thinking about whether I should answer that last question. I shiver and cross my arms over my chest. I feel like I'm coming down with a bug. I have 4 clients today, and I have no idea how I'm going to summon the energy to haul my case around the city and make small talk. I wonder if the survey will continue where it left off when I return to the classroom tomorrow, or maybe Dr. Shields will let me skip that last question and give me a new one. I turn the final corner, and my apartment building comes into view. I unlock the main door, tugging it hard behind me until I hear the latch click into place. I drag myself up the 4 flights of stairs and unlock my door, then collapse onto my futon. Leo jumps up and curls next to me. Sometimes he seems to sense when I need comfort. I adopted him almost on a whim a couple of years ago when I stopped into an animal shelter to look at the cats. He wasn't barking or whining. He was just sitting in his cage, looking at me, like he'd been waiting for me to show up. I set the alarm on my phone to ring in an hour, then rest my hand on his small, warm body. As I lie there, I begin to wonder if it was worth it. I wasn't prepared for how intense the experience would be, or how many different emotions would engulf me. I roll onto my side and close my heavy eyes, telling myself that I'll feel better once I've rested. I don't know what could happen tomorrow, what new things Dr. Shields will ask. No one is forcing me to do this, I remind myself. I could pretend I overslept. Or I could pull a Taylor and simply not show up. I don't have to go back, I think, right before I sink into oblivion. But I know I'm only lying to myself.
Chapter 4. Saturday, November 17th. You told a lie, which is an ironic entrance into a study on morality and ethics. Quite entrepreneurial, too. You were not a substitute for the 8 a.m. appointment. The original participant called to cancel at 8:40 a.m., explaining she had overslept, long after you were escorted into the testing room. Still, you were allowed to continue, because by then you had proven to be an intriguing subject. First impressions. You are young. Your license confirmed that you are 28. Your chestnut brown curls are long and a tad unruly, and you are clad in a leather jacket and jeans. You don't wear a wedding ring, but a trio of slim silver bands is stacked on your index finger. Despite your casual appearance, there's a professionalism about your manner. You did not carry a to-go coffee cup and yawn and rub your eyes like some of the other early morning subjects. You sat up straight, and you did not sneak glances at your phone between questions. What you revealed during your initial session, and what you didn't intentionally reveal, were equally valuable. A subtle theme began to emerge from your very first answer that set you apart from the 51 other young women evaluated thus far. First, you described how you could tell a lie to appease a client and secure a better tip. Then you wrote about canceling a night out with a friend, not for last-minute concert tickets or a promising date, as most of the others did. Your mind returned to the prospect of work instead. Money is vitally important to you. It appears to be an underpinning of your ethical code. When money and morality intersect, the results can illuminate intriguing truths about human character. People are motivated to break their moral compasses for a variety of primal reasons: survival, hate, love, envy, passion, and money. More observations. You put your loved ones first, as evidenced by the information you withhold from your parents to protect them. Yet you describe yourself as an accessory in an act that could destroy another relationship. It was the question you didn't answer, though, the one you struggled with as you scraped at your nails, that holds the most intrigue. This test can free you, Subject 52. Surrender to it.
Chapter 5. Saturday, November 17th. My power nap pushes away thoughts about Dr. Shields and his strange test. A cup of strong coffee helps me turn my focus onto my clients, and by the time I arrive back at my apartment after work, I almost feel like myself again. The idea of another session tomorrow doesn't seem daunting anymore. I even have the energy to tidy up, which mostly consists of gathering the clothes that are heaped on the back of a chair and hanging them in my closet. My studio is so small there isn't a single wall that's not blocked by a piece of furniture. I could afford a bigger place if I moved in with a roommate, but years ago I made the decision to live alone. My privacy is worth the trade-off. A sliver of fading late afternoon light peeks through the single window as I sit down on the edge of my futon. I reach for my checkbook, thinking that I won't dread paying my bills as much as usual with an extra $500 coming in this month. As I begin writing a check to Antonia Sullivan, it's as if Dr. Shields is in my head again. Have you ever kept a secret from someone you loved to avoid upsetting them? My pen freezes. Antonia is a private speech and occupational therapist, one of the best in Philly. The state-funded specialist who works with Becky on Tuesdays and Thursdays makes a little progress, but on the days Antonia comes, small miracles occur. An attempt to braid hair or write a sentence, a question about the book Antonia has read to her, the resurfacing of a lost memory. Antonia charges $125 an hour, but my parents think she bills them on a sliding scale, and they pay a fraction of that. I cover the rest. Today, I acknowledge the truth. If my parents knew I paid most of the bill, my father would be embarrassed, and my mother would worry. They might refuse my help. It's better that they don't have a choice. I've been paying Antonia for the past 18 months. My mother always calls to fill me in after her visits. I didn't realize how hard it was to engage in that charade until I wrote about it in this morning's session. When Dr. Shields responded that it must be difficult, it's like he gave me permission to finally admit my true feelings. I finish writing the check and stick it inside an envelope. Then I jump up and head to my refrigerator and grab a beer. I don't want to analyze the choices I make anymore tonight. I'm going to have to be back in that world soon enough. I reach for my phone and text Lizzie. Can we meet a little earlier? I walk into the lounge and scan the room, but Lizzie isn't there yet. I'm not surprised. I'm 10 minutes early. I see a pair of empty bar stools and snag them. Sanjay, the bartender, nods at me. Hey, Jess. I come here often. It's 3 blocks away from my apartment, and happy hour beers cost only $3. Sam Adams? He asks. I shake my head. Vodka cran soda, please. Happy hour prices ended nearly an hour ago. I'm halfway through my drink when Lizzie arrives, peeling off her scarf and jacket as she approaches. I pull my bag off the stool next to me. I had the weirdest thing happen today, Lizzie says as she plops down and gives me a quick, hard hug. She looks like a Midwestern farm girl, all pink cheeks and tumbling blonde hair, which is exactly what she was before she came to New York to try to break into theatrical costume design. To you? No way, I say. The last time I talked to Lizzie, she told me she'd tried to buy a homeless guy a turkey sandwich, and he'd expressed annoyance that she didn't know he was a vegan. A few weeks earlier, she'd asked someone to help her find the aisle with bath towels at Target. It turned out to be Oscar-nominated actress Michelle Williams, not an employee. She knew where they were, though, Lizzie said when she'd recounted the story. I was in Washington Square Park. Wait, are you drinking a vodka cran soda? I'll have one too, Sanjay. And how's that hot boyfriend of yours? Anyway, Jess, where was I? Oh, the bunny. It was just right there in the middle of the path, blinking up at me. A bunny? Like Thumper? Lizzie nods. He's precious. He's got these long ears and the tiniest pink nose. I think someone must have lost him. He's totally tame. He's in your apartment right now, isn't he? Only because it's so cold out, Lizzie says. I'm going to call around to all the local schools on Monday to see if any of them wants a classroom pet. Sanjay slides Lizzie's drink over, and she takes a sip. What about you? Anything interesting? For once, I had a day that could rival hers, but when I start to speak, the words on the laptop screen float before my eyes. By entering this study, you are agreeing to be bound by confidentiality. Just the usual, I say, looking down as I stir my drink. Then I dig into my bag for a few quarters and jump up. I'm going to pick out some tunes. Any requests? Rolling Stones, she says. I punch in Honky Tonk Woman for Lizzie, then I lean against the jukebox, flipping through the choices. Lizzie and I met shortly after I moved here, when we both worked backstage at the same off-Broadway play. me as a makeup artist and her as part of the costume crew. The production closed after 2 nights, but by then we'd become friends. I'm closer to her than just about anyone. I went home with her for a long weekend and met her family, and she hung out with my parents and Becky when they visited New York a few years ago. She always gives me the pickle from her plate when we eat at our favorite deli because she knows how much I love them. Just as I know that when a new Karen Slaughter book comes out, she won't leave her apartment until she's finished it. Although she certainly doesn't know everything about me, it still feels strange to not be able to share today's experience with her. A guy approaches and stands next to me, looking down at the song titles. Lizzie's song begins to play. "Stones fan, huh?" I turn to look at him. He's a B-school grad for sure, I think. I see his type every day on the subway. He's got the Wall Street vibe, with his crew-neck sweater and jeans that are a bit too crisp. His dark hair is short, and his stubble looks more like genuine 5 o'clock shadow than some sort of facial hair artistic expression. His watch is a giveaway, too. It's a Rolex, but not an antique that would signal old family money. It's a newer model that he probably bought himself, maybe with his first end-of-year bonus. Too preppy for me. "They're my boyfriend's favorite," I say. "Lucky guy." I smile at him to soften my rejection. Thanks. I select Purple Rain, then walk back to my stool. "You have Flopsy in your bathroom?" Sanjay is asking.
"I put down newspapers," Lizzie explains. "My roommate's not that happy about it, though."
Sanjay winks at me. "Another round?" Lizzie pulls out her phone and holds it up to show me and Sanjay.
"You guys want to see a picture of him?"
"Adorable," I say.
"Ooh, I just got a text,"
Lizzie says, staring down at her phone.
"Remember Katrina? She's having people over for drinks. Want to go?"
Katrina is an actress who is working with Lizzie on the new production. I haven't seen Katrina in a while, since she and I worked on a play together just before I left theater. She reached out to me over the summer, saying she wanted to get together and talk, but I never responded. "Tonight?" I ask, stalling.
"Yeah," Lizzie says. "I think Annabelle's going, and maybe Kathleen."
I like Annabelle and Kathleen, but other theater people will probably be invited, and there's one I'd prefer not to see ever again.
"Jean won't be there, don't worry,"
Lizzie says, like she can read my mind. I can tell Lizzie wants to join them. These are still her friends. Plus, she's building her resume. New York theater is a tight-knit community, and the best way to get hired is to network. She'll feel badly about going without me, though. It's like I can hear Dr. Shields' deep, soothing voice in my head again. Could you tell a lie without feeling guilt? Yes, I answer him. I say to Lizzie, "Oh, it's not that. I'm just really tired. And I have to get up early tomorrow." Then I signal to Sanjay. "Let's have one more drink, and then I need to get to bed. But you should go, Lizzie." 20 minutes later, Lizzie and I walk out the door. We're heading in opposite directions, so we hug goodbye on the sidewalk. She smells like orange blossoms. I remember helping her pick out the scent. I watch as she turns the corner, heading toward the party. Lizzie had said Jean French wouldn't be there, but it's not just him I'm avoiding. I'm not eager to reconnect with anyone from that phase of my life, even though it consumed me for the first 7 years after I moved to New York. Theater was what drew me to this city. My dream caught hold early, when I was a young girl and my mother took me to see a local production of The Wizard of Oz. Afterward, the actors came to the lobby, and I realized that all of them, Tin Man, the Cowardly Lion, the Wicked Witch, were just ordinary people. They'd been transformed by chalky face powder and freckles drawn on with an eyebrow pencil and green-tinted foundation. After I left college and moved to New York, I started at the Bobby Brown counter at Bloomingdale's while I auditioned as a makeup artist for every play I could find on Backstage.com. That's when I learned the pros carry their contour wheels, foundations, and false eyelashes in black accordion-style cases instead of duffel bags. At first, I worked sporadically on small shows, where I was sometimes paid in comp tickets, but after a couple of years, the jobs came easier, and the audiences got bigger, and I was able to quit the department store. I began to get referrals, and I even signed with an agent, albeit one who also represented a magician who performed at trade shows. That period of my life was pure exhilaration. The intense camaraderie with actors and other crew members, the triumph when the audience rose to their feet and applauded our creation. But I earn a lot more now, doing freelance makeup. And I realized long ago that not everyone's dreams are meant to come true. Still, I can't help thinking back to that time and wondering if Gene is the same. When we were introduced, he took my hand in his. His voice was deep and robust, as befitting someone who worked in the theater. He was already on his way to making it big, even though he was only in his late 30s. He got there even faster than I anticipated. The first thing he ever said to me, as I tried to keep from blushing, "You've got a great smile." The memories always come back in this order. Me, bringing him a cup of coffee and nudging him awake from his catnap in a seat in the darkened auditorium. Him showing me a playbill, fresh from the printer, and pointing out my name in the credits. The two of us alone in his office, him holding my gaze as he slowly unzipped his pants. And the last thing he ever said to me, as I tried to hold back tears, "Get home safe, okay?" Then he hailed a cab and gave the driver a 20. Does he ever think of me? I wonder. Enough, I tell myself. I need to move on. But if I go home, I know I won't be able to sleep. I'll be replaying scenes from our final night together and what I could have done differently again, or thinking about Dr. Shields' study. I look back at the bar. Then I pull open the door and stride in. I see the dark-haired banker playing darts with his friends. I walk directly up to him. He's only an inch or two taller than I am in my low boots. "Hi again," I say. "Hi?" He draws out the word, turning it into a question. "I don't really have a boyfriend. Can I buy you a beer?" "That was a quick relationship," he says, and I laugh. "Let me get the first round," he says. He hands his darts to one of his friends. "How about a fireball shot?" I suggest. As he approaches the bar, I see Sanjay look over at me, and I avert my gaze. I hope he didn't hear me when I told Lizzie I was going home. When the banker comes back with our shots, he clinks his glass to mine. "I'm Noah." I take a sip, feeling cinnamon burn my lips. I know I'll have no interest in seeing Noah again after tonight, so I say the first name that pops into my head. "I'm Taylor." I lift up the blanket and slowly ease out from under it, looking around. It takes me a second to remember I'm on the couch in Noah's apartment. We ended up here after a few more shots at another bar. When we realized we'd both skipped dinner and were starving, Noah ran out to the deli at the corner. "Don't move," he'd ordered, pouring me a glass of wine. "I'll be back in 2 minutes. I need eggs to make French toast." I must have fallen asleep almost immediately. I guess he took off my boots and covered me with a blanket instead of waking me. He also left me a note propped on the coffee table. "Hey, sleepyhead, I'll cook that French toast for you in the morning." I'm still in my jeans and top. All we did was kiss. I grab my boots and coat and tiptoe to the door. It creaks when I open it and I flinch, but I don't hear any signs of Noah stirring in his bedroom. I ease it shut slowly, then slip on my boots and hurry down his hallway. I take the elevator to the lobby, smoothing my hair and rubbing beneath my eyes to remove any smudged mascara while I descend the 19 flights. The doorman looks up from his cell phone. "Good night, miss." I give him a little salute and try to orient myself once I'm outside. The nearest subway stop is 4 blocks away. It's almost midnight, and a few people are milling around. I head for the station, digging my Metro card out of my wallet as I walk. My face stings in the cold air, and I reach up to touch a tender patch on my chin from where Noah's stubble rubbed against it when we kissed. The discomfort is somehow comforting.
Chapter 6. Sunday, November 18th. Your next session begins as your first one did. Ben meets you in the lobby and escorts you to room 214. As you climb the stairs, you ask if the format will be the same as yesterday's. He responds affirmatively, but can't provide you with much more information. He isn't permitted to share what little he knows. He has also signed a non-disclosure agreement. As before, the slim silver laptop is set up in the first row. Your instructions are visible on the screen, along with a greeting. Welcome back, Subject 52. You take off your coat and ease into the chair. Many of the other young women who have occupied this seat are almost indistinguishable, with their long, straightened hair, nervous giggles, and coltish frames. You stand out, and not only because of your unconventional beauty. Your posture is almost rigid. You remain immobile for approximately 5 seconds. Your pupils are slightly dilated, and your lips are pressed firmly together, classic symptoms of anxiety. You take a deep breath as you press the Enter key. The first question appears on the screen. You read it, then your body relaxes, and your mouth softens. You lift your eyes to the ceiling. You give a brisk nod, bend your head, and begin to type quickly. You are relieved the final query from yesterday, the one you struggled with, is not on the screen. By the third question, any remaining tension has evaporated from your body. Your guard is down. Your answers, as during the last session, do not disappoint. They are fresh, unfiltered. I didn't even leave him a note when I snuck out, you write in response to the fourth question, the one that asks, when was the last time you treated someone unfairly, and why? The survey questions are deliberately open-ended so subjects can steer them in the direction of their choosing. Most female subjects shy away from the topic of sex, at least this early in the process. But this is the second time you've explored a subject that makes many people self-conscious. You elaborate. I figured we'd sleep together and then I'd leave. That's what usually happens on nights like this. But on the way to his place, we passed a pretzel vendor, and I started to buy one because I hadn't eaten since lunch. No way, he said, pulling me away. I make the best French toast in the city. But I fell asleep on his couch when he ran out to get eggs. You are frowning now. Is this due to regret? You continue to type. I woke up around midnight, but I wasn't going to stay, and it's not just because of my dog. I guess I could have left my number, but I'm not looking for a relationship. You don't want a man to get too close to you right now. It will be interesting if you elaborate on this, and for a moment it seems as if you will. Your fingers remain poised above the keyboard. Then you give a little shake of your head, and you touch Enter to submit your answer. What else was it that you were tempted to write? When the next question appears, your fingers fly back to the computer, but you don't respond to it. Instead, you pose a query of your own to your questioner. I hope it's okay if I break the rules, but I just thought of something, you type. I didn't feel guilty when I left that guy's place. I went home, walked to Leo, and slept in my own bed. When I woke up this morning, I'd almost forgotten about him. But now I wonder if I was rude. Is it possible that this morality survey is making me more moral? The more you disclose about yourself, Subject 52, the more compelling the picture of you becomes. Out of all the subjects who have participated in this study, only one has ever directly addressed the questioner before. Subject 5. She was different from the rest in many other ways, too. Subject 5 became special and disappointing and ultimately heartbreaking.
Chapter 7. Wednesday, November 21st. Moral questions lurk everywhere. As I buy a banana and water for the bus ride home, the weary-looking cashier in the terminal kiosk gives me change for a 10 instead of a 5. A woman with pockmarked skin and crooked teeth holds a flimsy piece of cardboard that reads, "Need money for ticket home to see sick mother. God bless." The bus is crowded, as it always is right before the holidays, but the thin, long-haired man sitting across from me, puts his backpack down on the empty seat beside him, claiming the territory. I pick a seat and immediately regret my choice. The lady next to me spreads out her elbows as she reads on her Kindle, edging into my space. I pretend to stretch, then bump her arm and say, "Excuse me." As the bus driver turns on the engine and pulls out of the terminal, I think about my Sunday session with Dr. Shields again. The question I dreaded never resurfaced, but I still dug into some pretty serious stuff. I wrote about how a lot of my friends call their dads when they need to borrow money or to get advice on how to handle a difficult boss. They dial their moms when they come down with the flu or for comfort during a breakup. If things had been different, that's the kind of relationship I might have had with my parents. But my parents have enough stress. They don't need to worry about me. So I carry the burden of needing to construct a great life, not just for one daughter, but for two. Now I rest my head against the seat back and think about Dr. Shields' response. That's a lot of pressure to endure. Knowing that someone else gets it makes me feel a little less alone. I wonder if Dr. Shields is still conducting his study, or if I was one of his last subjects. I was addressed as Subject 52, but I have no idea how many other anonymous girls sat in the same uncomfortable metal chair, pecking away at the same keyboard on other days. Maybe he's talking to another one right now. My seatmate shifts, crossing the invisible boundary into my space again. It's not worth battling. I edge closer to the aisle, then reach for my phone. I scroll through some old texts looking for one from a high school classmate who was organizing an informal reunion at a local bar the night after Thanksgiving. But I scroll down too far and instead pull up the text that came in from Katrina over the summer, the one I never responded to. "Hey, Jess, can we meet for a cup of coffee or something? I was hoping we could talk." I'm pretty sure I know what she wants to talk about. I slide my finger over the screen so I don't have to see her message any longer. Then I reach for my earbuds and pull up Game of Thrones. My dad is waiting at the bus station in his beloved Eagles jacket, a green knit cap pulled down over his ears. I can see his exhalations make white puffs like cotton balls in the cold air. It has been only 4 months since I last visited, but when I glimpse him through my window, my first thought is that he appears older. The hair peeking out from beneath his cap is more salt than pepper, and his posture sags a little, like he's weary. He looks up and catches me watching him. His hand flicks away the cigarette he is sneaking. He officially quit 12 years ago, which means he no longer smokes in the house. A smile breaks across his face as I step off the bus. "Jessie," he says as he hugs me. He is the only one who calls me that. My father is big and solid, and his embrace is almost too firm. He lets go and bends down to peer in the carrier I'm holding. "Hey, little guy," he says to Leo. The driver is pulling suitcases out from the belly of the bus. I reach for mine, but my father's hand gets there first. "You hungry?" he asks like he always does. "Starving," I say, like I always do. My mom would be disappointed if I came home with a full stomach. "The Eagles are playing the Bears tomorrow," my dad says as we walk to the parking lot. "That game last week was really something." I hope my remark is flexible enough to cover a win or a loss. I forgot to check the score on the bus ride down. When we reach his old Chevy Impala, he lifts my bag into the trunk. I see him wince. His knee bothers him more on cold days. "Should I drive?" I offer. He looks almost offended, so I quickly add, "I never get to do it in the city, and I worry I'm getting rusty." "Oh, sure," he says. He flips me the keys, and I snatch them out of the air with my right hand. I know my parents' routines almost as well as I know my own, and within an hour of being home, I realize something is wrong. As soon as we pull up in front of the house, my father lifts Leo out of his carrier and offers to walk him around the block. I'm eager to get inside and see my mom and Becky, so I agree. When my dad returns, he has trouble unfastening Leo's leash. I go to help him. The smell of tobacco is so powerful I know he has snuck another cigarette. Even when he was an official smoker, he never went through 2 cigarettes in such a short time. Then, while Becky and I sit at stools in the kitchen, tearing up lettuce for a salad, My mother pours herself a glass of wine and offers me one. Sure, I say. At first, I don't think twice about this. It's the night before Thanksgiving, so it feels like a weekend. But then she pours herself a second glass while the pasta is still cooking. I watch as she stirs the tomato sauce. She's only 51, not much older than the bat mitzvah mothers, the ones who want to look young enough to get carded. She colors her hair a chestnut brown and wears a Fitbit to monitor her 10,000 daily steps, yet she appears a little deflated, like a day-old balloon that has lost some helium. As we sit at the round oak table, my mother peppers me with questions about work while my father sprinkles the grated Kraft Parmesan over the pasta. For once, I don't lie to her. I say I'm taking a little break from the theater to do freelance makeup.
What happened to the show you told me about last week, honey?
My mother asks. Her second glass of wine is almost drained by now. I can barely remember what I said. I take a bite of rigatoni before answering. It closed. But this is better. I can control my own hours. Plus, I get to meet a ton of interesting people.
Oh, that's good.
The creases in her forehead soften. Mom turns to Becky.
Maybe someday you'll move to New York and live in an apartment and get to meet interesting people.
Now I'm the one who frowns. The traumatic brain injury Becky suffered as a child didn't just affect her physically. Both her short and long-term memory are so damaged that she can never live alone. My mother has always held on to false hope, and she has encouraged Becky to do the same. It bothered me a little bit in the past, but today it seems kind of unethical. I imagine how Dr. Shields would pose the question. Is offering someone unrealistic dreams unfair, or is it a kindness? I think about how I'd explain my thoughts on the situation to him. It's not exactly wrong, I'd type, and maybe this faith is less for Becky and more for my mother. I take a sip of wine, then deliberately change the subject.
Are you guys getting excited for Florida?
They go every year, the three of them, driving down 2 days after Christmas and returning on January 2nd. They stay in the same inexpensive motel a block away from the water. The ocean is Becky's favorite place, even though she doesn't swim well enough to go in past her waist. My parents give each other a look. What? I ask.
The ocean's too cold this year,
Becky says. I catch my father's eye, and he shakes his head. We'll talk about it later. My mom stands up abruptly and clears the plates. Let me, I say. She waves her hand.
Why don't you and your father take Leo out for his walk? I'll help Becky get ready for bed.
The metal bar in the middle of the pull-out couch digs into my lower back. I flip over on the thin mattress again, trying to find a position that will coax sleep. It's nearly 1 a.m., and the house is quiet, but my mind is whirling like a washing machine, spinning around images and snatches of conversation. As soon as we'd stepped outside, my father had pulled a box of Winston's and a matchbook out of his coat pocket. He struck a match against the strip, shielding the spark from the wind with his cupped hand. It took him 3 tries to get a flame. It took me almost that long to process the news he'd just told me. A buyout? I'd finally echoed. He'd exhaled. We were strongly encouraged to take them. Those were the words on the memo. It was dark, and although we'd only walked to the corner, my hands were already tingling from the cold. I couldn't see my father's expression. Are you going to look for another job? I'd asked. I've been looking, Jessie. You'll find something soon. The words had escaped before I'd realized I was doing exactly what my mother does to Becky. I flip over on the mattress again and tuck my arm over Leo. Becky and I used to share a room, but once I moved out, Becky deserved to have the extra space. There's a mini trampoline with a safety bar and an arts and crafts table where my twin bed once stood. It's the only home she has ever known. My parents have lived in this house for nearly 30 years. It would be paid off, but they needed to refinance it to cover Becky's medical bills. I know how much they spend every month. I've gone through the bills my mother keeps in a drawer in their sideboard. My head is filled with questions again. This is the one that matters most. What's going to happen to them when the buyout money is gone? Thursday, November 22nd. Aunt Helen and Uncle Jerry host Thanksgiving every year. Their house is a lot bigger than my parents', with a dining room table that can easily seat the 10 of us. My mother always makes green bean casserole with fried onions around the edges, and Becky and I prepare the stuffing. Before we leave, Becky asks me to do her makeup. I'd love to, I tell her. She was the one I first practiced on, back when we were kids. I don't have my case with me, but Becky's coloring is so much like my own. Fair skin with a scattering of freckles, light hazel eyes, straight brows, that I dig into my personal makeup bag and set to work. What kind of look are we going for? I ask.
Selena Gomez,
Becky says. She's been a fan since Selena was on the Disney Channel. You love to challenge me, don't you? I say, and she giggles. I smooth a tinted moisturizer onto Becky's skin, thinking of what my mother had said at dinner. I stopped going to Florida with them once I moved to New York, but my mother always sends me photos of Becky collecting seashells in a bucket or laughing as the spray hits her stomach. Becky loves the non-alcoholic Pink Panther drinks with a little umbrella and extra maraschino cherries that the server brings her at my parents' favorite seafood place. My dad takes Becky to play miniature golf while my mother walks on the beach, and they all go crabbing at the end of the pier. They rarely catch any crabs, and when they do, they always throw them back. It's the one time of year when they seem to truly relax. Why don't you come visit me in New York after Christmas? I suggest. I could take you to see the giant tree. We could watch the Rockettes kick and sing, and get hot chocolate at Serendipity.
Sounds good,
Becky says, but I can tell she's a little nervous about the idea. She has come to see me in the city before, but the noises and crowds unsettle her. I add some blush to try to bring out her cheekbones, then dab a soft pink gloss on her lips. I tell her to look up as I gently apply a coat of mascara. Close your eyes, I say, and Becky smiles. She likes this part best. I reach out and take her hand, then guide her to the bathroom mirror.
I look pretty,
Becky says. I give her a big hug so she doesn't see my eyes fill. You are, I whisper. After my Aunt Helen has served the pumpkin and pecan pies, the guys head to the living room to watch the game, and the women decamp to the kitchen for cleanup. It's another ritual. I'm so full I'm going to barf, my cousin Shelley moans as she untucks her blouse. Shelley, Aunt Helen admonishes. It's your fault, Mom. The food was great. Shelley winks at me. I reach for a dish towel as Becky brings in the plates, carefully setting them down in a row on the counter. Aunt Helen redid her kitchen a few years ago, replacing the formica with granite. My mom starts to scrub the platters that Aunt Helen carries in from the dining room. My cousin Gail, Shelley's sister, is 8 months pregnant. She plops down on a chair at the kitchen table with a theatrical sigh, then drags over another chair so she can put her feet up. Somehow, Gail always manages to avoid cleanup, but for once, she has a reasonable excuse. So, tomorrow night, everyone's getting together at the Brewster, Shelley says as she scoops leftover stuffing into a Tupperware container. By everyone, she means our high school classmates who are having an informal reunion. Guess who's going to be there? She pauses. Does she really want me to start guessing? Who? I finally ask. Keith. He's separated. I can barely remember which football player he was. Shelley isn't interested in him for herself. She got married a year and a half ago. I'd bet $20 that by next year she'll be the one with her feet up. Shelley and Gail look at me expectantly. Gail is rubbing slow circles on her stomach. My phone vibrates in the pocket of my skirt. Sounds fun, I say. You're going to be our designated driver, right, Gail? Like hell, Gail says. I'm going to be in a tub reading Us Weekly. Are you dating anyone in New York? Shelley asks. My phone vibrates a second time, which it always does when I don't immediately open a text. No one serious, I say. Her tone is sugary. It must be tough to compete with all those beautiful models. Gail inherited her blonde hair and passive aggressiveness from Aunt Helen, who chimes in quickly. Don't put off having kids for too long, she says.
I bet someone is eager for grandchildren.
Usually, my mother lets Aunt Helen's digs slide, but now I can almost feel her bristle. Maybe it's because she was drinking again at dinner.
Jess is so busy with all those Broadway shows, my mom says. She's enjoying having a career before she settles down.
Whether my mom is defending me or herself with the exaggeration isn't clear. Our conversation is interrupted when Gail's husband, Phil, wanders in. "Just going to grab a few beers," he says, opening the refrigerator.
"Nice," Shelley says. "Aren't you lucky, getting to sit around and watch the game and drink while we women clean up?"
"You really want to be watching the football game, Shell?" he says. She bats her hand at him. "Get out of here, you." I'm trying to feign interest in the discussion of whether yellow is the right color palette for Gail's nursery when I give up and excuse myself. I go to the bathroom and slip my phone out of my pocket. The overly sweet aroma of the gingerbread-scented candle burning on the sink counter almost makes me gag. Across the screen is a new text from an unfamiliar number. "Excuse me if I am intruding on your holiday. This is Dr. Shields. Are you in town this weekend? If so, I would like to schedule another session with you. Let me know your availability." I read the text twice. I can't believe Dr. Shields has reached out to me directly. I thought the study was only a 2-part thing, but maybe I misunderstood. If Dr. Shields wants me for more sessions, it could mean a lot more money. I wonder if Dr. Shields texted because Ben has the day off. It is Thanksgiving, after all. Maybe Dr. Shields is in his home office, getting in a bit of work while his wife bastes the turkey and his grandkids set the table. He could be so committed to his job that he finds it hard to turn off, kind of like the way I'm beginning to find it difficult to stop thinking about moral issues. A lot of the young women doing this survey would probably love the chance to go back for more sessions. I wonder why Dr. Shields chose me. My bus ticket back to the city is for Sunday morning. My parents would be disappointed if I left early, even if I told them it was for a big job. I don't reply yet. Instead, I tuck the phone back in my pocket and open the bathroom door. Phil is standing there. "Sorry," I say, and try to squeeze past him in the narrow hallway. I can smell the beer on his breath when he leans closer to me. Phil went to high school with us, too. He and Gail have been together since he was in 12th grade and she was in 10th. "I heard Shelley wants to set you up with Keith," he says. I give a little laugh, wishing he'd move aside and stop blocking my path. "I'm not really interested in Keith," I say. "Yeah?" He leans closer. "You're too good for him." Thanks," I say. "You know, I always had a thing for you." I freeze. His eyes lock onto mine. His wife is 8 months pregnant. What is he doing?
"Phil?"
Gail calls from the kitchen. Her words shatter the silence.
"I'm tired. We need to get going."
He finally steps aside, and I hurry past him, hugging the wall. "See you tomorrow, Jess," he says, just before he shuts the bathroom door. I pause at the end of the hallway. My wool sweater suddenly feels itchy, and I can't get enough air into my lungs. I don't know if it's from the pungent candle or Phil's flirtation. The feeling isn't unfamiliar. It's why I left home years ago. I make my way to the back porch. As I stand outside and gulp in the cold air, my fingers reach into my pocket and feel for the smooth plastic encasing my phone. My parents are going to run out of money eventually. I should stockpile as much of it as I can now. And if I turn Dr. Shields down, maybe he'll find another subject, one with more flexibility. Even I recognize that I'm coming up with too many rationalizations. I pull out my phone and respond to Dr. Shields. Anytime Saturday or Sunday works great for me. Almost immediately, I see the 3 dots that mean he is writing a response. A moment later, I read it. "Wonderful. You are confirmed for noon on Saturday. Same location."
Chapter 8. Saturday, November 24th. You have no idea how eagerly your 3rd session has been anticipated, Subject 52. You look as lovely as ever, but your manner is subdued. After you enter room 214, you slowly slip out of your coat and place it on the back of your chair. It hangs unevenly, but you don't adjust it. You sit down heavily and hesitate before you touch the enter key to begin. Were you lonely on Thanksgiving, too? Once the first query appears and you open your thoughts, your true nature asserts itself and you grow more animated. You are learning to enjoy the process, aren't you? When the fourth question emerges, your fingers move across the keyboard swiftly. Your posture is excellent. You do not fidget. This all indicates that you have especially strong and clear feelings on this particular subject. You see your friend's fiancé kiss another woman a week before the wedding. Do you tell her? What I'd do is this, you type. I'd confront him and say that he has 24 hours to confess, or I'll tell her myself. It would be one thing if he were with his buddies at a bachelor party at a strip club and he put a 20 in a G-string. A lot of guys do that sort of stuff for show. But outside of a situation like that, there isn't any excuse. I couldn't look the other way and pretend I didn't see it, because if a guy cheats once, you know he's going to do it again. After you write those words, you stop typing, hit enter, and wait for the next question. It doesn't immediately appear. A minute passes. Is everything okay? You type. Another minute passes. A response is crafted. Just a moment, please. You look puzzled, but you nod. Your answer is absolute. It seems you believe humans are incapable of reshaping their innate natures, even when their urges lead to pain and destruction. Your furrowed brow and slightly narrowed eyes illustrate the depth of your convictions. Because if a guy cheats once, you know he's going to do it again. You are waiting for the next question, but it isn't forthcoming. Your responses have formed an unexpected connection. When linked together, they create an epiphany. The vital lines in your previous answers are reviewed. I'm not looking for a serious relationship. You typed this in your second session. You twist around and peer at the clock on the wall behind you. Then you look toward the door. From every angle, you are enchanting. I hope it's okay if I break the rules. You wrote these words before you confided that this study is reshaping your relationship with your own morality. You fiddle with the silver stacking rings on your index finger as you frown at the computer screen. This is one of your habits when you are being thoughtful or experiencing anxiety. I really need money, you wrote in your first session. Something extraordinary is occurring. It is as though you are now guiding the study into a different realm. You, the young woman who wasn't supposed to be a part of it at all. You are presented with 2 more questions. They are out of sequence, but you won't know this. You reply to them both confidently, flawlessly. The final query you will receive today is one no other subject will ever see. It has been developed expressly for you. When it appears, your eyes widen as they fly across the screen. Answer it one way, and you will walk out of this room, and you won't return. But if you answer it another way, the possibilities are endless. You could become a pioneer in the field of psychological research. It is a gamble, posing this query. You are worth the risk. You don't reply immediately. You push back your chair and stand up. Then you disappear. Your footsteps rap against the linoleum floor. You briefly come into view, then you vanish again. You are pacing. Now the roles have been upended. You are the one causing a delay. You are also the one who will decide whether this study will undergo a metamorphosis. You return to your seat and lean forward. Your eyes flit across the screen as you read the question once more. Would you consider expanding your participation in this study? The compensation would be significantly higher, but significantly more would be asked of you. Slowly, you lift your hands and begin to type. I'll do it.
Chapter 9. Saturday, November 24th. Everything started off the same for my third session. Ben waiting in the lobby in a navy V-neck sweater, the empty classroom, a laptop on a desk in the first row, the words, "Welcome back, Subject 52, floating on the screen. I was almost looking forward to answering Dr. Shields' questions this afternoon. Maybe it was the possibility of unloading my tangled feelings after my visit home. But toward the end of the session, things got weird. Right after I answered the question about a guy cheating on his fiancée, there was this long pause, and the tone of the queries changed. I can't say exactly how, the next two just felt different. I'd come to expect writing about things I could relate to, or experiences I'd had. Those final questions seemed like the big, philosophical type you'd get on a civics exam. They required some thought to answer, but I didn't have to dig deep into painful memories, like Dr. Shields often wants me to. Should a punishment always fit the crime? And then, do victims have the right to take retribution into their own hands? Right before I left, I had to wrestle with the decision of whether to take the study to the next level. Significantly more would be asked of you, Dr. Shields wrote. It sounded kind of ominous. What did Dr. Shields mean? I tried to ask him. His reply appeared on my computer screen, just like his questions always do. He simply wrote that he'd explain next Wednesday if I could meet him in person. I finally decided the extra money was too tempting to turn down. Still, as I head home, I can't stop wondering what he has planned. I'm not going to be stupid about all of this, I tell myself, as I fasten Leo's leash and head toward the 6BC Botanical Garden. It's one of my favorite neighborhood walks in Alphabet City, and a good place to think. Dr. Shields wants to meet me in person. He gave me a different address than the NYU classroom, though. He told me to come to a place on East 62nd Street. I don't know if it's his office or his apartment, or something else entirely. Leo pulls sharply on his leash, jerking me toward his favorite tree. I realize I've just been standing there. I see a neighbor approach with her toy poodle. I quickly lift my phone to my ear and pretend to be involved in a conversation as she passes. I can't engage in a casual conversation with her now. There are always stories about young women in the city who get lured into dangerous situations. I pass their faces on the cover of the New York Post and receive alerts on my phone when there's a violent crime in my borough. It's not like I don't take calculated risks. I walk into unfamiliar homes and locations every day for my job, and I've gone home with guys I've barely met. But this feels different. I haven't told anyone about this study. Dr. Shields designed it that way. He knows an awful lot about me, yet I know virtually nothing about him. Maybe, though, there's a way I can find out. We've just made it to the garden, but I give Leo a gentle tug, and we head back to the apartment, my stride quicker than it was at the beginning of the walk. It's time to turn the tables. Now I'm going to do some probing of my own. I pop the cap off a Sam Adams, reach for my MacBook, and sit down on my futon. Although I don't know his first name, it should be easy enough to narrow down the various Dr. Shieldses in New York City by adding research and psychiatry as Google search terms. Immediately, dozens of hits appear. The first one that comes up is a professional article about ethical ambiguity in familial relationships. So that part of his story fits. I move my mouse toward the images link. I need to see a picture of the man who knows everything from where I live to the details of my last sexual encounter. I hesitate before clicking on it. I have imagined Dr. Shields as I want him to be, wise and grandfatherly, with kind eyes. That image is so concrete, it's hard to envision him any other way. But the truth is, I was projecting onto a blank canvas. He could be anyone. I click the mouse. Then I recoil and suck in my breath. My immediate thought is that I've made a mistake. Images bloom across my screen, filling it like a mosaic. My eyes barely alight on one before another photograph pulls my gaze away, then another. I read the captions to double-check, then I gape at the biggest image on the screen. Dr. Shields is nothing like the portly professor I've imagined. Dr. Shields, Dr. Lydia Shields, is one of the most strikingly beautiful women I've ever seen. I lean forward, drinking in her long strawberry blonde hair and creamy skin. She's maybe in her late 30s. There's a cool elegance to her chiseled features. It's difficult to look away from her light blue eyes. They're mesmerizing. Even through a picture, it feels like they see me. I don't know why I assumed she was male. Thinking back, I realize Ben only called her Dr. Shields. The way I incorrectly pictured her probably says something about me. I finally click on an image, a full-length one. She stands on a stage, holding a microphone with her left hand. She appears to be wearing a diamond wedding band. Her silky blouse is paired with a fitted skirt and heels so high I can't imagine standing in them even for the duration of a walk to the stage, let alone for a speech. Her neck is long and graceful, and no amount of contouring can create the kind of cheekbones she possesses. She looks like the type of woman who lives in a very different world from the one I inhabit, scrambling for jobs and flattering customers to get a bigger tip. I believed I knew the person I was writing to, a thoughtful, compassionate man. But learning Dr. Shields is a woman causes me to rethink all of the questions, and all of my answers. What does this flawless-looking woman think about my messy life? My cheeks grow warm as I remember casually describing lap dances and G-strings at a bachelor party when I answered the question about what I'd do if I saw a friend's fiancé kiss another woman. My grammar wasn't always perfect when I wrote my answers, and I didn't phrase things carefully. Yet she was kind to me. She pushed me to reveal things I never talk about, and she comforted me. She wasn't repelled by anything I confessed. She invited me back. She wants to meet me, I remind myself. I zoom in on the photograph, noticing for the first time that Dr. Shields is smiling slightly as she holds the microphone to her lips. I'm still a little nervous about Wednesday's appointment, but for different reasons now. I guess I don't want to disappoint her when we meet. I start to close my laptop. Then I move my mouse back to click on the news link of my Google search. I grab my phone and begin typing notes. I write down her office address, which matches the location where she suggested we meet on Wednesday, the title of a book she wrote, and her alma mater, Yale University. I can't let the fact that Dr. Shields is a woman change my original plan. She is paying me an awful lot of money, and I still have no idea why or what for. And sometimes the people who seem the most accomplished and together are the ones who can hurt you the deepest. Monday, November 26th. Her photos didn't lie, which is fitting given her research study rules about telling the truth. It was easy to find Dr. Shields's NYU class schedule online. It was one of the first things that popped up in my search. She teaches a single seminar a week, on Mondays from 5 to 7 p.m. Her classroom is just down the hall from room 214. It's so different here today, with the hallways filled with noise and activity. Dr. Shields adjusts her taupe wrap around her shoulders, untucking her glossy hair from beneath the folds as she walks down the corridor. I'm in a baseball cap and jeans, like a lot of the students milling around. I hold my breath as she draws closer. I've positioned myself behind two girls chatting animatedly, but Dr. Shields is about to stride past them. Right before she does, I duck into a bathroom. I poke my head out a few seconds later. She is continuing down the hallway toward the stairwell. I let her get a dozen steps ahead of me, Then I trail her out the door. I catch the faintest scent of something clean and spicy. It's impossible to take my eyes off her. It's as if she is gliding through the streets in a protective bubble, where the elements can't tousle her hair or snag her stockings or scuff her heels. A few men turn around to get a second look at her, and a UPS guy steering a heavy-looking cart twists it out of her path. The sidewalk is crowded with commuters and shoppers, but she never needs to slow her pace. She turns onto Prince Street and proceeds past a row of designer boutiques that sell $300 cashmere hoodies and cosmetics in cases that look like jewels. She doesn't glance in any of the windows. Unlike the people around her, she isn't on a cell phone or listening to music or distracted by her surroundings. She continues to a little French restaurant farther down the block, then pulls open the door and disappears inside. I stand there, unsure of what to do. I want to get another glimpse of her, since I only saw her face fleetingly, but it would be too weird to wait outside the whole time she eats dinner. I'm about to leave when I see the maitre d' has led her to a seat by the window. She is only a dozen feet away from me. If she turns her head slightly and looks up, our eyes will meet. I quickly shift to my left, pretending to read the menu displayed behind glass to one side of the entrance. I can still see her out of the corner of my eye. The waiter approaches Dr. Shields and hands her a menu. I glance back at the one in front of me. If I could afford this kind of place, I'd choose the filet mignon with the béarnaise sauce and frites. But I bet Dr. Shields orders the broiled swordfish au niçoise. She chats briefly with the waiter, then hands him her menu. Her skin is so pale that in the candlelight, her profile appears celestial. I'm reminded of the gorgeous items in the procession of storefront windows we passed earlier. It seems right that she should also be displayed here for others to admire. It's growing darker outside now, and my fingertips are beginning to feel numb, but I'm not ready to go just yet. She has asked me all these questions, but now I am the one brimming with queries for her. The most pressing one? Why do you care so much about the choices people like me make? The waiter returns with a glass of wine. Dr. Shields takes a sip, and I notice the burgundy color is almost a perfect match for the nail polish that adorns her long, tapered fingers. She smiles and nods at the waiter, but after he leaves, she touches a fingertip to the corner of her eye. She could have an itch, or be brushing away a tiny fiber from her wrap. It is also the gesture someone makes to wipe away a tear. She lifts her wine glass again, this time taking a much deeper drink. I definitely saw a wedding band in the photo when she was holding a microphone, but her left hand is tucked in her lap, and I can't tell if she's still wearing a ring. I'd intended to stick around to see if I'd guessed right about what Dr. Shields ordered, but now I put in my earbuds and begin to walk east toward my apartment. Even though I've given a lot of intimate information about myself to Dr. Shields, it was voluntary. She has no idea I've been watching her in such a vulnerable moment. I feel like I've gone too far, like I've crossed a line. The seat opposite her will remain empty tonight. The waiter removed the extra silverware and plate right after Dr. Shields handed him her menu. At a table for two in a romantic restaurant, Dr. Shields is completely alone.
Chapter 10. Wednesday, November 28th. You enter the white brick building on East 62nd Street and take the elevator to the third floor, as instructed. You press a buzzer to be admitted into the office, and you are welcomed inside. You introduce yourself and offer your hand. Your grip is firm, and your palm feels cool. Most people are intrigued by someone they've communicated with but have never met. They take a little time to reconcile the vision they may have created with the one standing before them. Yet you make only perfunctory eye contact before you scan the room. Have you undertaken some research of your own? Well done, Subject 52. You are taller than presumed, perhaps 5'6", but otherwise there are no surprises. You unwrap the fringed blue scarf looped around your neck and smooth your hair. which is heavy with loose brown curls. Then you remove your coat, revealing a gray V-neck sweater and green cargo pants. You've added subtle touches to your outfit. Your pants are rolled up to mid-calf length, just above your leather ankle boots. Your sweater is tucked in at the front to display a red woven belt. The ensemble should be a disaster, with the commingling of clashing colors and assorted fabrics. Yet it looks like something that could be featured on a fashion blog. You are invited to sit down. Where you choose to position yourself will be informative. The seating area contains 2 leather wingback chairs and a love seat. Most people select the love seat. Those who don't are typically men, because subconsciously it allows them to feel authoritative in a vulnerable environment. The general rule is that clients who select a wingback are uncomfortable about being here. You bypass the love seat and settle yourself in a chair, even though you exhibit no discomfort. This is pleasing, and not completely unexpected. The chair places you opposite the psychiatrist, directly at eye level. You look around again, taking an unhurried moment to orient yourself. The practitioner's office must make clients feel welcome, protected, and safe. If the environment is not harmonious, a client may find it more difficult to achieve a sense of ease, and therapeutic goals will prove more challenging. Your eyes skim across the painting of steel blue ocean waves, then past the fresh-cut camellias with crisp green stems wrapped inside an oval vase. Your gaze lingers on the books lining the shelves behind the desk. You are sharp. You take in details. Perhaps you have even noticed the first rule of therapy. The clinician must remain somewhat of a blank slate. The items in the office that have drawn your eye cannot be identifiably personal. There are no family photographs, nothing controversial such as an item that identifies political leanings or social causes, and nothing ostentatious such as an Hermès logo on a couch pillow. A second rule of therapy: do not judge your clients. The clinician's role is to listen, to guide, to excavate the hidden truths of a patient's life. The third rule is to allow the client to direct the initial course of the conversation, so the session is generally opened with a variation of "What brings you here today?" But this is not a therapy session, so this particular rule is broken. Instead, you are thanked for your participation. "Dr. Shields," you say, "before we begin, can I ask a few questions?" Some people stumble, not knowing what form of address to use. You seem to understand the protocol instinctively. Despite the intimate revelations you have shared, boundaries need to be maintained. For now. Eventually, the other 2 professional rules, as well as many more, will be broken for you. You continue. "You said you'd explain about expanding my participation in your study. What does that mean?" "The project you have become engaged in is about to evolve from an academic exercise into a real-life exploration on morality and ethics," you are told. Your eyes widen. With apprehension? "The scenarios will be perfectly safe," you are assured. "You will be in complete control and can back out at any time." This appears to placate you. You are reminded that the compensation is significantly higher. This accomplishes the goal of further enticing you. "How much higher?" you ask. You are trying to move ahead too quickly, but this trial cannot be rushed. Trust must first be secured. It is explained to you that a baseline must be established as the next step. You will be asked foundational questions. If you agree to proceed, they will begin immediately. "Sure," you say. "Fire away." Your tone is nonchalant, but your hands slowly begin twisting together. In response to the prompts, you describe your childhood in suburban Philadelphia, your younger sister with the traumatic brain injury and resulting cognitive and physical challenges, and your hard-working parents. You segue into your move to New York. Your eyes soften as you mention the little shelter dog you adopted. Then you talk about selling cosmetics at Bloomingdale's. You break eye contact and hesitate. I like your nail polish. Deflection. This is a tactic you've not exhibited before. I could never wear burgundy, but it looks great on you. Flattery. Common in therapy when a client is trying to be evasive. Clinicians are trained to avoid making judgments about their patients. They simply listen for clues that will reveal what the client already knows, even if only subconsciously. However, you are not in this office to explore your feelings or to delve into unresolved issues with your mother. You will not pay for this session, even though others who sit in your chair are charged $425 per hour. Instead, you will be compensated very generously. Everyone has a price. Yours has yet to be determined. You are staring at the therapist. The carefully constructed facade is working. It is all you see. It's all you will ever see. However, you will be stripped bare. You will need to summon skills and strength you may not have known you possessed in the coming weeks. But you appear up to the challenge. You are here against all odds. You snuck into the study without being issued an invitation. You didn't share the same profile as the other women who were being evaluated. The original study has been indefinitely suspended. You, Subject 52, are now my sole focus.
Chapter 11. Friday, November 30th. Dr. Lydia Shields's silvery voice is a perfect match for her sleek exterior. I perch on the love seat in her office during my second in-person session. Like the first one a few days ago, all I've done is talk about myself. As I lean against the armrest, I continue peeling back the layers of lies I've told my parents. If they knew I gave up on my dream of working in theater, it would be like they'd have to give up on theirs. I've never been to see a psychiatrist before, but this seems like a traditional therapy session. A part of me can't help but wonder, why is she the one who is paying me? But after a few minutes, I'm not aware of anything other than the woman across from me and the secrets I'm sharing with her. Dr. Shields looks at me so carefully when I speak. She waits a few moments before responding, as if she is rolling my words over in her mind, absorbing them thoroughly before choosing how to reply. Beside her, on a small end table, is the legal pad she occasionally reaches for to jot down notes. She uses her left hand to write, and she isn't wearing a wedding ring. I wonder if she is divorced, or maybe a widow. I try to imagine what she is jotting down. On her desk rests a single manila folder with typed letters on the tab. I'm too far away to read the words. It could be my name, though. Sometimes after I answer one of her questions, she pushes me to tell more. Other times, she offers insights so kind, I'm almost brought to tears. In such a short period, I already feel understood by her in a way I never have by anyone before. Do you think I'm wrong to deceive my parents? I ask now. Dr. Shields uncrosses her legs and rises from her cream-colored chair. She takes 2 steps toward me, and I feel my body tense. For a brief moment, I wonder if she plans to sit beside me, but she merely walks past. I twist my head and watch her lean down and grasp a handle at the bottom of one of her white wood bookshelves. She pulls it open and reaches into a built-in mini refrigerator. She takes out 2 small bottles of Perrier and offers me one. Sure, I say. Thanks. I didn't think I was thirsty, but when I watch Dr. Shields tilt back her head and take a sip, I find my arm rising, and I do the same. The glass bottle is comfortably substantial, and I'm surprised by how good the crisp, bubbly liquid tastes. She crosses one leg over the other, and I straighten up a bit, realizing I'm slumping. "Your parents want you to be happy," Dr. Shields says. "All loving parents do." I nod and suddenly wonder if she has a child of her own. Unlike a wedding ring, there's no physical symbol you can wear to show the world that you're a mother. "I know they love me," I say. "It's just, they are accomplices in your fabrications," Dr. Shields says. As soon as Dr. Shields speaks those words, I recognize the truth. Dr. Shields is right. My parents have practically encouraged me to lie. She seems to realize I need a beat to take in the revelation. She keeps her eyes on me, and it feels almost protective, like she's trying to assess how her proclamation has landed. The silence between us doesn't feel awkward or heavy. "I never thought of it that way," I finally say. "But you're right." I take the last sip of my Perrier, then carefully set the bottle down on the coffee table. "I think I have all I need for today," Dr. Shields says. She stands, and I do the same. She walks over to her glass-topped desk, which holds a small clock, a slim laptop, and the manila folder. As Dr. Shields slides open her desk's single drawer, she asks, "Any special plans for the weekend?" "Not much. I'm taking my friend Lizzie out for her birthday tonight," I say. Dr. Shields removes her checkbook and a pen. We've had 2 90-minute sessions this week, but I don't know how much I'll be getting. "Oh, is she the one whose parents still give her an allowance?" Dr. Shields asks. The term allowance takes me by surprise. I can't see Dr. Shields' expression, since her head is bent as she fills out the check, but her tone is mild. It doesn't seem like a criticism. Besides, it's the truth. "I guess that's one way to describe her," I say, as Dr. Shields tears off the check and hands it to me. At the exact same moment, we both say, "Thank you." Then we laugh in unison, too. "Are you available Tuesday? Same time?" Dr. Shields asks. I nod. I'm dying to look at the amount on the check, but I feel like that would be tacky. I fold it and slip it into my bag. "And I have a little something extra for you," Dr. Shields says. She reaches for her leather Prada purse and extracts a tiny package wrapped in silver paper. "Why don't you open it?" Usually I tear into gifts, but today I pull an edge of the little ribbon to unravel the bow, then slip my index finger under the tape, trying to be as neat as possible. The Chanel box looks sleek and glossy. Inside is a bottle of burgundy nail polish. My head jerks up, and I look into Dr. Shields' eyes. Then I glance at her fingertips. "Try it, Jessica," she says. "I think it will look nice on you." The second I'm in the elevator, I reach for the check. $600, she has written in graceful cursive. She's paying me $200 an hour, even more than she did for the computer surveys. I wonder if Dr. Shields will need me enough in the next month that I'll be able to surprise my family with a trip to Florida. Or maybe it'll be better to save the money in case my father can't land a decent job before they use up the buyout fund. I tuck the check into my wallet and see the Chanel box in my bag. I know from my stint at the Bloomingdale's makeup counter that the nail polish costs close to $30. I was planning to just take Lizzie out for drinks for her birthday, but she'd probably love this polish. "Try it," Dr. Shields had said. I run my fingers over the elegant letters on the ebony box. My best friend's parents are well off enough to send her a monthly stipend. Lizzie is so unassuming I didn't realize until I went home with her for a weekend that her family's little farm is composed of a couple hundred acres. She can afford her own nail polish, even the fancy brands, I think to myself. I deserve this. I walk into the lounge a few hours later to meet Lizzie. Sanjay looks up from slicing lemons and beckons me over. "That guy you left with the other night came in looking for you," he says. Well, he actually was looking for a girl named Taylor, but I knew he meant you. He rummages through a big beer mug next to the cash register that's stuffed with pens and business cards and a pack of Camel Lights. He pulls out a business card. "Breakfast all day," it says across the top. Underneath is an illustration of a smiley face. 2 sunny-side-up eggs serve as the eyes and a strip of bacon as the mouth. At the bottom is Noah's name and number. I frown. Is he a cook? Sanjay gives me a mock stern look. "Did you talk at all?" "Not about his profession," I shoot back. "He seemed cool," Sanjay says. "He's opening a little restaurant a few blocks away." I flip over the card and see the message. "Taylor, good for 1 free French toast. Call to redeem." Lizzie comes through the door just then. I jump off my stool and give her a hug. "Happy birthday," I say, palming the card so she doesn't see it. She pulls off her jacket, and I catch a whiff of the new leather smell. It looks a lot like the one I wear, which Lizzie has always admired, but I got mine at a thrift store. When I go to touch the fur collar, I see the label, Barney's, New York. "It's faux fur," Lizzie assures me, and I wonder what she read in my expression. "My parents gave it to me for my birthday." "It's gorgeous," I say. Lizzie lays it across her lap as she settles onto a stool next to me. I order us vodka cran sodas, and she asks, "How was your Thanksgiving?" The holiday seems like a lifetime ago. "Oh, the usual. Too much pie and football. Tell me about yours." "It was awesome," she says. "Everyone flew in, and we played a giant game of charades. The little kids were hilarious. Can you believe I've got 5 nieces and nephews now? My dad—" Lizzie cuts herself off as Sanjay slides the drinks over, and I reach for mine. "You never wear nail polish," Lizzie exclaims. "Pretty color." I look down at my fingers. My skin is darker than Dr. Shields's, and my fingers are shorter. Instead of elegant, the color looks edgy on me. But she is right. It is flattering. "Thanks. I wasn't sure if I could pull it off." We chat through another 2 drinks, then Lizzie touches my arm. "Hey, can I borrow you Tuesday afternoon to do my makeup? I need an updated headshot." "Oh, I've got a sesh—" I cut myself off. "A job, way uptown." During our first in-person meeting, Dr. Shields had me sign another, more detailed confidentiality agreement. I can't even mention her name to Lizzie. "No prob. I'll figure it out," Lizzie says cheerfully. "Hey, should we get nachos?" I nod and give the order to Sanjay. I feel bad that I can't help Lizzie. And it feels strange to hide things from her, because she's the person who knows me best. But maybe she doesn't any longer.
Chapter 12. Tuesday, December 4th. You were unsure of the burgundy nail polish, but you wear it today. This is evidence of your growing trust. You also select the love seat again. At first you lean back and fold your arms behind your head. Your body language signals your increasing openness. You don't believe you are ready for what will happen next, but you are. You have been groomed for this, your emotional stamina stretched, similar to how a methodically planned increase in endurance prepares a runner for a marathon. A few perfunctory warm-up questions about your weekend are asked. And then, in order for us to move forward, we need to go back. When those words are spoken, you abruptly adjust your position, pulling your arms down and crossing them over your body. Classic protective posturing. You must already sense what lies ahead. It is time for this final barrier to come down. The question you shied away from during your very first computer session in room 214 is presented once more, this time verbally, with a gentle but firm inflection. Jessica, have you ever deeply hurt someone you care about? You curl into yourself and look down at your feet, shielding your face. The silence is permitted to linger. Then, tell me. Your head jerks up. Your eyes are wide. You suddenly look much younger than 28. It is as if a glimpse of your 13-year-old self briefly emerges. That is the age when everything changed for you. Every lifetime contains pivot points, sometimes flukes of destiny, sometimes seemingly preordained, that shape and eventually cement one's path. These moments, as unique to each individual as strands of DNA, can at their best cause the sensation of a catapult into the shimmer of stars. At the opposite extreme, they can feel like a descent into quicksand. The day you were watching your younger sister, the day she fell from a second-story window, was perhaps the most elemental demarcation for you thus far. As you describe running toward her limp figure on the asphalt driveway, tears stream down your face. You begin to hyperventilate, gulping air between your words. Your body is retreating with your mind into this emotional chasm. You release one more anguished sentence, "It was all my fault," before you succumb to violent trembling. When the warm cashmere wrap is gently tucked around you and smoothed over your shoulders, it has the desired calming effect. You take in a shuddering breath. You are told what you need to hear. It was not your fault. There is more for you to share, but this is enough for today. You are nearing exhaustion. You are rewarded through words of praise. Not everyone is brave enough to face their demons. You absently stroke the taupe-colored wool draped across your shoulders as you listen. This is self-soothing, a signal that you are now in the recovery phase. A new, gentler conversational rhythm eases you into safer terrain. When your breathing has steadied and your cheeks are no longer flushed, you are given subtle clues that the session will soon end. "Thank you," you are told. Then, a small reward. "It's so chilly out. Why don't you keep the wrap?" You are walked to the door, and when you leave, you feel the brief pressure of a hand squeezing your shoulder. The gesture is one that conveys comfort. It is also used to express approval. As you exit the building, you are visible from 3 stories above. You hesitate on the sidewalk, then you reach for the wrap and loop it so that it hangs like a scarf, flipping one end over your shoulder. Though you have physically departed, you linger in the office for the rest of the day, through the final client scheduled for 20 minutes after your departure. Maintaining focus to assist him on reining in a gambling addiction is more of a challenge than usual. You are still there as the taxi weaves through congested midtown traffic, and in Dean and DeLuca while the cashier rings up a single medallion of beef tenderloin and 7 spears of white asparagus. You don't award confidences easily, yet you yearn for the relief that comes with the release of a secret. Presenting an unremarkable facade to the outside world is the norm. Superficial conversations comprise the majority of social encounters. When an individual trusts another sufficiently to expose the true self, the deepest fears, the hidden desires, a powerful intimacy is born. You invited me in today, Jessica. Your secret will be kept in confidence, if all goes well. The front door to the townhouse is unlocked, and the bag from Dean and DeLuca deposited on the white marbled kitchen counter. Then the new ecru cashmere wrap that was purchased only hours before your session today is removed from its bag and placed on a side shelf in the coat closet. It is identical to the one you are now wearing.
Chapter 13. Tuesday, December 4th. The air is sharp and gray. During the short time I've been in Dr. Shields' office, the sun has dropped beneath the skyline. I should have worn my heavy peacoat rather than my thinner leather jacket, but Dr. Shields' wrap keeps my chest and neck cozy. The wool holds a faint scent of the clean and spicy fragrance I now associate with Dr. Shields. I inhale deeply, and it prickles my nose. I stand on the sidewalk, at a loss about what to do. I feel drained, but if I go home, I doubt I'll be able to relax. I don't want to be alone, yet calling Lizzie or another friend to meet for dinner or a drink has no appeal. Even before I realize I've made a decision, my feet begin to move, taking me toward the subway. I ride the 6 train to Astor Place, then exit the station and turn west on Prince Street. I pass by the shop windows displaying designer sunglasses and cosmetics in jewel-like cases. Then I arrive at the French restaurant. This time, I go in. It's still early, so it is fairly empty. Just one couple occupies a booth near the back. The maitre d' takes my jacket, but I hold on to the wrap. He then asks, "Table for one? Or would you prefer the bar?" "Actually, how about that table near the window?" When he leads me to it, I select the chair Dr. Shields used when I followed her last week. The wine list is a thick, heavy document. There are nearly a dozen options for glasses of red wine alone. "This one, please," I tell the waiter, pointing to the second cheapest. It's $21 a glass, which means dinner tonight will be a peanut butter sandwich at home. I never would have found this restaurant if it hadn't been for Dr. Shields, but it is exactly what I need. It's hushed and elegant without being stuffy. The dark wood walls and velvet-topped chairs are comfortably substantial. It's a safe place to be anonymous, but not alone. The waiter approaches. He's wearing a dark suit and balancing my glass of wine on a tray. "Your Volnay, miss," he says, setting it down before me. I realize he's waiting for me to approve of it. I take a small sip and nod like Dr. Shields did. The burgundy liquid is a perfect match for my nail polish. When he leaves, I glance out the window, watching people pass by. The wine warms my throat and isn't overly sweet like the stuff my mom drinks. It tastes surprisingly good. My shoulders relax as I lean back into the soft leather of my seat. Dr. Shields finally knows the story I haven't even shared with Lizzie. It was my deliberate negligence that ruined the lives of everyone in my family. As I sat on Dr. Shields' love seat and stared at the soothing blue waves in the painting on her wall, I described how I was supposed to watch Becky that summer while my parents went to work. It was late on that August afternoon when I decided to go to the corner market, the one that sold penny candy and 17 magazine. The new issue had recently come out. Julia Stiles was on the cover. I was tired of Becky. I needed a break from my 7-year-old sister. It was a long, hot day toward the end of a long, hot month. In the past few hours alone, we'd run through the sprinklers and made ice pops by pouring lemonade into ice cube trays and sticking in toothpicks. We'd caught bugs in the backyard and made homes for them in an old Tupperware container. And still, my parents weren't due back from work for a couple of hours. "I'm bored," Becky had whined as I'd tweezed my eyebrows in the bathroom mirror. I was worried I had overplucked the right one and now wore an awkward, quizzical expression. "Go play with your dollhouse," I said as I turned my attention to my left brow. I was 13 and newly concerned about my appearance. "I don't want to." The house was warm since we only had 2 window air conditioning units. I couldn't believe I was looking forward to going back to school. A few moments later, Becky called out, "Who's Roger Franklin?" "Becky!" I yelled as I dropped the tweezers and ran into my room. I snatched my diary out of her hands. "That's private." "I'm bored," she whined again. "Fine," I told Becky. "Don't let Mom and Dad know, but you can watch some more TV in their room." My parents had a 1-hour-a-day rule, which we routinely exceeded. On that long-ago afternoon, I put 3 Chips Ahoy cookies on a paper plate and gave them to Becky as she lay sprawled on my parents' bed. "Be neat," I instructed. On the screen, Lizzie McGuire began telling a friend to stop mimicking her. I waited until a glazed look came into Becky's eyes. Then I crept outside and hopped on my bike. Becky didn't like being alone, but I knew she would never even notice I was gone. I'd done this a few times before. I'd also locked the bedroom door so Becky couldn't get out. I thought it would keep her safe. But I didn't think to lock the second-floor window that was just a few feet away from where she lay watching her show. I pulled my gaze away from the painting on Dr. Shields' wall when I got to this part. It was difficult to speak because I was crying so hard. I didn't know if I'd be able to continue. I saw Dr. Shields looking at me. The compassion in her eyes seemed to give me strength. I choked out the awful words. Then I felt a sudden warmth and softness cocoon me. Dr. Shields had removed her wrap from around her shoulders and placed it over mine. It still seemed to hold the heat from her body. I realize I'm absently stroking the wrap again now as I sit in the dim restaurant. Dr. Shields' gesture felt protective, almost maternal. Immediately, the tension in my limbs had begun to ease. It was like she somehow pulled me out of that dark moment and back into the present. "It was not your fault," she'd said. I take the last sip of wine, listening to the classical music playing over the speakers, thinking that of all the things she could have said, these seem like the only words that could have truly comforted me. If Dr. Shields, someone so wise and sophisticated, someone who has spent her career studying the moral choices people make, could absolve me, then maybe my parents could too. There's something they don't know about that day. My parents never asked where I was when Becky fell. They just assumed I was home in another room. I didn't tell a lie, but there was a small, still moment at the hospital when I could have spoken up. While a team of doctors tended to Becky, my parents and I waited in a small private area just outside the ER. "Oh, Becky, why were you playing around with that window?" my mother wondered aloud. I looked into my parents' red-rimmed, anguished eyes, and I let that moment pass. I didn't know the omission would continue to swell and gain in strength with every passing year. I didn't know that tiny bit of silence would deafen all of my relationships. But now Dr. Shields knows. I realize my fingers are playing with the stem of the empty glass, and I pull them away as the server approaches. "Another glass of wine, miss?" he asks. I shake my head. My next session is in 2 days. I wonder if Dr. Shields will want to talk more about that event, or whether I've told her enough. My hand freezes as I reach into my bag to retrieve my wallet. Enough for what? The thought I had a moment ago, that now Dr. Shields has information I've hidden from my family for 15 years, is no longer a comfort. Maybe Dr. Shields' accomplishments and beauty have blinded me and dulled my self-protective instincts. I'd almost forgotten that I was Subject 52 in an academic study, that I was being paid to share my innermost secrets. What is she planning to do with all the private information I've given her? I was the one who signed a confidentiality agreement. She didn't. The waiter comes back to the table, and I unzip my wallet. Then I see the bright blue business card tucked between the folds of my bills. I look at it for a few seconds and slowly ease it out. "Breakfast all day," it says on the front. I remember waking up on Noah's couch, a blanket tucked around me. I turn the card over, feeling a sharp corner gently scrape my palm. "Taylor," Noah wrote in his blocky penmanship. I skim over his words offering to cook me French toast. That's not why I'm staring at the card. I suddenly know how I can learn more about Dr. Shields.
Chapter 14. Tuesday, December 4th. The cherry notes of the Pinot Noir melt away the icy rawness of the commute home. The seared beef tenderloin and grilled asparagus are removed from the Dean and DeLuca containers and arranged on a china plate, flanked by heavy silverware. Chopin's piano chords fill the room. The single dish is carried to one end of the glossy oak rectangular table. Dinners used to look different here. They were cooked on a 6-burner Viking stove and adorned with sprigs of fresh rosemary or leaves of basil from the herb garden in the window box. The table also held 2 place settings. The psychology journal is laid down. It is impossible to concentrate on the dense words tonight. Across the table, an empty chair remains, where my husband Thomas once sat. Everyone who met Thomas liked him. He appeared on a night when the lights flickered, and then darkness swept in. The last client of the day, a man named Hugh, had departed my office only a few minutes before. People come to therapy for different reasons, but his never became clear. Hugh was an odd one, with his sharp features and nomadic existence. Despite his wanderings, he fixated on things he divulged early on. Ending his sessions was difficult. He always wanted more. Whenever he left, he lingered outside the door, his footsteps not beginning for a minute or two. His pungent scent could be detected in the waiting room even after he was gone, evidence of the time he'd spent there. When the entire building went dark that night, even the lights outside the windows, it seemed natural to assume Hugh was involved. The worst of humanity comes out in the shadows. And Hugh had just been told that his therapy needed to be terminated. Sirens began to wail in the distance. The noises and lack of illumination created a disorienting atmosphere. To exit the building, it was necessary to take the stairs. It was 7 p.m., late enough that all of the other offices appeared closed. Although residents lived in the building, their apartments were only on floors 5 through 6. The sole light in the stairwell came from the screen of my phone, the only sound the tapping of my shoes against the steps. Then a second pair of footsteps, much heavier ones, began to descend from somewhere above. Symptoms of terror include a racing heart, lightheadedness, and chest pain. Breathing exercises can only help people through situations in which panic is not warranted. Here, it was. My presence would be announced by the glow of my phone. Running in complete darkness could lead to a fall, but these were necessary risks. "Hello?" a man's deep voice called. It did not belong to Hugh. "What's going on? It must be a blackout," the man continued. "Are you okay?" His manner was soothing and kind. He stayed by my side for the next hour, during the trek from Midtown to the West Village, until we reached my residence. In every lifetime, there are pivot points that shape and eventually cement one's path. Thomas Cooper's materialization was one of those seismic moments. A week after the blackout, we went to dinner. 6 months later, we were married. Everyone who met Thomas liked him, but loving him was something reserved only for me.
Chapter 15. Tuesday, December 4th. I have less than 48 hours to locate Taylor. She is my sole, fragile link to Dr. Shields. If I can track her down before my next session on Thursday at 5 p.m., I won't be going into it blind. After I leave the French restaurant, I find Taylor's contact info in my phone and text her. "Hi, Taylor. It's Jess from Beauty Buzz. Can you call me ASAP?" When I get home, I grab my laptop and try to glean more information about Dr. Shields, but my search yields only academic papers, reviews of the book she authored, her 4-line NYU biography, and a website for her private practice. The website is sleek and elegant, like her office, but also, like that space, it doesn't contain a single real clue about the woman it represents. I finally fall asleep after midnight, my phone by my side. Wednesday, December 5th. When I wake up at 6 a.m., my eyes heavy from my restless night, Taylor still hasn't responded. I'm not really surprised. She probably thinks it's bizarre that some makeup artist is trying to reach her. 35 hours left, I think. Even though I want to skip my back-to-back appointments and continue to try to get answers, I have to go to work. Not only do I need the money, but Beauty Buzz has a policy that makeup artists must give a full day's notice before canceling scheduled jobs. 3 strikes in 3 months, and you're eliminated from their roster. Since I called in sick a few weeks ago, I already have 1. I feel like I'm on autopilot as I smooth foundation, blend shadows, and line lips. I ask about clients' jobs, husbands, and kids, but I keep thinking about Dr. Shields, especially about how little I know of her personally, and contrasting that with the deep secrets I've shared with her. I'm persistently aware of my phone tucked inside my bag. The second I leave each appointment, I snatch it up and check the screen. But even though I leave Taylor another message, this one via voicemail at around noon, there is no response. At 7 p.m., I splurge on a taxi home, which burns through the tips from my last few jobs but gets me there faster. I drop my case just inside the door, hustle Leo up and down the street, and throw him a few treats, then hurry back out. I head directly to Taylor's apartment a couple dozen blocks away at a pace just short of a run. When I get there, it's nearly 8 p.m. I lean a hand against the glass case containing the lobby directory, panting, and search the listed names. I press the buzzer for T. Straub, then wait to hear her voice over the intercom. I try to slow my breathing, then smooth a hand over my hair. I press my finger against the little black circle again, this time for a full 5 seconds. Come on, I think. I step back, looking up at the building, and wonder what I should do next. I can't just wait around, hoping Taylor will return. How long can I continue jabbing at her buzzer on the off chance she is napping or listening to music on her headphones? Assistance arrives in the form of a sweaty guy dressed in an Adidas tracksuit who taps in the front door code. He's busy staring at his phone and doesn't even notice me as I catch the door before it closes and sneak in behind him. I take the stairs to the 6th floor. I find Taylor's apartment midway down the hall and wrap my knuckles against the door so firmly they sting. No answer. I press my ear against the flimsy wood, listening for any sounds that would indicate she is inside, the blaring of a television or the drone of a hairdryer. But there is only silence. Nausea grips my stomach. I fear Dr. Shields knows me so well that when I see her, I won't be able to camouflage my worries. I'm desperate to ask her questions. Why are you giving me all this money? What are you doing with the information I give you? But I can't. I've been telling myself it's so I don't risk losing the income. But the truth is, maybe it's more that I don't want to risk losing Dr. Shields. I lift my fist and thump a few more times until the next-door neighbor sticks out her head and glares at me. Sorry, I say meekly, and she shuts her door again. I try to think of what to do next. I've got 21 hours left. But tomorrow, like today, is full of clients. I won't be able to come back before my appointment with Dr. Shields. I dig into my bag and pull out the copy of Vogue I am carrying around and tear out a piece of the glossy paper. I locate a pen and scribble, "Taylor, it's Jess again, from Beauty Buzz. Please call me. It's urgent." I'm about to stick it under her door when I think back to the messy apartment with the Skinny Pop popcorn and clothes lying about. Taylor might not even notice the scrap of paper. And even if she did, she probably still won't contact me. It's not like she has made any effort to return my call or text. I turn to look at the door of the neighbor I just disturbed. I take a few steps to the side and hesitantly knock on it. The woman who answers is clutching a yellow highlighter. A smear of it bisects her chin. She is visibly unhappy. "Sorry, I'm looking for Taylor, or, I reach back in my memory for her roommate's name and find it. Or Mandy." The neighbor blinks at me. A strange premonition sweeps over me. She is going to say she doesn't know who they are, that no girls by those names have ever lived next door. "Who?" she begins. My heart stutters. Then her frown clears. "Oh, yeah, I don't know. Finals are coming up. Maybe they're at the library. Although with those two, it's more likely they're at some party." She closes her door while I'm still standing there. I wait until the feeling of lightheadedness has passed, then head to the stairwell. I stand outside the building in the darkness, trying to think of my next move. A girl with long, straight hair passes me. Even though I instantly know she isn't Taylor, I still turn to look at her as she shrugs a blue backpack higher up onto her shoulders and continues down the sidewalk. I stare at the heavy-looking bag. Finals are coming up, the neighbor had said. Her impression of Taylor and Mandy meshed with mine, that these two don't take school all that seriously. It's hard to picture the jaded young woman with the enviable bone structure who was tapping away at her Instagram feed, now bent over a stack of textbooks. But aren't the most lackadaisical students sometimes the ones who have to cram the hardest before exams? I spin around in a circle to orient myself, then head toward the NYU library. The stacks are like a maze laid out for a laboratory rat. I begin at one corner, winding my way through the narrow passageways, hoping at every turn that I'll stumble upon Taylor reaching for a book on a high shelf or sitting at one of the desks near the outer walls. I finish scouring the first 3 floors, then I make my way to the 4th. Frenetic energy propels me forward, even though it's almost 9 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything since a turkey sandwich I gobbled between my early afternoon clients. There are far fewer people on this floor, though the towers of books are just as high. Whispered conversations filtered through to me on the first 3 levels, but now the only sounds I hear are my own footsteps. I'm deep into the center of the stacks when I abruptly turn a corner and almost walk into a guy and girl passionately kissing. They don't break apart as I step around them. Then I hear a familiar voice stretched out into a whine. "Tay, let's take a break. I need a chai latte." Relief courses through me, and I have to restrain myself from sprinting in the direction of Mandy's voice. I find them in a corner of the room. Mandy is leaning against the edge of a desk piled high with books and a laptop, and Taylor is sitting in the chair. Both girls have their hair piled up in artfully messy buns and are wearing juicy couture sweats. "Taylor!" Her name comes out almost as a gasp. She and Mandy both turn to look at me. Mandy's nose wrinkles. Taylor wears a blank expression. "Can I help you?" Taylor asks. She has no idea who I am. I draw closer. "It's me, Jess." "Jess?" Mandy echoes. "The makeup artist," I say, "from Beauty Buzz." Taylor looks me up and down. I'm still in my work outfit, but my shirt has become untucked, and I can feel the errant strands that have escaped from my low twist sticking to my neck. "What are you doing here?" Taylor asks. "I need to talk to you." "Shh!" Someone hushes us from a few desks away. "Please, it's important," I whisper. Maybe Taylor can sense my desperation, because she nods. She shoves her laptop into her bag, but leaves her books. We take the elevator down to the lobby, with Mandy trailing behind us. When we reach the main doors, Taylor pauses. "What is it?" Now that I've finally found her, I don't know where to begin. "So, remember when I was doing your makeup and you mentioned a questionnaire?" She shrugs. "Sort of." It's been weeks since I took Taylor's phone and listened to her voicemail. I try to recall what I knew back then. "The one with the NYU professor about morality. It paid a lot of money. You were supposed to go the next morning?" Taylor nods. "Yeah, that's right. I was too tired, so I canceled." I take a deep breath. "So, I ended up doing it." Wariness fills Taylor's eyes. She takes a step back. Mandy makes a little sound in her throat. "Well, that's weird," she says. "Yeah, anyway, I'm trying to find out a bit more about the professor." I try to keep my voice steady as I look at Taylor. "I don't know her. A friend who's a psych major took her class and told me about the study. Come on, Mandy." "Wait, please!" My voice is shrill. I soften my tone. "Could I talk to your friend?" Taylor assesses me for a moment. I try to smile, but I know it probably looks unnatural. "It's complicated, and I don't want to bore you with all the details," I say. "But if you like, I can tell you the whole story." Taylor holds up a hand. "Just call Amy." I'm glad I remembered these girls hate to be bored. It was the right tack to take. She looks down at her phone, then recites the number as I tap it onto my own screen. "Would you mind repeating that?" I ask. I'm pretty sure Mandy rolls her eyes, but Taylor gives me the digits again, this time more slowly. "Thank you," I call as they walk away. Before they even turn the corner, I've dialed Amy. She answers on the second ring. "She was a great teacher," Amy says. "I had her last spring. A tough grader, but not unfair. She really worked you. I think only 2 people in the class got A's, and I wasn't one of them." She gives a little laugh. "What more can I tell you? She has an amazing wardrobe. I'd kill for her shoes." Amy is in a taxi on her way to LaGuardia Airport for her grandmother's 90th birthday celebration. "Did you know about her study?" I ask. "Sure," Amy says. "I was in it." She isn't suspicious about my questions, probably because I implied Taylor and I are friends too. It's a little weird because she must have realized who I was when I signed up, but she didn't call me by my name. It was something strange. What was it again? She hesitates. My breath catches in my lungs. "Subject 16, Amy finally says. My skin tingles. "I remember the number because that's my younger brother's age," she continues. "What did she ask you?" I interject. "Hang on a sec." I hear her say something to the taxi driver, then the sound of rustling and a trunk slamming. There was one about whether I'd ever lied on a medical form, like how much I drink, or my weight, or how many sexual partners I've had. I remember that one because I just had a physical, and I'd lied about all those things." She's laughing again, but I frown. "I'm at the airport. I gotta go," Amy says. "Did you ever meet with her in person for the study?" I blurt. "Huh? No, it was just a bunch of questions on a computer," Amy says. The ambient noises are so loud, people calling and chattering, a loudspeaker blaring an announcement about unattended bags, that I have trouble hearing her clearly. "Anyway, I need to check in. It's total chaos here." I press on. "You never went to her office on 62nd Street? Did any of the subjects go there?" "I don't know, maybe some people did," she says. "How cool would that be? I bet it's totally chic." I have more questions, but I know I'm about to lose Amy. "Could you do me a favor?" I say. "Could you think about it a little more and call me if you remember anything unusual?" "Sure," Amy says, but her voice is distracted, and I wonder if she has even registered my request. I hang up and feel something in my chest unclench. My most important question has been answered, at least. Dr. Shields is a pro. She's not only a professor, she's a well-respected one. She wouldn't have this position if she were doing anything shady. I'm not sure why I got so worked up. I'm hungry and tired, plus the stress I've been feeling about my family might be affecting me. My father's final day of work was November 30th. His buyout is 4 months' salary. They'll run out of money by the time the Phillies have their first at-bat of the season. I'm exhausted by the time I turn the corner onto my street. My mind is whirling, and my body feels simultaneously weighty and restless. As I pass the lounge, I look through the big glass windows. I can hear the faint strain of the music, and I see a group of guys playing pool. I find myself looking for Noah. I reach for Noah's card and pull it out. Before I think about it too much, I text him. "Hey, just walked by the lounge and thought of you. Has that offer for breakfast expired?" He doesn't respond immediately, so I keep walking. I think about stopping by another bar. The Atlas is close by, and it's usually packed around this time, even on weeknights. I could go in alone, sit at the bar, order a drink, and see what happens, like I've done before when the pressure gets to be too much and I need an escape. Since I can't afford a spa day, and I don't do drugs, this is the way I find a release. I don't do it all that often, although the last time I had to tell my doctor how many sexual partners I've had, I lied about it, just as Amy did. I draw closer to the Atlas. I can hear the pulse of music. I can see the crush of bodies near the bar. But then I picture sitting on the love seat in Dr. Shields' office, describing my night to her. She knows I do this sometimes. I wrote about it on the computer questionnaire. But having to look at her and reveal the details about a hookup would be mortifying. I bet even before she was married, she never had a one-night stand. I can just tell. Dr. Shields seems to see something special in me, even though I don't often feel that way about myself. So, I keep walking. I don't want to disappoint her.
Chapter 16. Wednesday, December 5th. It's easy to judge other people's choices. The mother with a grocery cart full of Fruit Loops and double-stuff Oreos who yells at her child. The driver of an expensive convertible who cuts off a slower vehicle. The husband who cheats on his wife. And the wife who is considering taking him back. But what if you knew the husband was making every effort to reconcile? What if he swore it was a one-time lapse and that he would never be unfaithful again? And what if you were the wife and could not imagine a life without him? The intellect does not reign supreme in matters of the heart. Thomas captured mine in 100 different ways. The inscription we chose for our wedding bands, the one that referenced our first meeting during the blackout, came close to describing a feeling that is impossible to put into words. You are my true light. Since he moved out, his absence is everywhere in the townhouse. In the living room, where he splayed across the couch with the sports sections scattered on the floor beside him. In the kitchen, where he always programmed the coffee maker the night before so it would be ready in the morning. In the bedroom, where his warm body took away the chill at night. When a marriage is shattered by the ultimate betrayal, physical reactions result. Insomnia, loss of appetite, the constant worry as relentless as a pulsing heartbeat. What drew him to her? If the man you loved gave you reason to doubt him, could you ever trust him again? This evening, Thomas blamed a work emergency for the cancellation of dinner plans. He is also a therapist, so it's entirely possible a client could be suffering an acute panic attack, or a recovering alcoholic could be having an uncontrollable urge to indulge in self-destructive behavior. He cares deeply about his patients. Most even have access to his cell phone number. But was his voice excessively flustered? Doubt surrounds even the most banal of explanations. This is the legacy of infidelity. Many women might choose to take their worry to a friend for discussion. Others might accuse, provoke a confrontation. Neither of those courses is inappropriate, but they may not unearth the truth. Judgments might also be made about a wife who remained suspicious enough to spy on her husband despite his assurances. But only clinical evidence can determine if insecurity or instinct is driving the suspicion. In this case, facts can be easily enough obtained. All that is required is a 25-minute taxi ride uptown to the office space he shares with 3 other clinicians on Riverside Drive. It is now 6:07 p.m. If his Ducati is not parked out front, the facts will not support the excuse. The symptoms of anxiety typically include perspiration, a spike in blood pressure, and physical restlessness. But not for everyone. A rare few present the opposite symptoms. There is a physical quieting, an enhanced mental focus, and a chilling of the extremities. The cab driver is asked to increase the temperature by a few degrees. From a block away, it is impossible to determine if the motorcycle is present. A fresh direct truck clogs the narrow street, impeding the taxi's progress. It is swifter to exit the taxi and proceed on foot. A flood of relief accompanies the realization that the office is occupied. Light blazes through the slats of the blinds on the ground floor. His motorcycle is parked outside in its usual spot. Thomas is exactly where he said he would be. Doubt is banished, for now. It is unnecessary to proceed any further. He is busy, and it is better if he doesn't know about this visit. From a block away in the other direction, a woman approaches. She wears a long, swinging, camel-colored coat and jeans. She stops in front of Thomas's building. During business hours, a security guard requires guests to sign in, but the guard leaves at 6 p.m. At this time of night, visitors must press a buzzer to be admitted. The woman is perhaps in her early 30s, objectively attractive, even from a distance. She does not display any outward symptoms of a crisis. To the contrary, her affect is carefree. She is not the same woman who tempted Thomas to stray from our marriage. That woman will never be a threat again. The woman in the swinging coat disappears inside Thomas's building. A few moments later, the blinds that were slightly ajar snap shut. Perhaps the glare of the street lamp was in her eyes. Or perhaps there is another reason. If a guy cheats once, he's probably going to do it again. You were the one who issued that warning, Jessica. Some wives would push through the door to get a closer look. Others might choose to wait to see how long the woman remained inside, and if the parties in question emerged from the building together. A few might assume defeat and walk away. Those are typical responses. There are other, far more subtle courses of action. Watching and waiting for the right moment is an essential component of a long-term strategy. It would be impulsive to swoop in and engage in a conflict before certainty is obtained. And sometimes, a warning shot, a decisive show of strength, can circumvent the need for a battle at all.
Chapter 17. Thursday, December 6th. My client's skin often reveals something about their lives. When the 60-something woman opens her door, I notice the clues. Many smile lines, far fewer from frowning. Her pale complexion is dotted with freckles and sunspots, and her blue eyes are bright. She introduces herself as Shirley Graham, then takes my coat and wrap, which I've brought so I can return it to Dr. Shields, and hangs them in her tiny hall closet. I follow her into her galley kitchen, set down my makeup case, and gently flex and straighten my hand to ease the tightness. It's 3:55 p.m., and Mrs. Graham is my last appointment of the day. Right after I finish here, I'm going to see Dr. Shields. I've vowed to finally ask her why she needs information about my personal life. It's such a reasonable question. I don't know why I haven't felt able to bring it up before. Before we start, would you mind if I asked a question? That's how I'm going to phrase it, I've decided. Would you like some tea? Mrs. Graham offers. Oh, no, I'm fine, but thanks, I say. Mrs. Graham looks disappointed. It's no trouble. I always have tea at 4. Dr. Shields' office is a half-hour away, assuming there's no subway delay, and I'm due there at 5:30. I hesitate. You know what? Tea sounds great. While Mrs. Graham pries the lid off a blue tin of Royal Dansk butter cookies and arranges them on a little china plate, I scout out the best lighting in the apartment. What's the big event tonight? I ask as I step onto the living room's frayed rug and move aside a gauzy, lace-topped curtain covering the sole window, but the brick wall of a neighboring apartment blots out the sun. I'm going to dinner, she says. It's my wedding anniversary. 42 years. 42 years, I say. That's wonderful. I walk back to the small counter that separates the kitchen from the living area. I've never had my makeup done by a professional before, but I have this coupon, so I thought, why not? Mrs. Graham pulls the slip of paper off the refrigerator, where it was secured with a magnet shaped like a daisy, and hands it to me. The coupon expired 2 months ago, but I pretend not to notice. Hopefully my boss will honor it. If not, I'll have to eat the cost. The kettle shrieks, and Mrs. Graham pours the steaming water into a china pot, then dips in 2 bags of Lipton tea. How about we work right here while we have tea? I suggest, gesturing to 2 high-back stools pulled up to the counter. The space is barely adequate for my supplies, but the overhead lighting is strong.
"Oh, are you in a rush?"
Mrs. Graham asks as she covers the pot with a quilted cozy and sets it down on the counter. No, we've got plenty of time, I say reflexively. I regret it when she goes to the refrigerator and takes out a pint of half and half, then retrieves a little china pitcher and transfers the cream into it. As she arranges the cups and teapot and cream and sugar on a tray, I steal a glance at the clock on the microwave. 4:12. Shall we get started? I pull back Mrs. Graham's stool and pat the seat. Then I reach into my case and select a few bottles of oil-based foundation, which will be kinder to Mrs. Graham's skin. I begin to mix two together on the back of my hand, noticing my burgundy polish has a tiny chip. Before I can begin to apply it, Mrs. Graham bends over and peers into my case.
"Oh, look at all your little pots and potions."
She points to an egg-shaped sponge.
"What's this for?"
Blending foundation, I say. My fingers feel itchy with the need to continue. I fight the urge to turn around and glance at the kitchen clock. Here, let me show you. If I select a single shadow for her eyes rather than a trio, maybe an oatmeal hue to bring out the blue, I can finish on time. Her makeup will still look good. It won't betray the shortcut. I'm smoothing the last bit of concealer under her eyes when a telephone rings a few inches away from my elbow. Mrs. Graham eases off her stool.
"Excuse me, dear. Let me tell them I'll call back."
What can I do but smile and nod? Maybe I should grab a cab instead of taking the subway, but it's rush hour. A taxi could actually take longer. I steal a glance at my phone. It's 4:28, and I've missed a couple of texts. One is from Noah. Sorry I couldn't meet you last night. How about Saturday?
"Oh, I'm doing just fine. I've got this nice young lady here and we're having tea,"
Mrs. Graham is saying into the receiver. I quickly type a reply. Sounds great. The second text is from Dr. Shields. Could you please phone me before our appointment? Dr. Shields has written.
"Okay, sweetheart. I promise I'll call you back as soon as we're done,"
Mrs. Graham says, but her tone contains no indication that she's trying to wrap up the conversation. The room is overly warm, and I can feel perspiration dampen my armpits. I fan myself with my open hand, thinking, wrap it up.
"Yes, I visited earlier today,"
Mrs. Graham says. I wonder if I should just call Dr. Shields now, or at least send her a quick text explaining I'm with a client. Before I can make a decision, Mrs. Graham finally hangs up and returns to her stool.
"That was my daughter," she says. "She lives in Ohio, Cleveland. It's such a nice area. They moved 2 years ago because of her husband's job. My son, he's my firstborn, lives in New Jersey."
How nice, I say, picking up a copper eyeliner. Mrs. Graham reaches for her tea, blowing on it before she takes a sip, and I clench the eyeliner a little tighter in my hand.
"Try the cookies," she says,
hunching her shoulders conspiratorially.
"The ones with jelly in the middle are the best."
I really need to finish your makeup, I say, my tone sharper than I intended. I have a meeting right after this, and I can't be late. Mrs. Graham's expression dims, and she sets down her teacup.
"I'm sorry, dear. I don't want to hold you up."
I wonder if Dr. Shields would know how I should have handled the quandary. Be late for an important appointment, or hurt the feelings of a sweet older woman. I look at the butter cookies, the little pink and white china pitcher and matching sugar bowl, the quilted cozy over the freshly made tea. The most any other client has ever offered me before is a glass of water. Kindness is the right answer. I chose wrong. I try to regain our merry banter, asking about her grandchildren as I dab a rose-colored cream blush onto her cheeks, but she is subdued now. Despite my efforts, her eyes appear less bright than when I entered her apartment. When I finish, I tell her she looks great. "Go check yourself out in the mirror," I say, and she heads to the bathroom. I pull out my phone, planning to try to quickly call Dr. Shields, and see she has sent me another text. "I hope you receive this before you come here. I need you to pick up a package on your way to my office. It's under my name." All she has provided is an address in Midtown. I have no idea if it's a store, an office, or a bank. It'll only add 10 minutes to my journey, but I don't have them to spare.
No problem, I text. You did such a nice job, Mrs. Graham calls. I begin to take our teacups to the sink, but she comes back into the room and waves her hand at me. Oh, I'll take care of that. You have to get to your meeting. I still feel guilty that I was impatient with her, but she has a husband and a son and a daughter, I remind myself as I pack up my things, tossing my brushes and cases into my kit rather than taking the time to organize them. Mrs. Graham's phone rings again. Feel free to get that, I say. I'm all finished here. Oh, no, I'll see you out, dear. She opens the closet door and hands me my jacket. Have fun tonight, I say as I slip it on. Happy anniversary. Before she can reply, a man's voice fills the room, coming from the old-fashioned answering machine next to her phone. Hey, Mom. Where are you? I was just calling to say Fiona and I are heading out now. We should be there in about an hour. Something in his tone makes me take a closer look at Mrs. Graham. She is staring down, though, as if she is trying to evade my eyes. Her son's voice grows rougher. I hope you're doing okay. The closet door is still ajar. My gaze is pulled inside, even though I already know what will be missing. Her son's tone told me what I've misjudged. Mrs. Graham isn't going to dinner with her husband tonight. I visited earlier today, she'd told her daughter. I suddenly know where she went. I can see her kneeling to set down a bouquet of flowers, lost in the memories of the almost 42 years they had together. On one side of the closet hang 3 coats, a raincoat, a light jacket, and a heavier wool one. They're all women's coats. The other half of the closet is bare.
Chapter 18. Thursday, December 6th. You're fighting the urge to peek inside, aren't you? You picked up the package a few minutes ago. The wrapping reveals no clues about its contents. The sturdy, generic-looking white bag with the reinforced handle and no logo is stuffed with tissue paper to protect the object within. You retrieve it from a young man who lives in a small apartment building. You probably barely got a look at him as he handed it over. He's a taciturn individual. There was nothing for you to sign. The object had been paid for, and the receipt emailed to the purchaser. As you quickly stride down 6th Avenue, you might be rationalizing that it really wouldn't be snooping. There is no seal to break or tape to remove. The next time you pause at a street corner waiting for the light to turn, you could simply peel back a few layers of tissue and catch a glimpse. No one will ever know, you might be telling yourself. The bag is heavy in your hand, but not uncomfortably so. Your mind is curious by nature, and you alternately shy away from and embrace risks. Which side of you will win dominance today? You will need to see the contents of this bag, but you should only view it on the terms dictated in this office. You've been told these are our foundational sessions, but there is more than a single foundation being laid. Sometimes a test is so small and quiet, you don't even notice it's a test. Sometimes a relationship that appears caring and supportive carries hidden danger. Sometimes a therapist who coaxes out all of your secrets is holding the biggest one in the room. You arrive at the office at 4 minutes past the appointed time. You are out of breath, though you try to conceal this by taking quick, shallow inhalations. A lock of hair has worked itself loose from your top knot, and you are wearing a simple black top and black jeans. It's surprisingly disappointing that your ensemble is uninspired today. "Hi, Dr. Shields," you say. "Sorry I'm a little late. I was at work when you texted." You set down your large makeup case and offer up the bag. Your expression does not convey guilt or evasiveness. Your response to the unorthodox request, thus far, has been flawless. You agreed immediately. You did not ask a single question. You were not given much advance notice, yet you rushed to complete the task. Now for the final piece. Are you curious about what is inside? The question is asked lightly, without the slightest hint of accusation. You give a little laugh and say, "Yeah, I was guessing maybe a couple of books." Your response is natural, unfiltered. You maintain eye contact. You don't fiddle with your silver rings. You don't exhibit a tell. You suppressed your curiosity. You continue to prove your loyalty. Now the question you've carried for the past 12 blocks can be satisfied. A sculpture of a falcon, Murano glass containing gold leaf flecks, is carefully eased out of the bag. The crest of the falcon is cold and smooth. "Wow," you say. "It's a gift from my husband. Go ahead, you can touch it." You hesitate. A frown creases your brow. "It's not as fragile as it looks," you are assured. You run your fingertips over the glass. The falcon appears poised to take flight with the beat of its wings. The piece embodies coiled, dynamic tension. It's his favorite bird. Their exceptional visual acuity enables them to identify the presence of prey through the slightest ripple of grass in a verdant landscape. "I'm sure he'll love it," you say. You hesitate. Then, "I didn't know you were married." When a response is not immediately offered, your cheeks redden. "I always watch you take notes with your left hand, and I've never seen you wear a wedding ring before," you say. "Ah, you're very observant. A stone was loose, so it needed to be fixed." This is not the truth, but while you have vowed to be scrupulously honest, no similar promise has been made to you. The ring was removed after Thomas confessed to his affair. For a variety of reasons, it is back on. The falcon is returned to the bag, the tissue paper nestled around it once again. It will be personally delivered to Thomas's new rental apartment, the one he moved into a few months ago, tonight. It isn't a special occasion, at least not one that he knows about. He will experience surprise. Sometimes an exquisite gift is actually a vessel utilized to issue a warning shot.
Chapter 19. Thursday, December 6th. I freeze up when Dr. Shields tucks the sculpture back into the bag and says that is all she needs from me today. I'm so thrown, I can't remember the exact wording of my question, but I plunge ahead anyway. "Oh, I was just wondering," I begin. My voice comes out a little higher than normal. "All the stuff I've been telling you, is that going to be used in one of your papers, or—" Before I can continue, she interrupts, something she has never done before. "Everything you've shared with me will remain confidential, Jessica," she says. "I never release the files of my clients under any circumstances." Then she tells me not to worry, that I'll still be paid the usual amount. She bows her head to look at the package again, and I feel dismissed. I simply say, "Okay, thank you." I walk across the carpet, my footsteps swallowed by the delicately patterned carpet, and take a last glance back at her before I close the door behind me. She is backlit by the window, and the low sunlight turns her hair the color of fire. Her periwinkle turtleneck sweater and silk skirt skim her long, lithe body. She is completely motionless. The vision almost makes my breath catch in my throat. I exit the building and walk down the sidewalk toward the subway, thinking about how I put together a few clues. Dr. Shields' missing wedding band, the empty chair across from her in the French restaurant, and the possibility of her wiping away a tear, and formed an assumption. I thought that her husband might be dead, similarly to how I misread signals and inferred Mrs. Graham's husband was alive. As I descend the subway steps and wait on the platform, I glance at the guys around me, trying to imagine the kind of man Dr. Shields would marry. I wonder if he is tall and fit like her, just a few years older probably, with thick blondish hair and the kind of eyes that crinkle in the corners when he smiles. He's still boyishly handsome, but he doesn't inspire double takes the way she does. I can see him having grown up on the East Coast, then attending an elite boarding school. Exeter, maybe, followed by Yale. That could be where they met. He's the type to know his way around a sailboat and a golf course, but he isn't a snob. She would choose someone more gregarious than she is. He'd offset her reserved, quiet nature, and she'd rein him in if he had a few too many beers and got rowdy during a poker game with the guys. I wonder if it's his birthday, or if they're just one of those romantic couples who like to surprise each other with thoughtful presents. Of course, I could have gotten it all wrong again. That thought grips my mind as the subway car screeches to a stop. What if I got something much more important wrong than the details about Dr. Shields' husband? In no universe does it make sense that Dr. Shields just paid me $300 to run a quick errand. Maybe it wasn't a simple errand after all. The project you have become engaged in is about to evolve from an academic exercise into a real-life exploration on morality and ethics, Dr. Shields told me the first time I met her. What if the errand was my first test? Maybe I was supposed to protest when Dr. Shields assured me I'd be paid as usual. The crowd around me surges into the subway car, and I'm swept up in the collective motion. I'm one of the last ones to board. The doors lightly brush my back as they close. Suddenly, I feel a tightening around my throat. An edge of the wrap Dr. Shields gave me is caught between the doors. My hand flies to my neck, and I pull at the fabric, gagging. Then the doors jerk back open, and I wrench the wrap free. "Are you okay?" the woman standing across from me asks. I nod and gasp, feeling my heart thud. I reach up to unfurl the wrap from around my neck. That's when I realize I forgot to return it. The subway car gains speed, and the faces on the platform blur as we hurtle into a dark tunnel. Maybe the payment for today wasn't a test. Maybe it was the wrap. She might have wanted to see if I'd keep it. Or maybe the real-life morality tests go back further, to the nail polish. Maybe all of these gifts are carefully designed experiments to see how I'll react. A realization hits me with a jolt. Dr. Shields didn't set a time for our next appointment. I'm suddenly panicked. I failed her tests, and now she won't want me back. Dr. Shields seemed really interested in me. She even texted me on Thanksgiving Day. But maybe after today she thinks she's made a mistake. I pull out my phone and begin to thumb a text. "Hi." I immediately backspace. That sounds too informal. "Dear Dr. Shields." That's too formal. I settle on a simple, "Dr. Shields." I can't sound desperate. I need to be professional. "I'm sorry I forgot to give you back your wrap. I'll bring it next time. Also, don't worry about paying me for today. You've been so generous." I hesitate, then add, "I just realized we don't have a time for our next appointment. My schedule is flexible. Just let me know when you need me. Thanks, Jess." I hit send before I lose my nerve. I stare at my phone, waiting to see if there's a quick response. But there isn't. I shouldn't have expected one. After all, I work for her. She's probably on her way to see her husband right now, preparing to present him with his gift. Maybe Dr. Shields was expecting me to have a more sophisticated response to her sculpture. All I said was, "Wow." I should have come up with something more intelligent. I've been staring down at my phone, waiting for a text from Dr. Shields, but somehow I didn't immediately notice the phone icon signaling I have a new voicemail message. I snatch it up, certain Dr. Shields phoned when I didn't have a signal. I press play, but the train plunges deeper underground and I lose the connection again. I hold my phone tightly in my hand until I reach my stop. I sprint through the turnstile and up the stairs, my case swinging by my side. It bangs painfully against my knee, but I don't even slow down. I burst onto the sidewalk, then stop short and jab at the voicemail button again. The bright young voice, so different from Dr. Shields's cultured, carefully enunciated words, is jarring. "Hey, it's me, Amy. I thought of something on the plane. Meant to call you earlier, but it's been crazy. Anyway, one of my friends told me Dr. Shields just took a leave of absence from teaching. Anyway, I have no idea why, but maybe she has the flu or something. Okay, hope that helps. Bye. I slowly pull the phone away from my ear and stare at it. Then I touch the button to make the message play again.
Chapter 20. Thursday, December 6th. Adultery is commonplace. It does not discriminate among socioeconomic groups, race, or gender. Anecdotal evidence from counselors' offices across the country supports this contention. After all, infidelity is one of the foremost reasons that compel couples to seek help from a professional. Therapists are often the first responders when an affair shatters a relationship, leaving the betrayed to grapple with feelings of rage and pain. Forgiveness is not always possible. Forgetting is unrealistic. However, infidelity need not be a marital execution. Clinicians also understand that work can be done to rebuild trust through difficult conversations, accountability, and a re-establishing of priorities so the relationship is paramount. Indeed, a betrayal can be surmounted. This requires time, as well as the unwavering commitment of both parties. Even though it is tempting to assume the correct course for a client is obvious, it is not a therapist's job to offer such a blueprint. It is easy to judge other people's choices. It is far more complex when the choices are your own. Imagine that 7 years ago you married a man who infused your life with color and laughter, who upended your existence in the best possible way. Imagine waking up every morning in the arms of the person who was your safe harbor, whose whispered words of love made you feel a swell of emotions you never knew existed. Then, imagine doubts began to creep in. Early on in your marriage, your questions about his hushed late-night phone conversations and abrupt cancellations of plans were met with reasonable explanations. Clients were permitted to call at all hours on his emergency number, and sometimes a client needed an unscheduled session during a crisis. Trust is a necessary component of a committed relationship. But there was no explaining away the romantic text that landed on my phone screen 3 months ago. "See you tonight, gorgeous." Thomas had said he would be playing poker with a few male friends that evening, and that he would be home late. When he realized he'd misdirected the text, he immediately confessed. He spoke of his guilt and sorrow. He was asked to move out that same night. He stayed in a hotel for a week, then he sublet an apartment near his office. But expunging him from my heart, well, that proved far more difficult. Several weeks after Thomas moved out, a line of communication was reopened. It would never happen again, Thomas swore. It was a singular indiscretion. She was the aggressor, he proclaimed. When questioned, he supplied details. The narrative of their clandestine relationship was freely offered by Thomas, though it is typical for offenders to minimize their misdeeds. Her demographic information, first name, age, appearance, profession, marital status, was ascertained. Thomas seemed to want to rebuild our relationship. With any other man, this would have been impossible. But Thomas is unlike any other man. And so counseling sessions were scheduled. Difficult conversations were had, and eventually, date nights were re-established. A rebuilding commenced. There was only one problem. Certain aspects of his story did not add up. Uncertainty is an excruciating state in which to exist. A moral question that never appeared in my study continues to claim prominence in my mind. Is it possible to look someone you love in the eye and tell a lie without experiencing remorse? A new perspective soon intruded, threatening the fragile peace we were painstakingly trying to rebuild. What if the other woman was merely the kindle? What if Thomas was the flame? Perhaps he burned through the one fling that has been verified. But a fire is perpetually hungry. One evening shortly after you snuck into the study, Jessica, my husband arrived home and dropped his keys and change in a small dish on our bureau, as was his habit. Mixed in with the coins was a tiny folded piece of paper, a receipt for a restaurant lunch for 2. Over glasses of wine enjoyed on the couch, a husband tells his wife of the mundane details that comprised his day: the irritating subway delay, the receptionist who learned she was having twins, the lost glasses that were discovered in the pocket of a blazer. Lost glasses were mentioned, yet an expensive lunch for 2 at a Cuban restaurant was not. Had you not cunningly inserted yourself into the morality study, Jessica, this question might never have been answered. This experiment might never have existed. It is you who is bringing it to life. Recollections can be faulty. Personal agendas can color one's words and actions. Only by conducting a scrupulously executed inquiry can the truth be independently verified. You may have given up your dreams of theater, Jessica, but you have earned a starring role in the next act of this unfolding drama. When your text appears inquiring about your next session, it is as if you are confirming this, urging us forward. It's time. You, with that heavy makeup case you lug around, and the wild hair you attempt to tame, and the vulnerability you fail to hide. You have proved your devotion today. Your text confirmed how much you need me. What you don't know is how much we need each other. It is time to prepare for the next phase. It begins with the setting. Outer order engenders an inner sense of calm. The desk in the study, just a dozen feet away from the bedroom where Thomas's pillowcase used to hold the sweet scent of his shampoo, holds a laptop. Excessive alcohol will further muddy the mind, but 2 inches of Montrachet are poured into a crystal glass and brought to the workspace. There are minimal distractions in the room, facilitating the ability to concentrate on the task ahead. An unorthodox plan must be considered from every possible angle. Mistakes are born when methodology is ignored. Conducting an empirical inquiry requires an established protocol: the collecting and examination of data, astute observations, painstaking record-keeping, the interpretation of results, and formation of a conclusion. The title of the project is entered on the blank screen of the computer. The Temptation of Infidelity, a Case Study. The hypothesis: Thomas is an unrepentant adulterer. There is only one subject, my husband. There is only one variable, you. Jessica, please don't fail this test. It would be a pity to lose you. Part 2. We began as strangers, you and I. By now we have become acquaintances. We are beginning to feel as if we know each other. Familiarity often ushers in an enhanced appreciation and understanding. It also shepherds in a new level of evaluations. Maybe you have judged the choices of people you know, the neighbor who screams so loudly at his spouse that the harsh words carry through their thin apartment walls, the colleague who opts out of caring for aging parents, the client who becomes overly dependent on a therapist. Even with the realization that these acquaintances have pressures of their own, an impending divorce, depression, a complicated family, your judgments still materialize with the surety and swiftness of a reflex. These reactions might be immediate, but they are rarely simple or precise. Pause for a moment and consider the subconscious factors that may be coloring your evaluations. Everything from whether you enjoyed 8 hours of sleep, are experiencing an annoyance, such as a recently flooded bathroom, or are still absorbing the aftershocks of a domineering mother. If there is a chemical formula that decrees whether a verbal or silent condemnation is made during the course of everyday mundane interactions, it contains an ever-changing variable. That unstable element is you. We all have reasons for our judgments, even if those reasons are so deeply buried, we don't recognize them ourselves.
Chapter 21. Friday, December 7th. I was so worried I'd messed up the last time I saw Dr. Shields that when she finally phoned me back, I snatched up the phone before the first ring ended. She asked if I'd be free tonight, like nothing was wrong, and maybe it wasn't. She didn't even mention my message about not expecting to be paid for bringing her the sculpture and forgetting to return her wrap. The call lasted only a few minutes. Dr. Shields gave me a few instructions. Wear your hair down, polished makeup, and a black dress suitable for an evening out. Be ready by 8 p.m. It's 7:20 right now. I stand in front of my closet, staring at the clothes crammed inside. I push aside the charcoal suede miniskirt that I usually pair with a blush-colored silky top. Then I reach past my high-neck black dress that's way too short. Unlike Lizzie, who often texts me a series of selfies before we meet up, I'm as confident putting together outfits as I am blending a color palette for a client. I know what styles flatter me, but an evening out probably means something very different for Dr. Shields than it does for me. I consider the most elegant dress I own, a black jersey with a low V-neck. Too low, I wonder, as I hold it up against my body and look in the mirror. My closet doesn't contain a better option. I wanted to ask Dr. Shields for more information. Where am I going? What will I be doing? Is this one of those tests you mentioned? But her voice sounded so focused and professional when she inquired if I'd be free that I didn't have the nerve. As I slip into the dress, I picture Dr. Shields in her refined skirts and sweaters, the lines so structured and classic that they could take her from her office to the ballet at Lincoln Center. I tug up the neckline, yet I'm still showing too much cleavage. My hair is rogue, and the big hoop earrings I wore to work now look cheap. I leave my hair down as she instructed and swap out the hoops for cubic zirconia studs. Then I find the double-sided fashion tape in my underwear drawer and seal up 2 inches from the bottom of the V. Normally, I go bare-legged or wear tights. Tonight, I pull out the pair of sheer black stockings that has been sitting in my dresser drawer for at least 6 months. They have a snag, but it's on my upper thigh, so the dress hides it. I dab a bit of clear nail polish on the tear to keep it from running, then dig out the basic black pumps I've had forever. I grab a zebra print belt from my closet and fasten it around my waist. I can always slip it in my purse if it seems like a miscalculation when I show up wherever it is that I'm going. I think of the question I always ask my clients: what kind of look are you going for? It's difficult to answer when I have no idea who my audience will be. I follow Dr. Shields' directive and add a neutral eyeshadow and tone down my liner. It's 8 o'clock sharp, and still my phone is silent. I check the signal, then walk around my apartment, mindlessly refolding sweaters and putting shoes back in my closet. At 8:17, I consider texting Dr. Shields, then decide against it. I don't want to seem like a bother. Finally, at 8:35, after I've reapplied my lip gloss twice, plus ordered some glittery paint and thick paper online for one of Becky's Christmas presents, my phone chimes with a new text from Dr. Shields. I look away from the TJ Maxx website, where I've been checking out shirts for my mom. An Uber will be outside your apartment in 4 minutes. I take a final swig of the Sam Adams I've been sipping, then pop an Altoid into my mouth. When I exit the building, I pull the door closed tightly until I hear the lock engage. A black Hyundai is idling by the curb. I locate the U sticker on the rear window before opening the back door. "Hi, I'm Jess," I say as I slide into the back seat. The driver simply nods and pulls away, heading west. I pull my seatbelt across my body and click it into place. "Where exactly are we going?" I ask, trying to affect a casual tone. All I can see are his brown eyes and heavy brows in the rearview mirror.
"You don't know."
He doesn't say it like a question, though. It's almost a statement. As I watch the city begin to whirl by through the tinted back window, I suddenly realize how truly isolated I am, and how powerless. I backpedal. "Oh, my friend arranged this ride for me," I say. "I'm meeting her—" My voice trails off. I slide my hand beneath the seatbelt strap that feels too tight against my chest. There's no give in it. The driver doesn't reply. My heartbeat quickens. Why is he acting so strangely? He makes a right turn, and we begin to head uptown. "Are we stopping at 62nd Street?" I ask. Perhaps Dr. Shields wants to meet me at her office, but then why all the specifics about how to dress? The driver's gaze remains fixed straight ahead. The realization slams into me. I'm trapped alone with a strange man. He could be taking me anywhere. I've hailed countless cabs and ordered numerous Vias and Ubers. I've never felt unsafe before. My eyes dart again to the windows in the back row of his car, my row. Nobody can see in. I instinctively check the locks. I can't tell if they are engaged. There isn't a lot of traffic, so we're moving relatively quickly. We're bound to hit a traffic light. Should I try to open the door and jump out? I slowly reach for the button on my seatbelt and press it, wincing when my thumb gets pinched between the metal. I ease it off my shoulder carefully so it doesn't snap back into the holder. How do I even know he's an Uber driver? It's probably not all that hard to get one of those U stickers, or he could have borrowed the car. I look at him more carefully. He's a large man with a thick neck and beefy arms. His hands gripping the steering wheel are about twice the size of mine. I'm fumbling for the button to roll down the window when the driver says,
"Yeah, okay."
I seek out his eyes in the rearview mirror, but they are fixed on the road. Then I hear the slightly tinny, distinct sound of another male voice. The tightness in my chest releases as I realize the driver didn't respond to my questions because he's on a phone call. He's not being deliberately evasive, he simply didn't hear me. I take a deep breath and sink back into the seat. I'm being silly, I tell myself. We're traversing up 3rd Avenue, surrounded by cars and pedestrians. Still, it takes a full minute for me to feel steadier. I lean forward and repeat my query a 3rd time, my voice louder. He glances back over his shoulder, then says something that sounds like Madison and 76th. Between the radio and the noise of the engine, though, I'm not sure, and the driver has resumed his phone conversation. I pull out my phone and Google the location. A bunch of businesses show up. The Sussex Hotel, Vince and Rebecca Taylor clothing boutiques, a few residential apartments, and an Asian fusion restaurant. Okay, I think. All innocuous places. Which one is my destination? The restaurant seems the most likely. I reassure myself that Dr. Shields is probably seated there already, waiting for me. Perhaps she wants to give me more instructions about the real-life test. Still, I can't help but wonder why she needs to see me outside the office for that. Maybe there's another reason. For a brief moment, I imagine we're two friends, or maybe a younger sister going to meet her older, more sophisticated one, to share a seaweed salad and some sashimi. Over a carafe of warm sake, we'd share confidences, too. This time, though, I would ask her all the questions that have been bubbling up in my mind. In the side mirror, I see the bright headlights of an oncoming car. At almost the same instant, my driver begins to swerve into that lane. A horn blares, and the Hyundai jerks back, brakes squealing. I'm flung against the door, then forward. My hand shoots out, and I brace myself against the back of the passenger seat. "Asshole!" my driver yells, even though the near collision was his fault. He was so busy on his phone call, he didn't check his blind spot. For the rest of the ride, I keep watch out my side window. I'm so busy looking out for pedestrians and other vehicles that it takes me a few seconds to notice that the Uber has pulled up behind a black town car. We're directly in front of the Sussex Hotel. "Here?" I ask the driver, pointing to the entrance. He nods. I step out onto the sidewalk and gaze up and down the block, unsure of what to do next. Am I supposed to wait inside the lobby? I turn back to look at the Uber, but it is already gone. A group of people pass by, and one of the men bumps against my arm. I'm so startled I almost drop my phone. "Sorry," the man calls. I look around for Dr. Shields, but the only faces on the street are unfamiliar. I am on one of the safest blocks in all of Manhattan, so why do I feel so uneasy? A few seconds later, another text arrives. "Go directly to the bar on the lobby level. You'll see a group of men at a large circular table about halfway back. Choose a seat at the bar close to them." Clearly, I've guessed wrong. I have no idea what's in store for me this evening, but it's not going to be an intimate dinner with Dr. Shields. I walk the 9 steps to the entrance of the hotel, and a bellman pulls open the door. "Good evening, miss," he says. "Hi," I say. My voice sounds timid, so I clear my throat. "Which way is the bar?" "Past reception and all the way to the back," he says. I feel his eyes linger on me as I proceed through the entrance. I realize my dress rode up a bit when I got out of the Uber, and I tug down the hem. The lobby is mostly empty, except for an older couple sitting on the leather couch by the fireplace. Behind the reception desk, a woman wearing glasses smiles at me and says, "Good evening." My heels sound too loud, tapping against the ornate wood floor. I'm acutely conscious of my stride, and not just because I'm unaccustomed to wearing pumps. I finally make it to the bar and pull open the heavy wooden door. It's a good-sized space, filled with a few dozen people. I squint as my eyes adjust to the dim lighting. I look around, wondering if Dr. Shields is waiting to greet me. I don't see her, but I do spot a bunch of guys at a large table about halfway back. Choose a seat at the bar close to them. Are they working with Dr. Shields too? I check out the group as I draw closer. They appear to be in their late 30s. At first glance, they're almost indistinguishable, with their short haircuts and dark suits and crisp, collared shirts. They've got an air about them I've seen before. They're a younger version of the dads who pay for the fancy bar mitzvahs and sweet 16 parties, the ones that cost as much as a nice wedding. There are only a few empty high-back stools at the bar. I take one that's about 6 feet away from the men. When I slide onto it, I feel the warmth of the wood against my thighs, as if someone has just vacated it. I loop the handle of my purse on the hook beneath the counter, then shrug off my coat and put it on the back of my seat. "Be with you in just a minute," the bartender says as he muddles herbs for a craft cocktail. Am I supposed to order a drink? Or is something else going to happen? Even though I'm in a public place, anxiety swirls in my gut. I remind myself of what Dr. Shields said during my first visit to her office. You will be in complete control and can back out at any time. I twist slightly in my seat so I can glance around the room, searching for clues. But all I see are the moneyed customers drinking and talking, a stunning blonde leaning in across the table to point to an item on the bar menu to her date, a well-built guy with a slightly receding hairline in a blue shirt, typing away on his phone, and 2 smiling, middle-aged couples raising their glasses in a toast. My phone vibrates in my hand, startling me. "Don't be nervous. You look perfect. Order a drink." My eyes jerk back up. Where is she? She has to be in one of the back booths, but my line of vision is obscured by the dim lighting and the other occupants of the bar. I've been fiddling with the rings on my index finger. I put my hands in my lap. Then I look at the table full of guys again, wondering why Dr. Shields wanted to position me near them. My eyes run over each of the 5 men in turn. One meets my gaze. He leans over and whispers something to his friend, who laughs and turns to check me out. I twist back around, feeling my cheeks grow warm. The bartender tilts toward me over the counter. "What can I get you?" Normally I'd have a beer or a shot, but not in a place like this. "Red wine, please." He's still waiting for something. I realize he's expecting me to be more specific. I cast back in my memory, then blurt, Volnay, hoping I pronounced it the same way the waiter did in the French restaurant a few nights ago. I'm afraid we don't have that, he says. Would you care for a Gevrey? That'll be fine, I say. Thank you. When the bartender delivers my glass, I grip it extra hard to disguise the fact that my hand is shaking. Usually, the warmth of alcohol relaxes me, but I still feel on edge as I scan the room again. I sense the presence of the man next to me before I see him out of the corner of my eye. Looks like you're waiting for someone, he says. It's the guy from the table, the one who was whispering to his friend. Mind if I keep you company until they show up? I quickly glance at my phone screen, but it's blank. Sure, I say. He sets his drink down on the counter and takes the stool to my left. I'm David. Jessica. My full name must have slipped out because I'm in Dr. Shields' world now. He rests an arm on the bar. So, Jessica, where you from? I tell him the truth, not only because I don't know what else to say, but because of Dr. Shields' rules about honesty. It hardly matters, though, because he just replies, "That's cool," and then launches into a story about how he moved here from Boston for a big job 4 years ago. I'm in the midst of feigning interest when my phone vibrates. Excuse me. I grab it and see the text from Dr. Shields. I tilt my phone so David can't read the message. Not him. I blink in surprise, wondering what I've done wrong. I flash back to when I first entered Dr. Shields' study and she spoke to me through the computer. I see 3 dots indicating Dr. Shields is still typing. Her next instruction arrives. Locate the man in the blue shirt sitting alone at a table to your right. Start up a conversation. Get him to flirt with you. Dr. Shields must be close by, so why can't I spot her? Was that your friend? David asks, gesturing to my phone. I take a sip of my wine, trying to stall so I can think a step ahead. My heart is beating faster than usual, and my mouth feels dry. I nod and take another sip, but avoid making eye contact with him. Then I signal for the bill and extract 2 20s from my wallet. I glance over my shoulder at the guy in the blue shirt. I can't bring myself to just walk over to him and use some cheesy pickup line. I try to remember some of the things men have said to me in bars, but my mind is blank. I can't even catch his eye and smile. He's still looking down at his phone. David touches my arm, stopping me from setting down the 20s. Let me take care of that. He nods at the bartender. Another gin and tonic, buddy, he says as he settles back in his seat. No, I've got it, I say, pushing the money forward on the counter. Actually, your bill has already been settled, the bartender tells me. I search the room for Dr. Shields again, trying to peer into the shadowy booths, but most of them are blocked by the occupants of the tables between us. I swear I can feel the heat of her gaze, though. I don't know the time frame for Dr. Shields' instructions, so I force myself to stand up, lifting my glass and my phone. The wine swirls around in the goblet, and I realize my hand is trembling again. Sorry, I say, but I just realized I know that guy. I should go say hello. Maybe this is the best strategy to use with the guy in the blue shirt, too. I'll pretend I recognize him. But from where? David frowns. Okay, but then come join me and my friends. Sure, I say. The man is off his phone now. He's alone at a table for 2 against a wall. His empty plate has been pushed to the center of the table, his napkin crumpled beside it. He looks up as I approach. Hi. My voice is too bright. He nods at me. Hello, he says, but it comes out more like a question. It's me, Jessica. What are you doing here? I've seen a lot of bad acting, and I know my performance isn't going to fool anyone. He smiles, but his forehead wrinkles. Nice to see you. How do we know each other again? The couple at the next table is clearly eavesdropping. I'm terrible at this. I look down at the patterned rug with its floral design and notice a tiny, threadbare patch. Then I make myself meet the man's gaze again. Here's the tricky part. Didn't we meet at, Tanya's wedding a few months ago? I say. He shakes his head. Nope. Must have been some other good-looking guy. but he says it in a self-deprecating way. I give a dry little laugh. I can't just walk away, so I try again. Sorry, I say softly. The truth is, I was at the bar, and this guy was bothering me, and I just needed to get away. Maybe the desperation I'm feeling comes through in my eyes because he stretches out his hand to shake mine. I'm Scott. I can't place his accent, but it sounds southern. He gestures to the empty chair across from him. Want to join me? I was about to get another drink. I slide onto the chair, and a few seconds later, my phone buzzes. I glance down at it on my lap. Well done. Keep going. I'm supposed to get this polite businessman to flirt with me, so I lean forward and put my elbows on the table, aware that the sticky tape only covers so much. Thanks for rescuing me, I say, looking directly into his eyes. I can't sustain the eye contact for long. This feels so artificial. Flirting is fun when it's natural, and when I've chosen the guy, like with Noah the other night. But this is like dancing without music, and even worse, there's an audience. I echo the question David just asked me. So where are you from? As Scott and I continue to talk, I puzzle over why Dr. Shields needs me to have a conversation with him instead of with David. They seem almost interchangeable. It's like those tests in the backs of magazines. Spot the difference in these two images. But I don't see any significant differences. Late 30s, clean-shaven, dark suits. I can't relax, knowing Dr. Shields is watching me, but by the time I've finished most of my wine, the conversation is flowing surprisingly easily. Scott is a nice guy. He's from Nashville, and he owns a black lab that he clearly adores. Scott lifts up his glass tumbler and takes the last sip of amber scotch. That's when I realize the difference between the two men. The tiny detail in the pictures that doesn't add up. David's ring finger was bare. Scott is wearing a thick platinum wedding band.
Chapter 22. Friday, December 7th. She leans forward in her black dress and touches his hand. Her dark hair tumbles forward, nearly obscuring her profile. A smile spreads across his face. At what moment does a flirtation become a betrayal? Is the demarcation line drawn when physical contact occurs? Or is it something more ephemeral, such as when possibilities begin to infuse the air? Tonight's setting, the bar at the Sussex Hotel, is where it all began. But the cast was different. Thomas stopped by for a drink during that evening, back when our marriage was still pure. He met an old friend from college who was in town for the night and staying at this very hotel. After a few cocktails, the friend explained that he was suffering from jet lag. Thomas insisted he go up to his room while Thomas paid the check. My husband's generosity has always been one of his many appealing qualities. The bar was busy, and the service was slow. But Thomas was seated at a comfortable table for two, and he was in no rush. He knew that even though it was barely 10 o'clock, the blackout shades would be down in our bedroom, and the temperature set to a cool 64 degrees. It was not always this way. In the beginning of our marriage, Thomas's arrival home was met with a kiss and a glass of wine, followed by engaging conversation on the couch about a recent class lecture, an intriguing client, a weekend getaway we were considering. But something had shifted during the course of our marriage. It happens in every relationship when the first heady months yield to a more serene cohabitation. As work exerted more and more demands, the pull of a silk nightgown and crisp 1,000 thread count Egyptian cotton sheets proved more irresistible than Thomas on some nights. Perhaps this rendered him vulnerable. The dark-haired woman reached my husband before the server delivered the check. She claimed the empty seat across from him. Their encounter did not end when they left the restaurant. Instead, they went to her apartment. Thomas never said a word about his indiscretion. Then the errant text landed on my phone. "See you tonight, gorgeous." Freud postulated that there are no accidents. Indeed, the argument could be made that Thomas wanted to get caught. "I didn't go looking for this, but she threw herself at me. What guy in my situation could resist?" Thomas pleaded during one of our therapy sessions. It would be so comforting to believe this, that his response wasn't a referendum on our marriage, but rather a yielding to the hard-wired fragility of males. Tonight, the booth in a far corner provides a satisfactory vantage point. The man with the platinum wedding band appears to be falling under your spell, Jessica. His body language has grown more alert since your arrival. He is not nearly as alluring as Thomas, but he fits the basic profile. In his late 30s, alone, and married. Was this how Thomas first responded? The temptation to move closer to the scene now unfolding just 24 yards away is almost unendurable, but this deviation could invalidate the results. Although you know that you are being observed, the true subject, the man in the blue shirt, must remain unaware that he is being scrutinized. Subjects typically modify their behavior when they recognize that they are part of an experiment. This is known as the Hawthorne effect, named after the place where this result was first encountered, the Western Electric's Hawthorne Works. A basic study to determine how the level of light in their building affected the productivity of laborers revealed that the amount of luminosity made no difference in the employees' productivity. The workers' increased output whenever the light was manipulated, whether from low to high or vice versa. In fact, a change in productivity occurred when any variable was manipulated, which made the researchers postulate that the staff altered their behavior simply because they were aware that they were under observation. Since subjects have this predisposition, all researchers can do is attempt to factor this effect into the research design. Your flirtations appear convincing, Jessica. It seems impossible that the target would know he is part of an experiment. The test must proceed to the next stage. It is difficult to type the instruction. A wave of nausea briefly delays its transmission, but it is a vitally necessary one. Touch his arm, Jessica. The scene with Thomas also followed this progression. A brief caressing of the arm, another round of drinks, an invitation to continue the conversation at the woman's apartment. An abrupt movement from the table by the wall, and the memory of Thomas's duplicity glitches. The man in the blue shirt stands up. You rise as well. Then you head toward the lobby, with him trailing a few feet behind you. It took less than 40 minutes from the time you entered the bar for you to seduce him. Thomas's defense was sound. It appears that men are incapable of steeling themselves against blatant offers of temptation, even married ones. The flood of relief that accompanies this realization is so profound, it has a weakening effect on the body. It was all her fault, not his. Bits of shredded cocktail napkin, evidence of the contained anxiety, litter the table. They are scooped into a pile. The untouched glass of sparkling water on the table is finally tasted. Several moments later, the bell of an incoming text peals. It is reviewed, and immediately it is as though the busy, welcoming bar is plunged into ice and silence. There is nothing save for the 3 lines from you. They are read once, then again. "Dr. Shields, I flirted, but he rejected me. He said he was happily married. He went up to his room, and I'm in the hotel lobby."
Chapter 23. Friday, December 7th. Being told to hook up with a man and being paid for it is the same as being a prostitute. I'm trembling again as I stand in the lobby, waiting for Dr. Shields to respond to my text, but this time it's with anger. Did she really expect me to go up to Scott's room? She probably assumed I would because of my confessions about my one-night stands on her stupid questionnaire. My pumps pinch my feet, and I alternate easing up my left heel, then my right one. She still hasn't responded, even though I sent the message several minutes ago. Now the front desk clerk is staring at me, and I feel even more out of place than I did when I walked in. I can't believe Dr. Shields put me in this position. It wasn't about being in danger. It was about the humiliation. I saw the way David and his friends eyed me when I walked out with Scott, and I saw the way Scott looked at me right before he stood up from the table. "Is there something I can help you with?" The front desk clerk has come from behind her post to stand next to me. She's smiling, but I see in her eyes what I already know. I don't belong in a place like this, with my $60 dress from a sample sale and my fake diamond earrings. I'm waiting for someone, I say. Her eyebrows lift. I fold my arms across my chest. "Is that a problem?" I ask. "Of course not," she says. "Would you like to take a seat?" She gestures to the couch over by the fireplace. We both know what her hospitality is thinly disguising. She probably thinks I'm a hooker, too. I hear the rapid clicking of heels against the wood floor. I turn to see Dr. Shields striding toward us, and even though I'm upset by what she has just done to me, I can't help but marvel at her beauty. Her hair is pulled into a sleek chignon, and her legs are slim and impossibly long beneath the hemline of her black silk dress. She is everything I tried to be tonight. "Hello there," Dr. Shields calls. When she reaches us, she puts her hand on my arm, like she is claiming me. I see her glance at the woman's name tag. "Is everything all right here, Sandra?" The clerk's manner transforms. "Oh, I was just offering your friend a seat by the fireplace, where it's more comfortable." "How thoughtful," Dr. Shields says, but her tone is a subtle rebuke, and the clerk retreats. "Shall we?" Dr. Shields asks, and for a moment I think she wants to leave, but then she leads the way to the couch. Instead of taking a seat, though, I remain standing. I keep my voice low, but it's thick with emotion. What was that all about? If Dr. Shields is surprised, she doesn't show it. She pats the cushion next to her. "Jessica, please sit down." I tell myself it's because I want to hear Dr. Shields' explanation, but the truth is, I feel a gravitational pull toward her. As soon as I am beside her, I smell her clean, spicy perfume. Dr. Shields crosses her legs and folds her hands in her lap. "You seem very agitated. Can you tell me what that experience was like for you?" "It was awful." My voice cracks unexpectedly, and I swallow hard. "That guy Scott, who was he?" Dr. Shields lifts her shoulders once. "I have no idea." "He wasn't part of this?" "He could have been anyone," Dr. Shields says. Her voice is airy and distant. It's almost as if she is reciting from a script. "I needed a man with a wedding ring to test as part of my study on morality and ethics. I selected him at random." "You were using me as bait? To trick some guy?" My words come out too loudly for this hushed, serene lobby. "It was an academic exercise. I did let you know there would be real-life scenarios involved with this phase of my research." I can't believe I'd ever thought we might be eating dinner together. Who was I kidding? I am her employee. The tightness in my throat eases, but I can't let go of my anger. Nor do I want to, because it's what is finally giving me the courage to ask questions. "Did you really expect me to go up to his room, though?" I blurt. Dr. Shields' eyes widen. I don't think anyone could fake that kind of surprise. "Of course not, Jessica. I merely told you to flirt with him. Why would you ever consider that?" The minute she says it, I feel foolish. I look down at my feet. I can't meet her gaze. It was such an extreme assumption. But Dr. Shields' voice contains no judgment. It holds nothing but kindness. I promised that you would always be in complete control. I would never put you in danger. I feel her hand briefly touch mine. Despite the warmth of the fire, it is so delicate and cold. I take in a few deep breaths, but my eyes remain fixed on the herringbone pattern on the wood floor. Something else is troubling you, she says. I hesitate and look into her cool blue eyes. I hadn't planned on telling her this part. Finally, I blurt out, right before he left the table, he called me sugar. Dr. Shields doesn't reply, but I know she is listening to me in the way no one else ever has before. My eyes fill with tears. I blink them back before continuing. There was this guy. I hesitate, inhale deeply, and then continue. I met him a few years ago, and at first I thought he was amazing. You may have heard of him. He's a well-known theater director now, Jean French. She nods almost imperceptibly. I was hired to do makeup for one of his shows. It was a huge deal for me. He was always really nice, even though I was a nobody. When we got the playbill printed, he showed me my name in the credits and said I should celebrate it, that life had so many hardships and we should honor the triumphs. Dr. Shields is utterly still. He did something to me, I say. The images I can't ever seem to erase seep into my mind again. Me slowly lifting up my shirt, up over my bra, while Jean stands a few feet away, staring. Me saying, I really should go now. Jean positioning himself between me and the door to his office, which is closed. His hand moving toward his belt buckle. His answer? Not yet, sugar. He didn't touch me, but... I swallow hard and continue. He told me a prop was missing from the show, an expensive necklace. He said I had to lift up my shirt to prove I wasn't wearing it. A shudder runs through my body as I recall standing there in that claustrophobic, darkened room, trying to look anywhere but at him and what he was doing to himself, until he finished and dismissed me. I should have told him no, but he was my boss. And he said it so matter-of-factly, like it was no big deal. I look into Dr. Shields' light blue eyes, and I manage to shake off the image. That guy Scott reminded me of him for a minute. Just the way he said sugar. Dr. Shields doesn't respond immediately. Then she says softly, I'm so sorry this happened to you. I feel her hand graze mine again, light as a butterfly. Is this why you aren't interested in a serious boyfriend? She asks. It isn't uncommon, when a woman endures an assault like you did, for her to withdraw, or to change her relationship patterns. Assault. I'd never thought of it like that, but she's right. I suddenly feel depleted, like I did after our first session. I reach up and massage my temples with my fingertips. You must be exhausted, Dr. Shields says, like she can see inside me. I have a car waiting. Why don't you take it home? I'd prefer to walk anyway. Text or call if you want to talk over the weekend. She stands up, and I do the same. I feel oddly disappointed. A few minutes ago, I was furious with her. Now, I don't want her to leave me. We head together toward the exit, and I see the black town car idling by the curb. The driver comes around to open the back door, and Dr. Shields tells him to take me anywhere I want to go. I sink into the seat and tilt my head back against the soft leather as the driver walks back around to the front of the car. Then I hear a gentle tap on my window, so I roll it down. Dr. Shields smiles at me. Her silhouette is backlit by the bright city lights. Her hair is a halo of fire, but her eyes are in the shadows. I can't see their expression. I nearly forgot, Jessica, she says, pressing a folded slip of paper into my hand. Thank you. I look down at the check, feeling oddly reluctant to open it. Maybe this is all just a business transaction to Dr. Shields. But what exactly am I being paid for now? My time? The flirtation? My confidences? Or something else I don't know about? All I know is that it feels unclean. When the driver pulls away, I slowly unfold the check. I stare at it for a long moment as the car's wheels spin almost soundlessly against the pavement. It's for $750.
Chapter 24. Saturday, December 8th. Saturday evening. Most couples call it date night. Traditionally, it has been for us, too. Dinners at Michelin-star restaurants, nights at the Philharmonic, a leisurely stroll through the Whitney Museum. However, after Thomas's missent text, he moved out, and these encounters were terminated. Gradually, after the counseling, apologies, and promises, they were reinstated, but with a new focus. An emphasis was placed on connection and rebuilding. At first, the atmosphere was infused with strain. If you were watching us from the outside, Jessica, you might assume a new relationship was unfolding, which in a sense it was. Physical contact was kept to a minimum. Thomas was solicitous, verging on overly so. He arrived with flowers, rushed to open doors, and filled his unwavering gaze with admiration. His pursuit was more ardent than even during our initial courtship. At times it had a desperate, almost fear-laced quality, as if he were terrified of losing our relationship. Over time, a softening reshaped the interactions. Conversations grew less stilted. Hands found each other across the table once the plates had been cleared. Tonight, a mere 24 hours after the experiment at the hotel, progress has been reversed. It is clear that not all men are susceptible to the attention of a beautiful young woman. The man in the blue shirt resisted you, Jessica, yet Thomas was not immune when the opportunity was offered. As a result, an invisible agenda has been superimposed over this Saturday evening's encounter with Thomas. An intimate location, the townhouse we once shared, is selected to eliminate outside distractions, such as an overbearing waiter or a boisterous party of 6 at the next table. The menu is carefully curated. A bottle of Dom Perignon, the same vintage served at our engagement party. Malbec oysters, a seared lamb shank, creamed spinach, oven-roasted baby potatoes with rosemary. For dessert, a variation of Thomas's preferred sweet, chocolate torte. Traditionally, the torte is purchased at a patisserie on West 10th Street. For tonight's meal, however, ingredients have been procured from 2 separate gourmet markets. My appearance tonight is also a departure. Jessica, you were the one who illustrated how seductive a smoky shadow and sable liner can be when applied correctly. The makeup rests atop the dressing room vanity. Beside it is my phone. The device sparks a reminder. A solicitous text or call is the appropriate course of action following an incident in which an acquaintance or friend is unnerved. Jessica, I wanted to check in and make sure you are feeling better after last night's assignment. I'll be in touch soon. One more line is needed. A moment of thought. Then it is typed and sent.
Chapter 25. Saturday, December 8th. If you need me, I'm always here. Dr. Shields' text arrived just as I was entering Noah's building for his famous French toast. I began to type out a response, but then I deleted it and shoved the phone back in my purse. As I rode the elevator, I ran a hand over my hair, feeling the dampness of freshly fallen snowflakes. Now, as I sit perched on a stool in Noah's kitchen and watch him uncork a bottle of Prosecco, I realize it's the first time I haven't replied to her immediately. I don't want to think about Dr. Shields and her experiments tonight. I don't realize I'm frowning until Noah asks, "Taylor, you okay?" I nod and try to hide my discomfort. My first encounter with Noah at the lounge, when I introduced myself with a fake name and fell asleep on his couch, feels like a lifetime ago. I wish I could undo that decision. It feels immature. Worse than that, it feels mean. "So," I begin, "I have to tell you something. It's sort of a funny story." Noah raises an eyebrow. "My name isn't really Taylor. It's Jess." I give a nervous laugh. He doesn't look amused. "You gave me a fake name?" "I didn't know if you were a crazy person," I explain. "Seriously? You came home with me?" "Yeah," I say. I inhale deeply. With his bare feet and the dish towel he's tucking into the waistband of his faded jeans, he looks cuter than I remembered. "It was a really weird day, and I guess I wasn't thinking straight." A weird day. If only he knew how much of an understatement that was. I can hardly believe I met Noah the same weekend I snuck into the study. That too-quiet classroom, the questions creeping across the computer screen, the sense that Dr. Shields could know my private thoughts. And yet things have only gotten stranger since then. "I'm sorry," I say. "Jess," Noah finally responds. He hands me a glass of Prosecco. "I don't like to play games." He holds my gaze, then he gives an almost imperceptible nod. Before I can block it, the notion flutters into my mind that I've just passed a test. I wouldn't have had this thought a few weeks ago. I take a sip of Prosecco. The tangy, sweet bubbles feel welcome against my throat. "I'm glad you're being honest now," Noah finally says. "You must be honest." That was one of the instructions waiting for me on the computer screen when I first entered the survey. Even when I'm consciously trying to dislodge Dr. Shields from my mind, she finds a way to sneak back in. Noah starts to lay ingredients neatly on the counter, and I take another sip of Prosecco. I still feel like I owe him a bigger apology, but I don't know what else there is to say. I look around his small, gleaming kitchen, noting the heavy cast-iron pan on the stove next to the green stone mortar and pestle, and a stainless steel upright mixer. "So, is breakfast all day your restaurant?" I ask. "Yep, or it will be if my funding comes through," he says. "I've got the space picked out, just waiting on the paperwork." "Oh, that's really cool." He cracks eggs with one hand, then whisks them in a bowl while he pours in a drizzle of milk. He pauses to swirl foaming butter around in a griddle pan, then adds cinnamon and salt to the eggs. "My secret ingredient," he says, holding up a bottle of almond extract. "Not allergic to nuts, are you?" "Nope," I say. He stirs in a teaspoonful, then sinks a thick slice of challah bread into the mixture. When the bread meets the pan with a gentle sizzle, a mouth-watering smell fills the room. There's nothing better than fresh bread, warm butter, and cinnamon cooking together, I realize. My stomach growls. Noah's a tidy cook, cleaning as he goes. The eggshells are dropped into the wastebasket, his dish towel dabs at a few drops of spilled milk, the spices are immediately returned to their drawer. As I watch him, it's as if a buffer forms between me and the tension I've been carrying around. It isn't gone, but at least I'm getting a reprieve. Maybe this is the kind of Saturday night date a lot of women my age experience, a quiet evening in with a nice guy. It shouldn't be that remarkable. It's just that we've already kissed, yet tonight seems more intimate than a physical act. Even though we randomly met in a bar, Noah seems to want to get to know the real me. He pulls placemats and real cloth napkins out of another drawer, then reaches into a cabinet for a couple of plates. He slides 2 pieces of golden brown French toast onto the center of each plate, then sprinkles fresh blackberries on top. I didn't even realize he was warming the syrup in a saucepan until he ladles generous spoonfuls atop it all. I stare down at the food he serves me, feeling a wash of emotions I can't easily identify. Other than my mother when I go to visit, no one has cooked for me in years. I take my first bite and groan. I swear, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. An hour later, the bottle of Prosecco is empty, and we're still talking. We've moved to the living room sofa. I'm going to Westchester to see my family for Hanukkah later this week, he says. But maybe we can do something Sunday night when I get back. I lean over to give him a kiss and taste sweet syrup on his lips. As I rest my head on his solid chest and his arms wrap around me, I feel something I haven't in months, or maybe years. It takes me a moment to define it. Contentment.
Chapter 26. Saturday, December 8th. Thomas arrives 5 minutes prior to the appointed time. Punctuality is one of the new habits he seems motivated to adopt. His broad shoulders fill the doorway as a smile spreads across his face. The first snow of the season has just begun to fall, and sparkly crystals cling to his sandy hair. It's a bit longer than he usually wears it. Thomas offers a bouquet of red ballerina tulips and is thanked with a lingering kiss. His lips are cold, and he tastes like mint. His hands move to deepen the embrace as he prolongs the intimacy. "That's all for now," he is told as he is playfully pushed away. He wipes his damp shoes on the mat and steps into the townhouse. "It smells delicious," he says. He looks down briefly. "I've missed your cooking." His coat is hung in the closet next to the lighter jackets he wears in the warmer weather. He was never asked to remove those particular items from the townhouse, and not only because he moved out so abruptly. Springtime symbolizes hope, renewal. The presence of his belongings served the same purpose. He is wearing the sweater that brings out the gold flecks in his green eyes. He knows it's a favorite. "You look beautiful," he says. He reaches out and runs his fingers so gently through a long, loose wave of my hair that his touch is barely discernible. My taupe and lavender fabrics have been replaced by black suede jeans and a cobalt blue silk camisole, but only a hint of color is visible beneath a thigh-length black cardigan made of fine merino wool. Thomas takes a stool at the granite island with the built-in cooktop. The oysters are on ice. The bottle of champagne is retrieved from the refrigerator. "Would you?" He sees the label and smiles. "A great year." The cork gives a gentle pop. Then Thomas fills 2 slim flutes. A toast is offered. "To second chances." Surprise and pleasure collide on Thomas's face. "You have no idea how happy that makes me." His voice is a shade huskier than usual. A slate-gray shell is lifted from the ice and tilted toward him. "Hungry?" He nods as he accepts it. "Starving." The lamb is removed from the oven to rest on the counter. The potatoes just need a few more minutes. Thomas prefers them on the crispier side. As champagne and oysters are savored, conversation flows easily. Then, just as Thomas is carrying the platter of lamb to the dining room table, a loud chime sounds. He sets down the tray and reaches into his pocket for his phone. "Do you need to get that?" It is vital that the question carries no hint of reproach. Thomas merely returns to the kitchen and places his phone face down on the island, inches away from the tort. "The only person I want to give attention to now is you," he says. He moves away from the phone to bring the decanted red wine to the table and is awarded with a sincere smile. Thomas's flowers are placed in the vase at the center of the table. Candles are lit. Nina Simone's sultry voice fills the air. Thomas's wine glass is refilled twice. His cheeks grow slightly flushed, his gestures more expansive. Thomas offers up a bite of his lamb. "This is the best piece." Our eyes lock. "You seem different tonight," he says, stretching out his hand. "Maybe it's us being together back in the house." He is awarded another brief kiss, then contact is broken. "Sweetheart, have you heard anything more from that private investigator?" His question seemingly comes out of nowhere. It feels discordant on this romantic evening. But then Thomas has always been protective. He knows how unsettling it was for me to receive the email from the investigator hired by Subject 5's family. This is not the first time he has asked whether the private investigator has instigated more contact. "Nothing since I responded that I would not violate confidentiality by relinquishing my notes on her," he is told. Thomas nods approvingly. "You're doing the right thing. A client's privacy is sacred." "Thank you." The unpleasant memory is skirted past. Tonight's agenda is already complex enough. It is time to bring the glass cake pedestal to the table. He is served a generous 3-inch slice. The edge of his fork slices through the rich, thick mousse. He raises the chocolate confection to his lips. He closes his eyes, savors it. Is this from Dominique?" "No, La Patisserie," he is told. "Delicious. I'm almost too full to eat it." A pause. "You'll work it off tomorrow at the gym?" He nods and takes another bite. "Aren't you having any?" "Of course." The tort melts on the tongue. No one would know it was not purchased at a specialty bakery, just as no one would be able to detect the taste of the 2 hazelnuts that were ground up and included in the batter. When Thomas's plate is clean, he leans back in his chair. But he cannot settle there. A hand is offered to him. "Come." He is led to a small love seat in the library and given a glass of Dalva port. The space is cozy, with its Steinway piano and gas fireplace. His eyes flit around the room, alighting on original paintings by Wyeth and Sargent, and then a whimsical bronze sculpture of a motorcycle, before landing on the silver-framed photograph of me as a teenager, astride Folly, the chestnut mare, on our Connecticut grounds, my red hair peeking out from beneath my riding helmet. Angled beside that picture is one of our wedding day. Thomas wore black tie. The tuxedo was purchased especially for the wedding, since he hadn't worn one since his high school prom. The bridal gown, with its lace top and tulle skirt, was custom-made. My father had to ask a business associate to call in a favor at Vera Wang, because the engagement was so short. My father did not approve of the low dip in the dress that reached nearly to the small of my back, but it was too late to have it altered. As a compromise, a long veil was worn during the ceremony at St. Luke's, the church my mother and father still attend. Our parents flank us in the photo. Thomas's family had flown in from a small town outside San Jose, California, 2 days before the wedding. We'd only met once before. Thomas dutifully called his mother and father every week, but he wasn't particularly close to them, or to his older brother Kevin, who worked as a construction foreman. My father is unsmiling in the photograph. Prior to proposing, Thomas had driven to my parents' Connecticut estate to ask for my hand in marriage. He'd concealed this from me. Thomas was skilled at keeping a secret. My father appreciated the nod to tradition. He clasped Thomas on the back, and they celebrated with brandy and Arturo Fuente cigars. However, the following morning, my father requested my presence at lunch. He asked only one question. It was direct, as befitting his nature. It came even before we placed our orders. "Are you certain?" "I am." Love is an emotional state, but my symptoms were highly physical. A smile formed at the mere mention of Thomas's name. My step felt lighter. Even my core temperature, which since my childhood had been consistently recorded at 96.2, well below the average of 98.6, rose by a degree. The music now switches to John Legend's Tonight. "Let's dance." Thomas's eyes follow the path of my cardigan as it slips from my shoulders down onto the love seat. As he rises, he reaches with his free hand to massage the back of his neck. The gesture is a familiar one. He appears a shade paler than normal. Our bodies fit together seamlessly, just as they did on our wedding night. It's as though the memory has always been stored in our muscles. The song ends. Thomas removes his glasses, then presses his thumb and index finger to his temples. He grimaces. "Are you feeling unwell?" He nods. "Do you think there were nuts in the tort?" He isn't in danger. His allergy is not life-threatening. However, it is triggered by even the tiniest taste of tree nuts. The sole side effect is a severe headache. Alcohol worsens this situation. "I did ask at the patisserie." My voice trails off. "I'll get you some water." 5 steps toward the kitchen, where his cell phone still rests on the counter. Now Thomas is positioned closer to the staircase. This is important. He will be more inclined to think his next movements are of his own accord, rather than the result of a subtle manipulation. "Would you like some Tylenol? It's just in the medicine cabinet upstairs." "Thanks. I'll be right back," he says. His heavy footsteps ascend the stairs, then sound directly overhead as he moves toward the master bathroom. The path has already been traced and timed with a stopwatch. He will likely be occupied for 60 to 90 seconds. Hopefully it will be enough time to gather the desired information. One of the first questions in the morality survey: would you ever read your spouse's/significant other's text messages? Thomas's passcode has traditionally been the month and day of his birth. It is unchanged. "Lydia, the Tylenol isn't in the medicine cabinet." His voice carries from the top of the stairs. My footsteps are swift, but when my tone comes from the bottom landing, it remains steady and unhurried. "Are you certain? I just bought some." The Tylenol is in the medicine cabinet, but tucked behind a box containing a new skincare cream. More than a cursory glance will be necessary to locate it. A creak in the floorboard indicates he is moving toward the master bathroom again. His glass of water is procured. Then the green phone icon is touched. Recent texts and phone calls are surveyed. My phone's camera function is already engaged. Quickly but meticulously, the record of Thomas's many recent calls is captured. His texts appear completely unremarkable, and so are disregarded. Every photograph is assessed to make sure the digital evidence is clear. Quality cannot be sacrificed to speed. The house is utterly quiet. Too quiet? "Thomas, are you okay?" "Yep," he calls. Perhaps he is applying a cold washcloth to his pulse points. More photographs are amassed, documenting perhaps 35 phone calls. Some numbers are assigned to contacts with recognizable names: Thomas's dentist, squash partner, and parents. Others, 8 in total, are unfamiliar. They all have New York City area codes. The deleted call record log is similarly documented, which turns up one additional unfamiliar number, this one with a 301 area code. It will be a simple matter to determine whether these numbers are completely innocuous. If a man answers, or if it belongs to a place of business, the phone number will be considered irrelevant, and the call will immediately be terminated. If a woman answers, the call will also be quickly aborted. But that number will be saved for further scrutiny. His phone is replaced on the counter. His glass of water is brought to the library. He should have returned by now. Thomas? He does not respond. He is met at the top of the staircase just as he emerges from the bedroom. Were you able to find it? He looks distinctly unwell now. He will require 3 aspirin followed by a long rest in a darkened room. The evening's encounter will come to a necessary, abrupt end. The hope in Thomas's eyes that further intimacies would progress has been extinguished. No, he says. His distress is evident. I'll get it, he is told. In the bathroom, he squints against the bright light. The medicine cabinet is surveyed. The luxury moisturizer is moved aside. It's right here. Back downstairs, he swallows 3 pills and is offered a respite on the couch. He shakes his head, then winces at the movement. I think I'd better go, he says. His coat is retrieved and offered to him. Your phone. He nearly left it on the counter. As it is picked up, a quick glance at the screen confirms it has automatically relocked. He tucks it into the pocket of his coat. I'm so sorry I had to cut this night short, he says. I'll make a call to the bakery first thing in the morning. A pause. The woman who waited on me needs to know her mistake. Phone calls concerning a mistake will be made tomorrow. That much is true. But not to anyone Thomas expects.
Chapter 27. Monday, December 10th. Nothing about Dr. Shields' home comes as a surprise to me. I get invited into many people's residences on Monday mornings to do makeup, and evidence of their weekend's activities is usually on display. The Sunday New York Times splayed out on a coffee table, wine glasses from a party drying upside down on a dish rack, kids' soccer cleats and shin guards scattered by the entryway. But when I arrive at Dr. Shields' townhouse in the West Village, I figured it would look like a spread in Architectural Digest, all muted colors and elegant pieces of furniture, chosen for aesthetics rather than comfort or function. And I'm right. It's like an extension of her meticulous office. After Dr. Shields greets me at the door and takes my coat, she leads me into the open, sunny kitchen. She's wearing a creamy turtleneck sweater and dark rinse-fitted jeans, and her hair is in a low ponytail. You just missed my husband, she says, clearing away 2 matching coffee mugs from the counter and depositing them in the sink. I was hoping to introduce you, but unfortunately he had to head into his office. Before I can ask more, I'm so curious about the man, Dr. Shields gestures to a small platter of fresh berries and scones. I don't know if you've had the chance to eat breakfast, she says. Do you prefer coffee or tea? Coffee would be great, I say. Thanks. When I finally texted Dr. Shields back on Sunday afternoon, she again asked how I was feeling before she invited me here. I truthfully replied that I was a lot better than when I left the hotel bar on Friday night. I slept in until Leo licked my face demanding a walk, worked a few jobs, and went out with Noah. I did one other thing, too. As soon as the bank opened on Saturday morning, I deposited the check for $750. I still feel like the money could float away. Until I see the balance on my statement, it doesn't seem real that I could be earning so much. Dr. Shields pours the coffee from a waiting carafe into 2 china cups with matching saucers. The curve of the handle is so delicate, I'm a little worried I might break it. "I thought we could work in the dining room," Dr. Shields says. She places the coffee and the platter on a tray, along with 2 small china plates in the same pattern as the cups. I follow her into the adjoining room, passing by a small table that holds a single silver-framed photograph. It's of Dr. Shields with a man. His arm is around her shoulders, and she is gazing at him. Dr. Shields looks back at me. "Your husband?" I ask, gesturing to the picture. She smiles as she arranges the teacups in front of 2 adjacent chairs. I take a closer look at the man, because this is the first thing about Dr. Shields' house that doesn't fit. He's maybe 10 years older than she, with slightly bushy dark hair and a beard. They appear to be almost the same height, about 5'7". They don't seem like a match, but they both look very happy in the photo, and she always lights up when she mentions him. I move away from the picture, and Dr. Shields motions to a chair at the head of the glossy oak table, beneath a crystal chandelier. The table is bare, save for a yellow legal pad, and beside it, a pen and a black phone. It isn't the silver iPhone I've noticed on Dr. Shields' desk before. "You said I'd just be making some calls today?" I ask. I don't know how this fits into a morality test. Is she going to ask me to set someone up again? Dr. Shields places the tray on the table, and I can't help noticing that every single blueberry and raspberry is perfect, like the same designer who chose the graceful pieces of furniture for this room also selected the fruit. "I know Friday evening was unsettling for you," she says. "Today will be more straightforward. Plus, I'll be right here in the room with you." "Okay," I say, sitting down. I sent her the legal pad in front of me, and that's when I see the first page isn't blank. Listed in what I now recognize as Dr. Shields' handwriting are the names of 5 women, and beside the names, phone numbers. All have New York City area codes, 212, 646, or 917. "I need some data concerning how money and morality intersect," Dr. Shields says. She places my cup and saucer in front of me, then reaches for her own. I notice she takes her coffee black. "It occurred to me that I can use your profession to help with this field work." "My profession?" I echo. I pick up the pen and press the button with my thumb. It makes a loud clicking noise. I put it back down and take a sip of coffee. "When given a hypothetical scenario, say winning the lottery, most subjects claim they would donate a portion of the money to charity," Dr. Shields says. "But in reality, studies show winners are often less giving than their own predictions would indicate. I would like to delve into a variation of this." Dr. Shields freshens my coffee from the carafe she has brought to the table, then takes the seat next to me. "I want the people who answer your call to believe someone has gifted them a free makeup session with Beauty Buzz," Dr. Shields says. Something about her energy seems especially intense today, even though she is practically motionless. But her expression is serene, her ice blue eyes are clear. So maybe I'm just projecting my own feelings. Because while I know this all makes perfect sense to her, I'm having trouble understanding why it would be important to her research. "So I just call and say they've been given a free makeup session?" "Yes, and it's the truth," Dr. Shields says. "I will pay you for the sessions." "Wait," I interrupt. "I'll really be doing these women's makeup?" "Well, yes, Jessica, like you do every day. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" She makes everything sound so logical. She sweeps away my question like it's a tiny crumb on the table. But the reprieve I found when I was with Noah is already vanishing. Every time I'm with Dr. Shields, I feel like I understand what she's doing less and less. She continues, "What I'm curious about is whether the recipients will tip you more generously since they received the service for free." I nod, even though I still don't get it. "Why these numbers, though?" I ask. "Who am I calling?" Dr. Shields takes an unhurried sip of coffee. They were all original subjects in an earlier morality survey I conducted. They signed a waiver, agreeing to a broad range of possible follow-up trials. So they know something might be coming, but they don't know what it is. I can relate. Intellectually, I can't see how this could hurt anyone. Who wouldn't want a free makeup session? Still, my stomach tightens. Dr. Shields slides a piece of paper over to me. On it appears to be a typewritten script. I stare down at it. If Beauty Buzz finds out I'm doing this, I could be in trouble. I signed a non-compete clause when they hired me, and even though, technically, I'm not freelancing off their name, I doubt they'd see it that way. I kind of hope none of these 5 women accept the free gift. I wonder if there's another way I could help with this experiment without using the name of my company. I'm about to voice my concerns when Dr. Shields puts her hand over mine. Her voice is low and soft. Jessica, I'm so sorry. I got so wrapped up with my research, and I didn't even think to ask about your family. Has your father begun a new job search? I exhale. My family's impending crisis is like a dull, chronic pain. It's always lurking in the back of my mind. Not yet. He's waiting for the new year. Nobody hires in December. Her hand is still over mine. It's so light. The slim, white, gold and diamond band looks to be the tiniest bit too big for her finger, as if she's lost some weight since it was first placed there. I wonder if I could be of help. Her voice trails off, as if she is in the throes of an idea. My head jerks up. I stare at her. I mean, that would be amazing. But how? He's in Pennsylvania, and the only job he's ever had is selling term life insurance. She withdraws her hand. Even though hers was cold, its removal feels like a loss. Suddenly, I'm aware that my own fingers are icy, almost as if she has transferred a bit of herself to me. She plucks a single raspberry from the platter and lifts it to her mouth. Her expression is thoughtful. I don't usually share personal details with subjects, she finally says. But I feel as though you are becoming more than that. Her words send a thrill through me. I haven't been imagining it. We really do have a connection. My father is an investor, Dr. Shields continues. He has a stake in a number of companies on the East Coast. He's an influential man. Perhaps I could put a call into him. I don't want to overstep, though. No, I mean, you wouldn't be overstepping, not at all. But I know my father would feel like a charity case. His pride would be destroyed if he found out about this. As usual, Dr. Shields seems to sense what I'm thinking. Don't worry, Jessica. We'll keep this just between us. This is so much more than just a generous check. This could save my family. If my father got a job, my parents could stay in their house. Becky would be okay. Dr. Shields doesn't seem like someone who makes promises lightly. Her life is so together. She's totally different from anyone I know. I have the feeling she could truly make this happen. I'm almost dizzy with relief. She smiles at me. She reaches for the phone and places it in front of me. Shall we do a run-through first?
Chapter 28. Tuesday, December 11th. Every family generates its own particular dysfunction. Many people believe that once they cross the threshold into adulthood, this legacy can be shed. But the maladjusted dynamics that have been imprinted upon us, often since childhood, are tenacious. You have provided me with crucial information that engenders an understanding of the tangled interactions resulting from your familial patterns, Jessica. Have you wondered about mine? Clients do typically speculate about their therapist's lives, superimposing images onto a blank canvas. You have experience in theater. How close have you come to accurately envisioning the cast? Paul, the powerful father, Cynthia, the former beauty queen mother, and Lydia, the high-achieving older daughter. These character sketches will provide context for the following scene. It is lunchtime on a Tuesday, the day after you visited my home. The occasion is festive, the mother's 61st birthday, although she proclaims it to be her 56th. Here is what can be observed. The mother, father, and daughter are led to a corner table for four at the Princeton Club on West 43rd Street. For many years, the fourth chair was occupied by the younger sister in the family. It has remained empty since the terrible accident during that daughter's junior year in high school. Her name was Danielle. The surviving daughter settles into her brown quilted leather chair and shifts ever so subtly so that she is equidistant between her mother and her father. The waiter does not need to take an order to know their preferred drinks. He quickly brings a tumbler of scotch and 2 glasses of crisp white wine to the table and greets each member of the trio by name. The father shakes his hand and inquires how the waiter's son performed in his last high school wrestling match. The mother immediately takes a long drink of wine, then pulls a gold compact from her purse and examines her reflection. Her coloring and features are similar to the daughter's, but the passage of time has robbed them of their luster. The mother frowns slightly and touches a fingertip to the edge of her lipstick. Orders are placed, and the waiter withdraws. Here is what can be overheard. "It's a pity Thomas couldn't join us," the mother says as she closes her compact with a snap and replaces it in her quilted purse with a clasp composed of gold interlocking C's. "Haven't seen much of him lately," the father states. "He has been so overworked," the daughter responds. "The holidays are always the busiest time for therapists." The statement is elastic, allowing its recipients to infuse it with a meaning of their own choosing. It could be the stress of shopping and travel and elaborate meal preparations that prompts patients to seek extra help. Or shorter, darker days could serve as the culprit, causing a worsening in depression or the onset of seasonal affective disorder. But as any therapist can tell you, the driving force behind an increase in both scheduled and emergency appointments during December is the very familial relationships that are supposed to conjure peace and joy. "Lydia?" The daughter lifts her head and casts an apologetic smile at her father. She has been lost in contemplation. Here is what remains invisible. The daughter has been reflecting on the information gleaned from yesterday's round of phone calls. It is impossible to dislodge this train of thought from her mind. "Based on the demographics you obtained, Jessica, 2 of the women appear to be improbabilities for Thomas. One volunteered that she would be taking care of her grandchildren this week, but could schedule an appointment on Saturday. The other turned out to belong to a housekeeping service, which sparked a remembrance that Thomas had recently mentioned needing to switch his current service. 3 prospects, however, remain question marks. 2 accepted the offer of the free makeup session, and their appointments have been scheduled for this Friday evening. The 3rd number had been disconnected. This is not yet a cause for concern. Thomas's single betrayal might be surmountable, but confirmation of even one more act of infidelity would do more than establish a pattern of cheating. It would reveal systemic fraud, a doubling down of deception. Still, results are not guaranteed in this line of inquiry. Too many variables remain in play. Therefore, a parallel avenue of research must be simultaneously set in place. "It is time for you to meet my husband, Jessica." The luncheon progresses. "You've barely touched your soul," the father says. "Is it overdone?" The daughter shakes her head and takes a bite. "It's perfect. I'm just not very hungry." The mother puts down her fork. It clinks gently against the plate containing a half-finished grilled chicken paillard and vegetables. "I don't have much of an appetite either," The father keeps his gaze on his daughter. "Are you sure there isn't something you'd rather order?" The mother drains her wine. The waiter approaches and discreetly refills it. It is the second time he has done so. The daughter has abstained save for a single sip. The father has waved away an offer of a second scotch. "Perhaps I am a bit preoccupied," the daughter confesses. She hesitates. "There's a young research assistant I've been working with. Her father's job is being phased out, and there is a disabled sister. I'm wondering if there is any way we can help the family." "What did you have in mind?" The father leans back in his seat. The mother has taken a breadstick from the basket on the table and snapped off the end. "He lives in Allentown. Do you know any companies there?" The father frowns. "Line of work?" "He sells life insurance. They're not fancy. I'm sure he'd be open to doing something else." "You never cease to amaze me," the father says. "You're so busy doing such important work, but you still take the time to get involved." The mother has finished consuming the breadstick. She says, "You're not still feeling badly about that other girl?" It is more a statement than a question. The daughter does not outwardly exhibit any signs of distress or agitation. "There is no connection between the two," she says. Her tone remains even. An observer would have no indication of the effort this requires. The father pats the daughter on the hand. "I'll see what I can do," he says. The waiter delivers a birthday cake to the table. The mother blows out the single candle. "Take a big piece home for Thomas," the mother says. Her eyes linger on the daughter. Then they sharpen. "We look forward to seeing both of you on Christmas Eve."
Chapter 29. Thursday, December 13th. There is no car service or wardrobe directions or written script for today's assignment. All I have is a destination and a time: the Dylan Alexander photography exhibit at the Met Brewer. I'm supposed to be there from 11 to 11:30, then head directly to Dr. Shields' office. When Dr. Shields called me on Tuesday afternoon with the instructions, I asked, "What exactly do you need me to do?" "I realize these assignments are a bit disconcerting," she'd replied, "but it's essential that you go into the scenarios blind so that your knowledge doesn't affect the outcomes." She'd said only one more thing. "Just be yourself, Jessica." That threw me. I know how to play the various roles in my life: the hard-working professional makeup artist, the girl at the bar laughing with her friends, the dutiful daughter and big sister. But the person Dr. Shields sees isn't any of them. She knows the woman on the couch who reveals secrets and vulnerabilities, but surely that isn't who I am supposed to be today. I try to remember the compliments Dr. Shields has given me, the things that might have led her to say she felt as though I was more than just a subject to her. Maybe that's the part of me I'm to reveal today. But I can't recall a lot of specific praise, just that she likes my fashion sense and forthrightness. As I get dressed, I am aware my outfit is more for her than it is for the assignment. At the last minute, I retrieve Dr. Shields' taupe wrap. I tell myself it's to ward off the December cold, but the truth is I'm nervous, and the scarf feels comforting. I inhale and imagine I can detect the faint smell of her spicy perfume, even though it surely must have worn off of the fabric by now. Before I make my way to the museum, I head to a diner to meet Lizzie for breakfast. I told her I had an important makeup appointment and needed to leave at 10 o'clock sharp. I wanted to give myself an extra cushion, because even though midday in the city isn't usually a busy travel time, you can never predict a subway delay or traffic jam or broken heel. At breakfast, Lizzie talks about her adored youngest brother, Timmy, who is a sophomore in high school. I met him when I went home with her for a weekend last summer. He's a sweet, good-looking kid. Apparently, he decided against trying out for the basketball team, something he has always loved. Now the whole family is in a tizzy. He is the first of the 4 brothers to not letter in the sport. So what does he want to do? I ask. The robotics club, Lizzie said. There's probably more of a future for him in that than in basketball, I say. Especially since he's 5'5", she agrees. I tell her a little bit about Noah. I don't get into the details of how we met, but I reveal we had a second date on Saturday night. A guy who offers to cook for you? Lizzie asks. Sounds sweet. Yeah, I think he is. I look down at my burgundy nails. It feels strange to be keeping so much from her. I need to run. Talk soon? I reach the museum 10 minutes early. I'm walking toward the entrance when I hear tires screech and someone shouting, "Holy crap!" I spin around. Just a dozen yards away, a white-haired woman is sprawled on the street in front of a taxicab. The driver is getting out, and a few people are rushing toward the accident scene. I hurry over in time to hear the driver say, "She walked right in front of me." By now, there are 5 or 6 of us clustered around the woman, who is conscious but looks dazed. A 30-something couple standing next to me immediately takes charge. They have an air of calm competence around them. "What's your name?" the man asks, taking off his blue overcoat and laying it on top of the white-haired woman. She's small and frail-looking underneath his large jacket. "Marilyn." Even that single word seems to rob her of strength. She closes her eyes and grimaces. "Someone call an ambulance," the woman says, arranging the coat more securely around Marilyn. "I've got it," I say, as I dial 911. I give the dispatcher the address, then I sneak a quick glance at my watch. It's 10:56. A thought strikes me. Maybe this accident was staged. At the hotel bar, Dr. Shields used me to assess a stranger. Today, I could be the one being evaluated. Perhaps this is the test. The couple bent over Marilyn are both attractive and wear business clothes and glasses. Could they be a part of this? I glance around, half expecting to glimpse Dr. Shields's red hair and piercing blue eyes, as if she's going to be standing just off stage in the wings, directing this scene. I shake off the suspicion. It's crazy to think she could have set this all up. I bend down and say to Marilyn, "Is there anyone we can call for you?" "My daughter," she whispers. She recites the phone number. It seems encouraging that she can remember it. The man who gave her his coat quickly speaks into his cell. "Your daughter is on her way," he says as he hangs up. He looks at me. From behind his glasses, his eyes are concerned. "Good idea." I check my watch. 11:02 a.m. If I head into the museum right now, I'll only be a minute or 2 late for my assignment. But what kind of person could walk away? In the distance, I hear the wail of an ambulance. Help is coming. Is it ethical for me to leave now? If I wait any longer, I'll have violated Dr. Shields's explicit instructions. I feel perspiration prickle my back. "I'm so sorry," I say to the man, who is shivering slightly now without his coat. "I have an assignment for work. I really need to go." "It's okay. I've got this," he says kindly, and the knot in my chest loosens a bit. "You sure?" He nods. I look down at Marilyn. She's wearing pink frosted lipstick that looks like the same CoverGirl brand my mom has worn for years, even though I used to give her expensive Bobbi Brown shades when I worked at that counter. "Can you do me a favor?" I ask the man. I take out one of my Beauty Buzz business cards and scribble my cell number on it. I hand it to him. "Will you just let me know when you hear how she is?" "Sure," he says. I really do want to make sure Marilyn is okay. Plus, now when I tell Dr. Shields about the accident, she won't judge me for callously leaving the scene of the accident. It's 6 minutes after 11 by the time I rush through the doorway of the museum. I take a final look back and see that the guy still holding my card isn't looking toward the approaching ambulance. He's watching me. I give the woman at the ticket counter $10, and she points me in the direction of the Dylan Alexander exhibit, up the narrow staircase to the second level, then left down the hallway. As I hurry up the stairs, I look at my phone to see if Dr. Shields has texted, like she did at the bar. A message has come in, but not from her. Just checking in again. Coffee? Katrina, my old friend from the theater, wrote. I shove my phone back into my pocket. The Dylan Alexander exhibit is at the end of the hall, and I'm nearly gasping by the time I reach it. I Googled the artist right after Dr. Shields gave me the assignment, so the subject of his work doesn't come as a surprise. It's a series of black and white photographs of motorcycles, unframed, on giant pieces of stretched canvas. I look around for any clues to orient me. Several people are lingering before the images, a docent leading a trio of tourists, a French-speaking couple holding hands, and a guy in a black bomber jacket. None of them seems to notice me. By now, the ambulance should be here, I think. Marilyn is probably being lifted up on a stretcher. She must be scared. I hope her daughter gets there fast. I peer at the pictures, remembering again how I'd given an uninspired response when Dr. Shields had shown me the glass falcon. I now wonder if my assignment has to do with these images. I need something more profound to say about this exhibit in case she asks. I know a little about motorcycles, but I know even less about art. I stare at the photo of a Harley-Davidson, tilted so far to the side that the rider is almost parallel to the ground. It's a powerful shot, life-size like the others, and practically bursting out of its frame. I am struggling to find the hidden meaning that artwork is supposed to contain, which, in turn, could give me a hint about Dr. Shields's hidden meaning in sending me here. All I see is a big, hulking machine and a rider who seemed like he was risking his life unnecessarily. If the real-life morality test isn't in these photos, where could it be? I can hardly concentrate on the photographs as I begin to wonder if the test already happened. The Met has a suggested fee of $25, but you don't have to give anything. When I'd first arrived at the museum, there was a ticket counter with a sign that read, "The amount you pay is up to you. Please be as generous as you can." I was in a rush, and I was only going to be there for 30 minutes, I'd thought as I'd opened my wallet. I had a 20 and a 10, so I'd pulled out the 10, folding it in half before sliding it under the glass to the ticket agent. Dr. Shields was probably planning on reimbursing me for the entrance fee. Maybe she'd assume I'd paid the full amount. I'd have to tell her the truth. I hope she didn't think I was cheap. I decide that when I go back down, I'll get change and donate another $15. I try to refocus on the art. Next to me, the couple is having an animated discussion in French as they point to one of the images. Farther down, toward the beginning of the exhibit, the tall man in the black bomber jacket stares at a photograph. I wait until he moves on to the next picture, then I approach him. "Excuse me," I say. "This is a dumb question, but I can't figure out what it is about these photos that makes them so special." He turns and smiles. He is younger than I'd thought at first. Better looking, too, with his juxtaposition of classically handsome features and edgy clothes. He pauses. "It seems to me the artist chose to use black and white because he wants the viewer to focus on the beautiful form. The lack of color really enables you to notice every detail. And see how he has carefully chosen the light here to enhance the handlebars and speedometer?" I turned to look at the image from his perspective. The motorcycles all appeared alike to me at first, a blur of metal and chrome, but now I realize they are quite distinct. "I get what you mean," I say. I still can't figure out what this exhibit has to do with morality and ethics, though. I move on to the next photograph. This motorcycle isn't in motion. It is shining and new and stands atop a mountain. Then the man in the bomber jacket walks over to it too. "See the person reflected in the side mirror?" he asks. I hadn't, but I nod anyway as I peer closer at the image. The buzzer on my phone sounds, startling me. I give the man an apologetic smile in case the noise has broken his concentration, then I reach into my pocket to silence it. I'd set the alarm on my way to the museum, wanting to make sure I followed Dr. Shields' directions to leave at 11:30 sharp. I need to go. "Thanks," I tell the man. Then I take the stairs down to the main level. Rather than waste more time getting change, I tuck the 20 into the donation box and hurry out the door. As I exit the door, I see that Mary—
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
Merlin, the cab driver, and the guy with the tortoiseshell glasses are all gone. Cars are driving over the spot where she had lain. People are milling around the sidewalk, talking on their cell phones and eating hot dogs from a nearby vendor. It's like the accident never happened.
Chapter 30. Thursday, December 13th. To you, this is simply a 30-minute assignment. You have no idea that it may spark the unraveling of my entire life. Since this plan was set into motion, measures were required to counterbalance my resulting physical reactions: sleeplessness, lack of appetite, a plummeting core temperature. It is essential that these base distractions be offset to avoid wreaking havoc with the clarity of the thought process. A warm bath infused with lavender oil coaxes sleep. In the morning, 2 hard-boiled eggs are consumed. An increase in the thermostat from 72 degrees to 74 degrees compensates for my physiological alteration. It begins with a call to Thomas's cell phone right before we are supposed to meet. "Lydia," he says, pleasure lacing his voice. What would it be like to live the rest of my life without hearing it in all of its incarnations? Slightly scratchy when he wakes up in the morning, soft and tender during intimate moments, and masculine and passionate when he cheers for the Giants. Thomas confirms that he is at the Met Broyer, waiting for my arrival. However, the pleasure in his tone disappears when he learns a work emergency will require cancellation of our plans to view one of his favorite photographer's exhibits. But he can hardly complain. He called off a date just over a week ago. The exhibit will only be there through the weekend. Thomas won't want to miss it. "You can tell me about it at dinner on Saturday," Thomas is told. Now you are both in place, set on a collision course. All that remains is the waiting. The condition of waiting is universal. We wait for traffic lights to change from red to green, for the grocery store line to advance, for the results of a medical test. But the wait for you to arrive and relay what happened at the museum, Jessica, isn't measurable by any standard unit of time. Often the most effective psychological studies are rooted in deception. For example, a subject can be led to believe he or she is being evaluated for one behavior, when in fact the psychologist has engineered this decoy to measure something else entirely. Take the Ash conformity study. College students thought they were participating in a simple perceptual task with other students, when in actuality they were placed one at a time in a group along with actors. The students were shown a card with a vertical line on it, then another card with 3 more lines. When asked to say out loud which lines matched in length, the students consistently provided the same answer as the actors, even when the actors picked one of the clearly incorrect lines. The student subjects believed they were being tested on perception, but what was actually being assessed was adherence to conformity. You assume you are visiting the Met Breuer to look at photographs, but your opinion of the exhibit is of no concern. It is 11:17 a.m. That particular exhibit will be uncrowded at this time of day. Only a few people should be viewing the artwork. You will have seen Thomas by now, and he, you. Sitting down is an impossibility. A hand is run along the row of books filling the white wood built-in shelf, even though the spines are already perfectly aligned. The single legal-size folder on the desk is moved slightly to the right, centering it more precisely. The tissues on the table beside the couch are replenished. The clock is checked again and again. Finally, 11:30. It is over. The length of the office is 16 steps, back and forth. 11:39. The far window affords a view over the entranceway. It is checked with every pass by that corner. 11:43. You should be here by now. A check in the mirror, a reapplication of lipstick. The edges of the sink are cold and hard. The reflection in the mirror confirms the facade is in place. You will suspect nothing. 11:47. The buzzer sounds. You are finally here. A slow, measured breath, then another. You smile as the inner door to the office is opened. Your cheeks are flushed from the cold and your hair is windblown. You radiate the full bloom of youth. Your presence serves as a reminder of time's inexorable cruelty. Someday you, too, will be pulled toward its cusp. What did he think when he encountered you instead of me? It's like we're twins, you say. You touch your cashmere wrap by way of explanation. My laugh is forced. I see. It's perfect for such a blustery day. You settle into the love seat, now your preferred spot. Jessica, tell me about your experience at the museum. The prompt is delivered matter-of-factly. There can be no research bias. Your report needs to be unpolluted. You begin. Well, I have to tell you I was a few minutes late. You glance down, avoiding my eyes. There was a woman who was hit by a cab and I stopped to help her, but I called an ambulance and these other people took over and I rushed to the exhibit. For a second I wondered if she was part of the test. You give an awkward little laugh, then blunder on. It was hard to tell where I was supposed to start, so I just went to the first picture that caught my eye. You are speaking too quickly. You are summarizing. Take it more slowly, Jessica. Your posture slumps. I'm sorry, it just threw me. I didn't see the accident, but I saw her lying on the street right after. Your anxiety must be indulged. How upsetting, you are told. It was good of you to help. You nod. Some of the tension eases from your rigid posture. Why don't you just take a deep breath? Then we can proceed. You unwind the wrap and place it on the seat next to you. I'm okay, you say. Your tone is tempered now. Describe what happened in chronological order after you entered the exhibit. Don't leave out any detail, no matter how inconsequential it may seem, you are told. You speak of the French couple, the docent and her tourists, and your impression of Alexander's decision to photograph in black and white to emphasize the form of the vehicles. You pause. To be honest, I really didn't understand what made the photographs special, so I asked this guy who seemed really into them why he liked them. A hitch in the pulse, an almost uncontrollable surge of queries. I see. And what did he say? You recount the exchange. It is as though Thomas's deep voice is reverberating through the office, mingling with your higher tones. When you spoke, did he notice the rounded Cupid's bow on your upper lip, the smoky sweep of your eyelashes? A slight ache forms in my hand. My grasp on the pen is eased. The next question must be chosen with exquisite care. And then, did your conversation with him continue? Yeah, he was nice. A brief, involuntary smile alights on your face. The memory now gripping you is a pleasurable one. He came up to me a minute later when I was looking at the next photograph. There were only two possible outcomes in this scenario. The first was that Thomas would pay no attention to you. The second, that he would. Although the latter was repeatedly envisioned, its power is nevertheless devastating. Thomas, with his sandy hair and the smile that starts in his eyes, the one that promises everything will be okay, could not resist you. Our marriage dwelled within a lie. It was built on a foundation of quicksand. The swelling rage and deep disappointment do not reveal themselves. Not yet. You continued to describe the conversation about the reflection of the rider in the motorcycle mirror. You are stopped when you begin to detail how the alarm on your phone sounded. You are jumping ahead to your exit from the museum. You must be led backward to the room where you and Thomas met. The question has to be asked, even though it seems a foregone conclusion that Thomas found you attractive, that he sought a way to prolong your contact. You have been trained to be honest in this space. Your foundational sessions have led us to this pivotal moment. The sandy-haired man, would you... You are shaking your head. Huh? You interject. You mean the man I was talking to about the photographs? It is imperative that any confusion be eliminated. Yes, you are told. The one in the bomber jacket. Your expression grows perplexed. You shake your head again. Your next words send the room spinning. Something has gone deeply wrong. His hair wasn't light, you say. It was dark brown, almost black, really. You never met Thomas at the museum. The man you encountered was someone else entirely.
Chapter 31. Friday, December 14th. On the surface, it's business as usual. The Germex, the Altoids, my arrival 5 minutes before the appointed time. It's Friday night, and I have 2 clients left before I wrap up work. But neither of these appointments was scheduled by Beauty Buzz. These are women Dr. Shields has selected as part of her study. When I went to her office yesterday after the museum, Dr. Shields seemed a little confused about my conversation with the guy in the bomber jacket. Then she excused herself to go to the ladies' room. When she came back a few minutes later, I tried to tell her about the rest of my visit, how I put more money in the collection box and saw no sign of the accident when I left the exhibit. But Dr. Shields cut me off. She only wanted to focus on this new experiment. She explained again that these women had been subjects in an earlier morality survey and had signed a waiver agreeing to a broad range of possible follow-up trials. But they don't know why I'm really going to show up at their homes. At least I do. Or I think I do. This is the first time I've been told what is being evaluated before I go into an experiment. I'm relieved I'm not going in blind, but it still feels strange. Maybe that's because the stakes seem so small. Dr. Shields wants to know if these clients will tip me more generously since the service is free. I'm to collect some basic demographic data on them, their ages, their marital status, their occupations, for her to include when she writes a paper on her research, or whatever it is she's using the information for. I wonder why she needs me to confirm these details. Wouldn't she or her assistant Ben have gotten it prior to letting them into the study, like they did with me? Before I enter the Chelsea apartment building and take the elevator to the 12th floor, I reach into my pocket for my phone. Dr. Shields has stressed the importance of one more instruction. I press the button to dial her number. The call is connected. "Hi, I'm about to go in," I say. "I'm going to mute myself now, Jessica," she says. A moment later, I don't hear anything, not even her breathing. I press speaker. When Raina opens the door to her apartment, my first thought is that she is pretty much what I expected when I envisioned the other women in Dr. Shields' study. Early 30s, with shiny dark hair in a blunt cut at her collarbone. Her apartment is furnished with an artistic flair. A giant, swirling stack of books serves as an end table. The walls are a rich maroon, and a funky menorah that looks like an antique rests on the windowsill. For the next 45 minutes, I try to weave all the questions Dr. Shields needs me to ask. I learn Raina is 34, originally from Austin, and that she's a jewelry designer. She points to a few of the pieces she is wearing as I select a dove gray eyeshadow, including the eternity ring she designed for her wedding to her partner. "Eleanor and I have matching ones," she says. She's already told me that they're attending a friend's 35th birthday party tonight. Raina is so easy to talk to, I almost forget this isn't one of my usual jobs. We chat a little more, then she goes to check her reflection in a mirror. When she comes back, she hands me 2 20s. "I can't believe I won this," she says. "Which company do you work for again?" I hesitate. "One of the big ones, but I've been thinking about going freelance." "I'll definitely call you again," Raina says. "I still have your number." But that number is to the phone Dr. Shields had me use. I just smile and pack up quickly. When I'm back on the sidewalk, I immediately take Dr. Shields off speakerphone and put my cell phone to my ear. "She gave me $40, I say. "Most clients only tip 10. "Wonderful," Dr. Shields says. "How long until you're at the next appointment?" I check the address. It's just a quick cab ride up the West Side Highway. "It's in Hell's Kitchen," I say. I'm shivering. The temperature has plummeted in the past hour. "So I should be there by around 7:30. "Perfect," she says. "Call me when you arrive." The second woman is unlike any other client I've worked on. It's hard to imagine how she would have gotten into Dr. Shields' study. Tiffany has bleached blonde hair and is rail thin, but not like the fancy Upper East Side moms. She starts chattering the minute I wheel my case into her tiny entryway. It's a studio with a minuscule kitchen and a couch pulled out into a bed. Bottles of liquor line the kitchen cabinet, and the sink is full of dirty dishes. The television is blaring. I glance over and see Jimmy Stewart on the screen in It's a Wonderful Life. It's the only sign of the holidays in this dark, dreary apartment.
"I've never won anything,"
Tiffany says. Her voice is high and almost shrill.
"Not even a stuffed animal at the fair."
I'm about to ask about her plans for the night when another voice comes from the rumpled covers on the sofa bed. "I fucking love this movie." I start, then look over to see a guy lounging against the cushions. Tiffany follows my gaze.
"My boyfriend,"
she says, but she doesn't introduce me. The guy doesn't even look over, and the blue light from the screen that washes over his face blurs his features. "Going anywhere special tonight?" I ask.
"I'm not sure. Maybe a bar?"
Tiffany says. I open my case on the floor. There's nowhere to spread out. Already I know I don't want to spend any longer here than I need to. "Can we turn on a light?" I ask Tiffany. She reaches for a switch, and her boyfriend reacts instantly, throwing a hand over his eyes. I catch a glimpse of sharp limbs and a tattoo sleeve. "Can't you guys do that in the bathroom?"
"There's no space,"
Tiffany says. He exhales. "Fine." I set my phone on the top shelf of my case, making sure the screen is face down. I wonder how much of this Dr. Shields can hear. Tiffany drags over a brown packing box and sits on it. I notice a couple others stacked against the wall. As I examine her skin, I realize Tiffany is older than she first appeared. Her complexion is sallow, and her teeth have a grayish tint.
"We just moved here,"
she says. Her sentences tip up like questions at the end.
"From Detroit?"
I begin to blend an ivory foundation on my hand. She's so pale, I need to use my lightest shade. What brought you to New York? I ask. I know her marital status. Now I just need to get her occupation and age. Tiffany glances at her boyfriend. He still seems immersed in the movie.
Just some work stuff for Ricky,
she says. But clearly he's been listening to us because he calls out, You girls sure are chatty.
Sorry,
Tiffany says. Then, more quietly, she continues,
Your job seems really fun. How did you get it?
I lean over and begin to dab foundation onto her skin. That's when I see the faint purple bruise on her temple. It was hidden by her hair when she answered the door. My hand pauses. Ouch, what happened here? I ask. She stiffens.
I hit it on a cabinet door when I was unpacking.
For the first time, her tone is flat. Ricky mutes the television, then peels himself from the sofa and saunters to the refrigerator. His feet are bare, and he's wearing saggy jeans and a faded t-shirt. He pulls out a Pabst and pops the top. How'd she win this anyway? He asks. He's only 3 feet away, directly under the fluorescent light. I can now see him clearly. His choppy, dirty blonde hair and sallow skin nearly match Tiffany's, but her eyes are light blue, and his are nearly black. Then I realize his pupils are so dilated they've crowded out the irises. I instinctively look toward my phone, then drag my gaze back to him. My boss arranged it, I say. I think it's a free promotion to spread the word about her company. I grab an eye pencil, not caring if it's the right shade. Close, please, I instruct Tiffany. 3 loud cracks erupt to the right of me. I whip my head around. Ricky is rolling his neck from side to side, but his eyes stay fixed on me as he does it. So you just go around giving people free makeup? He says. What's the catch? Tiffany pipes up.
Ricky, she's almost done. I didn't give her a credit card or anything. Just watch your movie and then we can go out.
But Ricky doesn't move. He keeps staring at me. I need to get one more piece of information, then I'm going to finish as fast as I can and leave. For women like you, who are under 25, I prefer a creamy blush, I say, reaching into my case. The blush is on the top shelf, next to my phone. I begin to blend it on Tiffany's cheek. My fingers are unsteady, but still I try to make sure my touch is gentle in case the area by her bruise is tender. Ricky moves a step closer. How do you know she's under 25? I look at my phone again. Just guessing, I say. He smells like old sweat and cigarette smoke and something else I can't identify. What? You're trying to sell her this stuff? He says. No, of course not, I say. It seems weird you picked her. We just moved here 2 weeks ago. How'd you get her number? My hand slips, smudging the blush down Tiffany's cheek. My boss just gave it to me, I say. 2 weeks, I think, and they moved all the way from Detroit. There's no way Tiffany could be part of Dr. Shields' study. I don't even realize that I've stopped working on Tiffany and am staring at my phone until I see a sudden movement out of the corner of my eye. Ricky lunges forward. I twist out of the way, a scream rising in my throat. Tiffany is frozen. Ricky, don't! Instinctively, I cower down on the floor. But it isn't me he's trying to grab. It's my phone. He snatches it up and flips it to see the screen. It's just my boss, I start to blurt. Ricky looks at me. Are you a fucking narc? What? Nothing's ever free in life, he says. I wait to hear Dr. Shields' voice come over the speakerphone. Beauty Buzz has safeguards in place to protect us workers. They require a credit card and say we are authorized to leave immediately if something doesn't seem right. All I have is Dr. Shields. She'll fix this. She'll explain everything. I crane my neck up to look at the phone, but Ricky pulls it out of my line of vision. Why do you keep staring at this? Ricky asks. Then he slowly turns around the phone, holding it up. The screen shows nothing but my home screen photo of Leo. Dr. Shields has hung up. I'm on my own. I'm crouched on the floor, with no way to protect myself. My boyfriend is picking me up, so I wanted to make sure to see his call come in. I lie, my voice high and frantic. He should be here any second now. Slowly, I stand up, as if I'm trying to avoid antagonizing a wild animal. Ricky doesn't move, but I feel as though he could explode at any second. I'm sorry I upset you, I say. I can wait outside. Ricky's eyes lock onto mine. His hand closes like a fist over my phone. There's something off about you, he says. I shake my head. I promise, I'm just a makeup artist. He stares at me for another long moment. Then he tosses my phone into the air, and I scramble to catch it. Take your fucking phone, he says. I'm going back to my movie. I don't exhale until he's back on the sofa. I'm sorry, Tiffany whispers. I want to reach into my case and extract one of my cards and give it to her. I want to tell her to call me if she ever needs help. But Ricky is too close. His awareness of me is like a force in the room. I grab a few lip glosses out of my case and hand them to Tiffany. Keep these, I say. I shove my things back into my case and shut it. Then I stand up. My legs feel weak. I hurry to the door, imagining Ricky's eyes searing into my back. By the time I reach the stairwell, I'm running, my arms straining with the effort of holding up my heavy case. After I'm in the back of an Uber, I check my phone log. I can't believe it. Dr. Shields hung up after only 6 minutes.
Chapter 32. Friday, December 14th. Your voice is surprisingly agitated when you telephone following your encounter with the second woman. How could you have hung up on me? That guy was bad news. Therapists are trained to set aside their own turbulent emotions and focus on their clients. This can be quite challenging, especially when unspoken questions vie with yours, Jessica. What is Thomas doing tonight? Is he alone? But you must be appeased swiftly. There could be any number of reasons why these two women called my husband. Therapy, for example. In any case, they have been eliminated as potential paramours. Raina is a married lesbian, and Tiffany relocated here only weeks ago. The other possible avenues leading to information are closing up. This heightens the urgency of your participation. Everything depends upon you now. You must be managed. Jessica, I am so sorry. The call cut off, and obviously you could not be phoned back. What happened? Are you safe? Oh. You exhale. Yeah, I guess. But that woman you sent me to, her boyfriend was clearly on drugs. A tinge of something, resentment, anger, lingers. This must be extinguished. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? The offer is declined, as expected. Still, the solicitous attention to your well-being has the desired effect. Your voice modulates. Your words come more slowly as you describe your interactions. Cursory questions are asked about the two women. You are complimented on your ability to draw out their basic demographic details. I left Tiffany too soon to get a tip, you say. You are assured that you handled the situation perfectly, that your safety comes first. Then a seed is carefully planted. Is it possible that your prior experience with the theater director, the one you described to me in the hotel lobby, has left you feeling more vulnerable with men than you would otherwise? The question is delivered with compassion, naturally. You fumble with an answer. I hadn't really thought about that, you say. The hint of self-doubt in your voice reveals that the query has landed effectively. The buzz of an incoming call interrupts you. You stop speaking briefly. The number is quickly checked, but it belongs to my father, not Thomas. Continue, please, you are instructed. Thomas has not responded to a message left for him more than an hour ago. This is atypical. Where is he? Your tone has remained deferential since the introduction of the possibility that your past is tainting your perceptions of your encounters with men. Perhaps you also remember how you jumped to conclusions with Scott in the hotel bar. The second woman, Tiffany, she mentioned she'd just moved here from Detroit. Your sentence is halting. You are probing for information without wanting to appear accusatory. I was just wondering, you said she was a part of your study? It was hoped that you would overlook this detail. You were underestimated. A quick recovery is necessary. My assistant, Ben, must have transposed 2 digits when he took down her phone number, you are told. Effusive apologies are offered, and you accept them. You must be drawn back in quickly. You will be needed again in just a few days for your most important assignment yet. A distraction is required. Inspiration arrived serendipitously just moments ago when my phone vibrated to signal the incoming call. The words that will entice you are selected. My father called today. He has a lead on a job that might be of interest. Your relief is obvious and immediate. A gasp, followed by a cry of delight. Really? This exchange is followed by a promise that a check for your evening's work will be ready for you the next time you come to the office. You are brimming with questions, but you do not allow yourself to release them. Excellent, Jessica. You are eased off the phone. Supplies are gathered. A laptop, a pen and a fresh legal pad, a cup of peppermint tea to engender alertness and warm the hands and throat. The blueprint for your encounter with Thomas must be quickly drawn. Not a single detail can be left to chance. There can be no missed connection this time.
Chapter 33. Friday, December 14th. Leo jumps on me as soon as I unlock my door, his little paws barely reaching my knees. He hasn't been out since I left to do makeup on Raina and Tiffany. I set down my case and grab my wool scarf, then clip on his leash. I need this walk as much as he does right now. Leo tugs me down the 3 flights of stairs and through the building's front door. Even though I'm only going to be gone for a few minutes, I yank it hard to make sure the sometimes sticky lock engages. While Leo relieves himself on a fire hydrant, I wrap the scarf around my neck and check my phone. 2 missed texts. The first is from my theater friend Annabelle. "Miss you, girl. Call me." The second is from an unfamiliar number. "Hey, just wanted you to know Marilyn is doing okay. Her daughter said she was released from the hospital a few hours ago. Hope you got to your work assignment on time." At the end, he added a smiling emoji. "Thanks for the update. That's good news," I type back. As I continue to walk, I reach my free hand around to rub the back of my neck, trying to ease the knots. Even the promise of a possible new job for my dad doesn't offset the agitation I'm feeling. I want to talk to someone about everything that is going on, but I can't unburden myself to my father and mother, and not just because of Dr. Shields' rule of secrecy. I look at my phone again. It's not quite 9 p.m. Noah is out of town until Sunday. I could call Annabelle or Lizzie and try to meet up with them. Their happy banter would be a diversion, but right now it doesn't feel like a welcome one. I turn a corner and pass a restaurant with a string of white holiday lights dangling around windows. On the doorway of the shop next door is a wreath. My stomach rumbles, and I realize I haven't eaten since lunch. A group comes toward me, led by a guy in a floppy Santa hat. He's walking backward, singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer loudly and mixing up the lyrics while his friends laugh. I step to one side to let them pass, feeling as if I'm disappearing into the shadows in my all-black work outfit. A year ago, I was also part of a happy, loud group. We sat around after rehearsals on Friday nights, and Jean ordered in Chinese food for everyone. Sometimes Jean's wife would stop by with homemade brownies or cookies. In a way, it felt like a family. I didn't realize how much I miss it. I'm alone tonight, but I'm used to that. It's just that I don't often feel lonely. The last time I Googled Jean, I saw his wife had just had a baby girl. My search turned up a picture of the three of them together at the opening of one of his shows, the wife smiling down at the infant in her arms. They looked happy. I think about the 2 texts from Katrina, the ones I haven't answered. A question has been forming in my mind, despite my efforts to move on from that period in my life. As I think about Jean's innocent wife, it's like I can hear Dr. Shields asking it. Is it ethical to destroy one blameless woman's life if it means there's a chance of protecting other women from future harm? I need an escape from my thoughts. If I did drugs, now is when I'd be reaching for a joint. But I don't lose control that way. There's another outlet I crave when the pressure gets to be too much. Noah thinks I'm the kind of girl you cook for and only kiss on the first date. But that's not who I am anymore, ever since that evening with Jean French. Maybe because I trusted him so much, now it's hard to be emotionally vulnerable with men. Even if Noah were in town, he's not what I'm looking for tonight. I think instead about the guy who just texted, and how he stared after me when I walked toward the museum. With him, I can just be an anonymous girl. So I text him again. Any chance you're free for a drink now? I briefly think about Noah with the dishcloth tucked away in his jeans as he cooked for me. He won't ever know, I think. All I'm going to do is see this guy for a few hours. I'll never need to talk to him again.
Chapter 34. Friday, December 14th. After you file your report on your encounters with Raina and Tiffany, the phone remains silent for an agonizingly long stretch of time. When Thomas finally calls at 9:04 p.m., the cup of peppermint tea has been freshened 3 times. Nearly 2 pages of the legal pad are filled. "I'm so sorry I didn't see your text earlier," he begins. "I was running around Christmas shopping and I didn't hear my ringer because the stores were so packed." Thomas typically does leave holiday shopping until the last minute, and the rush of city noises can be heard in the background. Still, suspicion swells. Would he truly have not felt the vibration of his phone? But his excuse is readily accepted, because it is even more vital that he enters the experiment blind. A bit of light chatting ensues. Thomas says he is worn out and is heading home for an early night. Then he utters one final sentence before hanging up. "I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, gorgeous." The teacup clatters into the saucer, chipping the fine china. Fortunately, he terminated the call before the noise erupted. During the course of our marriage, Thomas freely bestowed compliments. "You're beautiful, stunning, brilliant, but never gorgeous." In the errant text that he addressed to me, though, it was the term he'd used for the woman he confessed to having an affair with. Experiencing emotional phases of dark and light is universal. A healthy and loving partnership can provide a supportive infrastructure during a downward trajectory, but it can never erase the pain that infuses an individual during pivot points, such as the death of a sister, or the infidelity of a husband, or the suicide of a young female subject. This seismic tragedy occurred at the beginning of this past summer, June 8th, to be exact. Our marriage suffered, Jessica. Whose wouldn't? It was difficult to summon the energy to wholly engage. Visions of my subject's earnest brown eyes intruded at all hours. A retreat, both emotionally and physically, resulted, despite Thomas's reassuring words. "Some people are beyond help, my love. There's nothing you could have done." Our marriage could have recovered from the estrangement formed during this time, except for one thing. A season later, in September, the text he said was intended for the boutique owner with whom he'd had a one-night stand landed on my phone. The bright, chiming noise seemed to reverberate throughout my quiet office. It was 3:51 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. Thomas likely sent it at that particular time because his own office was empty too. Clients typically depart at 10 minutes before the hour, leaving a small window for the therapist to attend to personal needs before the next patient is welcomed. During that summer of internal darkness, my office hours were also maintained, Jessica. No patient was turned away. This was perhaps more vital than ever before. Which meant the 9 vacant minutes that followed the receipt of the text could be spent staring at Thomas's message. "See you tonight, gorgeous." It was as though the words expanded until they blotted out all else. As a therapist, one often witnesses a client's attempt to rationalize, to make excuses, as a defense mechanism to quash overwhelming emotions. However, those 4 words could not be ignored. When just 1 minute remained before new clients would be ushered into both of our offices, the trance-like state broke. A reply was transmitted to Thomas. "I do not think this was intended for me." The phone was then silenced, and my 4 p.m. appointment, a single mother struggling with anxiety that was exacerbated by her teenage son's belligerence, was utterly unaware that anything was amiss. However, Thomas must have cancelled his final appointment of the day, because 50 minutes later, after the agitated mother was escorted out, he sat slumped in my waiting room, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, his face drawn and gray. In the wake of Thomas's text, data was amassed. Some information was offered by Thomas. Her first name, Lauren. Her place of employment, a small upscale clothing boutique near Thomas's office. Other information was independently collected. A brief phone call to the boutique at noon on a Saturday was all that was required to verify Lauren's presence on the premises. It was a simple matter to wander inside and pretend to be absorbed in the colorful fabrics. She was ringing up a customer with easy chatter. The boutique contained 1 other sales clerk and several other shoppers, but she was the one who drew the eye, and not just because of her history with my husband. "You look a bit like her, Jessica. There's a similarity in your essence." And it was easy to see why even a happily married man would be susceptible to her overtures. She completed the transaction and approached me with a warm smile. "Looking for anything special?" she asked. "Just browsing," she was told. "Can you make a recommendation? I'm going away for the weekend with my husband, and I'd like a few new outfits." She recommended several items, including the unstructured dresses she'd picked up on her recent buying trip to Indonesia. A brief conversation ensued concerning her travels. She was exuberant and brimming with joy. She wore her zest for life. After Lauren was allowed to prattle on for several minutes, the encounter was abruptly terminated. Nothing was purchased, of course. The meeting answered a few questions, but it raised others. Lauren still has no idea of the true intention of my visit. A drop of bright red blood stains the white china saucer. A Band-Aid covers my tiny wound. The broken teacup remains on the table. Thomas is not a tea drinker. He prefers coffee. The legal pad rests on the desk next to the teacup. The question at the top of the yellow-lined page, written in all capital letters, can finally be answered. Where will they finally meet? Every Sunday following his squash game, Thomas enjoys a simple routine. He reads the New York Times at a diner 2 doors down from his gym. He pretends this is because the location is convenient. The truth is that he craves their greasy bacon and fried eggs with a heavily buttered bagel. Despite a marriage filled with so many overlapping regimes, our Sunday morning routines were always divergent. In 36 hours, Thomas will indulge his weekly craving. And you, Jessica, will arrive to provide a different sort of temptation.
Chapter 35. Sunday, December 16th. I spot Dr. Shields' target the instant I step into the diner that's filled with the clatter of dishes and the buzz of customers' conversations. He's alone in the 3rd booth on the right, his face partially obscured by his newspaper. Yesterday, Dr. Shields called to tell me she had a check for $1,000 for my work on Friday night. Then she gave me this assignment. Find a certain man at this particular coffee shop and exchange phone numbers. It was uncomfortable enough to flirt with Scott at a hotel bar, but doing the same thing without the dim light and alcohol seems 100 times worse. The only way I can do it is by imagining my family's expressions when they learn they're going on vacation after all. Sandy hair, 6'2", tortoiseshell glasses, New York Times, gym bag. Dr. Shields' description runs through my mind again. The man checks every box. I walk briskly toward him, poised to say my opening line. He looks up just as I reach his table. I freeze. I know my next line. I'm sorry to bother you, but did you find a phone? But I can't speak. I can't move. The man in the booth isn't a stranger. I first encountered him outside the Met Brewer 4 days ago, when we both stopped to help the woman who was hit by a taxi. We were 2 strangers bound together by serendipity. At least, that's what I assumed. I saw him again after he texted to tell me Marilyn was okay, and I suggested meeting for a drink. He sets his newspaper on the table. He looks almost as surprised as I feel.
Jess? What are you doing here?
My first instinct is to turn and walk out the door. My mouth is dry, and it's hard to swallow. I stutter. I was just walking by and thought I'd grab a bite. He blinks.
What a coincidence.
His eyes linger on my face, and panic sweeps through me.
You don't live around here. What are you doing in the neighborhood?
I shake my head and push away an image of him leaning forward in the darkened bar just 2 nights ago, his hand grazing my thigh. After 3 drinks, Thomas and I went back to my place. A friend told me I should come because the food was good. The waitress swings by with a carafe of steaming coffee. Top you off, Thomas?
Sure,
He says. He gestures to me.
Do you want to sit down?
The restaurant feels stuffy and overly warm. I unwind the taupe wrap from around my neck, leaving both sides dangling down the front of my jacket. Thomas is still looking at me suspiciously. I don't blame him. I never learned what the morality test was in the museum. But in a city of 8 million, what are the odds that I'd randomly run into the same person twice in 4 days, both times on assignment for Dr. Shields? Everything feels so topsy-turvy that I can't gather my thoughts. Another image intrudes, him kissing his way down my bare stomach. I can't say anything to Thomas that would explain my presence here. Who is he to Dr. Shields? Why did she pick him? I feel sweat prickle my armpits. The waitress returns. I'm still standing. Anything for you? She asks me. There's no way I can sit across from him and eat. You know, I'm not really hungry after all, I say. I look at Thomas more closely, his green eyes behind his tortoiseshell glasses, his olive skin, and his dirty blonde hair. It hits me that Dr. Shields assumed the guy I was talking to at the exhibit was Thomas, since she thought he had sandy hair. She lost interest as soon as she realized it wasn't him. So this is a do-over. But what is Dr. Shields going to say when she learns I've slept with the guy whose phone number I'm supposed to get? I'm aware I'm fingering the edge of my wrap. I break eye contact with Thomas and pull it off, tucking it into my bag and anchoring it with the paperback book I'm carrying. I need to go, I say. He raises his eyebrows.
Are you stalking me?
He asks. I can't tell if he's kidding. I haven't talked to him since he left my place around 1 a.m. yesterday morning. Neither of us texted the other. It seemed pretty clear what our encounter was. No, I say. It was just... I made a mistake. I flee out the door. I already completed my assignment days ago. I have Thomas's number stored in my phone, and he has mine. When I'm a block away from the diner, I call Dr. Shields to tell her I'm en route to her townhouse. She answers midway through the first ring. Her silvery voice is edged with strain.
Did you find him?
Yes, he was right where you said he'd be. I'm about to duck into a subway station when the beep of an incoming call interrupts her next question. All I can make out is, phone? Plan? Sorry, I say. Yes, we have each other's numbers. I hear the breezy sound of her exhalation. Wonderful, Jessica. I'll see you soon. My heart is thudding. I don't know how I'm going to manage to sit across from her and tell her I slept with the guy in the experiment. I could say that I would have told her about meeting Thomas, but she cut me off when I was talking about the taxi accident during our last session. I have to do it. If I'm not honest, she'll find out. I release a breath. It's silly to think Dr. Shields will be upset with me, I tell myself. I made an honest mistake. She can't hold it against me. But I can't stop shivering.